Chapter 1101, The Fairy Pilots. In the fifth star ring, the passage of time was calculated by means of the little vortexes that would appear in the red aurora in the sky. When 1,000 vortexes appeared, it counted as 1 year. After that, the aurora vortexes would disappear, and a new year would begin. At the moment, there were 753 vortexes in the red aurora. Xu Qing was currently looking up at the vortexes. This was the 30th vortex day in which he had been traveling. If he traveled at this speed in revered ancient, he would have been able to go from the imperial capital of humankind all the way to Xianxia County. But here, he was still on the border of the south of the fifth star ring. The lands were still swampy. The fifth star ring was massive. At least I've finally reached my destination. He looked up ahead in the swamp to a majestic city. The city was the color black, and beneath the light of the aurora, it looked like a sleeping beast. In the gloom, it was hard to see the entirety of the city with the naked eye. In fact, it was so large that, from what Xu Qing could tell, it was like one of the prefectures back home. In the memories of the imperial sovereign servant, this city was actually considered rather small in the south of the fifth star ring. There were a lot of cities like this in the south, but there were also many that were larger. Most cities controlled by the servant's clan were like this one. As for the larger cities, given his status and cultivation base, he had never seen any of them. For his entire life, he had lived in the remote parts of the south. As for the clan his lord and master had belonged to, Xu Qing had learned something about it during the soul search. Although that clan had some sizable territory in the periphery of the south, its patriarch was only a quasi-immortal grand emperor. In other words, they didn't really count as a domineering organization. There were other such forces in the south. It seems to me my previous understanding was a bit flawed, Xu Qing thought as he looked at the city. Given what had played out at the spirit mine, he had assumed that since the Guardian was an imperial sovereign, the strongest member of the clan would probably be one of the legendary summer immortals. As a result, he had really put his guard up. But clearly, summer immortal was a level of personhood considered uncommon no matter where you went. I still need to be careful. There are as many powerful experts in the fifth star ring as there are clouds in the sky. Taking a deep breath, Xu Qing headed straight toward the city. Given the current level of Xu Qing's cultivation base, it was an easy thing to alter his physical appearance and aura, plus hide his cultivation base level, so that he looked like the imperial sovereign's servant. Considering he also had the servant's identity medallion, it was easy to get into the city. He didn't run into any obstacles. Before long, he was through the city gate. There were people everywhere, most of them being cultivators. Mortals were in the minority. There were lots of shops, and a buzz filled the air. Given Xu Qing's past experiences, going into this city and seeing so many cultivators left him feeling a bit dazed. He had never seen anything like this, not even back in the imperial capital of humankind back in revered ancient. There were just so many people. Without even realizing it, Xu Qing started feeling like a stranger in a strange land. That was just human nature. Sometimes wide-open spaces will feel unfamiliar to people, but the reverse can also be true. Crowds of people can leave one feeling like a stranger. But Xu Qing had grown up traveling to all sorts of places, so despite that feeling, he managed to stay calm and just blend into the crowd. He spent some time analyzing the people around him. He tried to identify ways that he was different, then make adjustments so that he would fit in. For about half of a vortex day, he spent time studying the accents, mannerisms, and other nuanced differences between himself and the local cultivators. From the conversations he overheard, he was also able to get a sense of what things were like in the fifth star ring and in this specific city. Although the information came in bits and pieces, he managed to get more than enough as he searched for a specific type of shop. At the moment, he was standing just outside the type of shop he had been looking for. It had 3 floors and a very luxurious facade on the outside. A lot of cultivators were coming in and out. Inside, he could see rows of shelves filled with all sorts of magical treasures. All of them were sealed so that they couldn't be taken away, but at the same time, had accompanying jade slips with descriptions of the items used. This place was obviously a shop that sold magical treasures. Xu Qing walked into the store and looked around the first floor at the various items for sale. After a moment, he sighed inwardly. Back in revered ancient, magical treasures were rare, and most of them would be precious treasures that could form the backbone of an entire sect. For example, 7 blood eyes had those blood-colored eye treasures. To find random treasures unaccounted for was even rarer, and most of them were just fragments. Most of the time, what you found unaccounted for were really just magical devices. But this shop had all sorts of magical treasures. Xu Qing thought back to revered ancient. Most of the magical treasure fragments back in revered ancient actually come from the gods. Perhaps if eminent desolation never came to revered ancient, it would have ended up similar to this place. But as it stands, there's a huge difference between the two. What's more, there's another reason revered ancient never became like this. And that's because the summer immortals reached a dead end in revered ancient. But here in the 5th star ring, it's been a long time since they found the path leading beyond summer immortal. That's why this is such a flourishing place. Xu Qing didn't spend too much time browsing the magical treasures. Though they were nice, given his current level, he didn't need any of the things on the first floor. Soon he proceeded to the 2nd floor of the shop. That was where he found what he was looking for. It was a map of the 5th star ring. One of the salesgirls on the 2nd floor noticed Xu Qing looking at a jade slip that was a 5th star ring map. Walking over, she smiled and said, "Maps like that are very expensive, and that's truer the more detailed they are. Senior, that particular one is a very detailed map of the South. However, I have to warn you ahead of time that it's a copy. What's more, it has a warding spell on it that prevents it from being copied again." Xu Qing looked away from the jade slip. "I need more than just the South," he said coolly. The salesgirl's eyes lit up, and she flashed another pretty smile. "We do indeed have higher-level maps like that here at the Immortal Treasure Palace. We have branch locations throughout the 5th star ring, so it's only natural that we have maps of all sorts. Senior, exactly what type of map are you looking for?" Xu Qing thought for a moment, then looked at her. "I want the entire 5th star ring, including information about all the organizations and all the chosen. I want something very comprehensive." The woman smiled until her eyes were slits. Inside, she was speculating that Xu Qing was probably involved in the trial of the hunt. Those were the only type of people who would want a map like that. After all, he was essentially asking for a map that would have information about all of the enemies he would be up against from throughout the star ring. And of course, the people who were part of the trial of the hunt were all killers to the core. With that thought in mind, the woman became a bit more respectful. "We do have maps like that here in the Immortal Treasure Palace, but if you calculate the cost in immortal jade, it's quite high." Xu Qing flashed his hand to reveal a huge pile of immortal jade pieces. Then he put them away and looked calmly at the salesgirl. "Please, follow me to the 3rd floor, Senior," she said quickly. He nodded and followed her up. The 3rd floor was less crowded. It was full of partitioned areas where business could be conducted safely and privately. The salesgirl led him into one such partitioned area, then bowed and left. Some time passed, whereupon she returned with a silver tray. Atop the silver tray was a white jade slip. Xu Qing waved his hand, causing the jade slip to fly over to him. He quickly scanned it with divine will. A huge map appeared in his mind's eye. It showed the east, west, south, and north, and included information about all the sects and clans. It also had details about local conditions and customs. It also listed information about local chosen. It was very detailed, that said. Most of the information was blurred out by a warding spell, so that you couldn't read it until you bought it. Xu Qing was pleased. Retracting his divine will, he wasted no time in handing over a large amount of immortal jade to buy the map. The salesgirl respectfully escorted him out, and soon he disappeared into the crowd. Once safely away in the crowd, Xu Qing changed his appearance and aura a few times. After he was sure that no trouble had arisen because of his purchase, he settled on the appearance of an ordinary cultivator and just let the crowd carry him along. At the same time, he started taking in the basic information from the map. The immortal capital is in the very middle. It's a holy place that you can't get information about. There are 4 regions on either side of it, to the east, south, west, and north. Although they're often called regions, they're actually entire planetary systems, and each of them is further divided into east, west, south, and north. However, because this entire place is the 5th star ring, people tend to name things based on the perspective of the star ring as a whole. Each of the 4 great planetary systems is home to many sects and clans. The most orthodox of the organizations are as follows: the Grand Immortal Mountain in the Southern Planetary System, the Sword Immortal School in the Northern Planetary System, the Star Ring Pagoda in the Eastern Planetary System, and the Tao Immortal Sect in the Western Planetary System. The reason those 4 groups are considered the most orthodox is that they are led by lower immortal patriarchs who have been appointed by the immortal capital as heavenly inspectors. Outside of the immortal capital in the 5th star ring, there are a total of 16 lower immortals serving as heavenly inspectors. 4 of them are leaders of those major sects, but the other 12 are incarnated as heavenly bodies that serve as inspectors in the aurora in various assigned locations. Thanks to the information from the map, Xu Qing was finally starting to get a fair picture of what the 5th star ring was like. He was also able to determine where exactly he was. I'm on the outer edge of the Southern Planetary System, close to the Western Planetary System. In fact, I'm very close to the border, which is formed by the God Blood River. According to the description, it's supposedly a river made from the blood of gods. There are some dangerous and gruish entities in that river, such that only someone with a Grand Emperor cultivation base can cross it. The God Blood River forms the border between the West and the South, and ordinarily speaking, you can't get across it. Cultivators who want to get to the other side have to take ferries. Because of that, there's a unique profession on the river. They're called the ferry pilots. Only a ferry pilot can get you safely across the God Blood River, and that's because the ferry pilots all come from the immortal capital. Apparently, they're convicts who committed crimes there, and as part of their sentence, they have to serve as ferry pilots. The cost of passage across the river isn't spirit stones or immortal jade. It's longevity. The first time you cross the river, you have to give the ferry pilot 6 days of longevity. That's because the journey takes 6 days. The second time you cross the river, the cost increases. It becomes a 60-year cycle. You can't go a 3rd time, and that's because the cost of a 3rd trip is all of your longevity. Upon seeing that information, Xu Qing's heart pounded. Chapter 1102, Stars in the Blood-Red Sky. I can't believe that's how you pay to cross the river. Considering how ridiculous the price is, there seems little point in crossing the river, and I bet there must be more to the story. As Xu Qing continued to peruse the information in the map, he was able to confirm his previous supposition. The God Blood River doesn't just separate the West and South. It forms the borders between the other regions as well, and the process of crossing the river is guaranteed to be safe. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Once you step foot on the ferry pilot's boat, they take responsibility for your safety for the duration of the 6-day journey. They won't allow anything to interfere with the voyage. No one seems to know exactly how strong the ferry pilots are, but they do come from the immortal capital, and they're not just ordinary people from there, they're convicted felons. It didn't take long for Xu Qing to come up with a theoretical possibility. Based on what I know of the immortal capital's trial of the hunt, the people with the permission medallions are like venomous bugs in a jar. Their main goal is to rob and kill each other, and that means that these so-called ferry pilots can provide a safe haven to the participants in the trial of the hunt. Twice. It doesn't matter what danger they're in. As long as they can get to a ferry pilot's boat, they'll have 6 days to rest and recuperate. When powerful experts fight, a 6-day break to recover and prepare can completely change the outcome. Xu Qing's eyes glittered brightly. Looking at it from that perspective, crossing the river could be considered a very valuable asset. The key is the timing, And if I can understand this, so can other cultivators in the 5th star ring. In fact, probably everyone realizes it. This trial of the hunt thing is getting more and more interesting the more I learn about it. Xu Qing carefully analyzed all the different bits of information to make sure he wasn't making an error in logic. As he continued on his way through the bustling city, he went on to look at the information about the various chosen. The records contained a lot of details about them. The planetary systems to the east, south, west, and north each had more than 100. Some came from specific sects and clans. Some came from rogue organizations. Others were lone wolves. All had their extraordinary assets. And considering all of them were listed in the map from the Immortal Treasure Palace, it was a given that they were incredibly famous. From what Xu Qing could tell, this map with details of all the 5th star ring chosen was essentially a ranking list. And there were 8 people on the list whose information was highlighted in a different color. Of all the hundreds of chosen in the 5th star ring, they were like shining stars that everyone else looked up to. Because of that, they were collectively referred to as the Shining Stars. Xu Qing was interested mainly in the southern planetary system, and of the Shining Stars, 2 were in the south. The first came from the Orthodox sect in the south, which was the Grand Immortal Mountain. He was the apprentice of someone named Lan Yun, who was a quasi-immortal Grand Emperor. This quasi-immortal Lan Yun had a very venerable position. He was apparently the junior brother of the Grand Immortal Mountain's heavenly inspector. It was said that, years ago, he had been just on the verge of opening the door of immortality. However, some accident occurred that delayed him, and now he was still half a step away from opening the door. Naturally speaking, a sect disciple like that could only be described as extraordinary. 1. He had an apprentice named Jiang Fan, who had not yet been practicing cultivation for 500 years and was an early imperial sovereign. He had command of 7 types of authority and had engaged in a spectacular battle in which he ended up killing a peak imperial sovereign, although he ended up severely injured in the process. 2. That battle took place a full 60-year cycle in the past, and it shook the entire southern planetary system. In fact, even chosen cultivators from other planetary systems heard about it through their various information networks. Because of that incident, Jiang Fan was considered this generation's #1 chosen in the south. Another of the 8 shining stars from the southern planetary system didn't come from a sect. Rather, this person was a cultivator from the Yuanshan clan, which was one of the top 3 clans in the south. She was a female cultivator named Yuanshan Su, and because she was fond of wearing an upper garment of green silk, she was often called by the nickname Green Silk Immortal Fairy 3. Her cultivation base was a bit higher than Jiang Fan's, as she was in the mid-imperial sovereign level. However, in terms of authority, she wasn't on Jiang Fan's level, as she only had 4. In addition, she had also fought a peak imperial sovereign, only she had lost and barely escaped with her life. As Xu Qing looked over this information about the Southern Chosen, his eyes glinted with an aggressive light. 1 in the early level, 1 in the middle. The former has 7 types of authority and killed a peak imperial sovereign. The latter has 4 types of authority but failed to kill an imperial sovereign. Either way, both of them are definitely exceptional. Mind and heart spinning, Xu Qing went on to look at the information from the other 3 planetary systems. In the northern planetary system, both of the shining stars are from the Orthodox Sword Immortal school. They're twin brothers, and people say that due to supernatural phenomena which appeared at their birth, both of them were born with swords in their hands. They have Preheaven sword bodies, and both of them were taken as apprentices of the Sword Immortal School's heavenly inspector. Their names are Hordeslayer and the Rampart, 4. During the entire time they've practiced cultivation, they've crushed everyone else in their generation, gaining immense prestige and becoming celebrities in the north. Both of them are early imperial sovereigns, and they each have 4 types of authority. On their own, they're both capable of fighting late imperial sovereigns, and if they join forces, they can fight a quasi-immortal Grand Emperor. Because of their stellar fighting record, they're considered to be in 2nd place among the 8 shining stars of the 5th star ring. Xu Qing was already looking forward to encountering these people. Next, he looked over the information about the Eastern Planetary System. When he saw the details about the chosen from there, his pupils constricted. The East was considered the most prominent of the 4 planetary systems in the 5th star ring. For one thing, 3 of the 8 shining stars came from there. But also, there were more chosen there than any of the other regions. Of the 3 shining stars from there, 1 came from an organization of rogue cultivators, 1 came from a clan, and 1 came from the orthodox sect known as the Star Ring Pagoda. The rogue chosen was known as Sir Vilespirit. He had risen to prominence by fighting many deadly battles and was known for his devouring magic. He was a born killer who cultivated a Tao of vile devils. Back when he was a mortal, he joined a sect but eventually betrayed it. They chased him for a full 60-year cycle without ever catching him. Eventually, he disappeared. Some years later, he resurfaced and joined another sect. Yet again, he betrayed them, and yet again, they chased him but never caught him. Over the years, the same thing happened 7 times. He joined 7 sects. He betrayed 7 sects. Despite being constantly on the run, he managed to become an imperial sovereign, whereupon he went back and exterminated all of the sects he had betrayed. He had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood, and that was how he achieved his Tao of slaughter. Eventually, he fought a battle with one of the other shining stars from the east, the one who came from one of the top clans, but neither could gain the upper hand in the fight. That was how he ended up being listed as one of the shining stars. As for that sect chosen, he was also an extraordinary individual. He had a mid-imperial sovereign cultivation base, 5 types of authority, and had defeated a late imperial sovereign in battle. His name was Zhou Jingli, and he came from the number 1 clan in the east. His name matched his reputation. He was chivalrous, kind, charitable, and was respected by countless cultivators in the east. He and Sir Vilespirit were like polar opposites who both wanted to put an end to each other. 5. The 3rd shining star from that planetary system was actually the number 1 chosen in the east. He had been bestowed with a name based on the star ring itself, and as such was this generation's Sir Star Ring. He had a late imperial sovereign cultivation base, 9 types of authority, and because he rarely fought in public, few people knew how strong he actually was. In the one public battle he had fought, he had challenged a quasi-immortal Grand Emperor. He had won. His name was known far and wide. Any one of those 7 individuals could be called incredibly exceptional. The final shining star came from the Western Planetary System. That planetary system was known as the weakest in the 5th star ring. Not only did they only have 1 shining star among the 8, but also their orthodox group, the Tao Immortal sect, was known to be in dire straits. For one thing, the Western region's heavenly inspector didn't care much about the affairs of the world, much less the situation with his sect. Because of that, membership was down, and most of the people who were left didn't seem to care much about the sect either. Another reason for the situation was that there were actually more clans and organizations in the West than the other regions. Because the Tao Immortal sect was on the decline, everyone else was fighting each other in the hopes of gaining supremacy. The shining star from the West came from one of the clans. Unfortunately, after working hard and taking advantage of his clan's reserve powers, he ended up joining the Tao Immortal sect, where he became the apprentice of the heavenly inspector. His name was Li Mengtu. One of the unique features of his clan was that all direct bloodline clan members had the character 2 at the end of their name, 6. His cultivation base was in the early imperial sovereign level, and he had 4 types of authority. However, because of his clan's Gruish magical technique, as well as the training he had received from his master, he was able to kill a mid-imperial sovereign. As a result, he ended up being listed among the shining stars. Other than him, the West didn't have anyone worthy to be in that list. After all, the general standard to be among the shining stars was to have practiced cultivation for less than 1,000 years. After looking at all the information, Xu Qing felt that he knew a lot more about the flourishing 5th star ring, as well as the 8 shining stars. More than ever, he felt the desire to do battle. I have to work hard to get a lot stronger. Taking a deep breath, he went to find more places to shop. There was more he wanted to accomplish than just buy a map. He wanted to get some medicinal pills and magical treasures. Just to be safe, he wasn't going to buy everything at one shop. Instead, he would shop around at different shops to get everything he needed. Around the time another vortex was about to appear in the aurora above, he prepared to leave the city. I'm going to go out in the mountains and go into seclusion for a while. I really need to seek enlightenment of some magics related to time and space. And I need to gain enlightenment of the 8th extreme. That way I can break through to the level of an 8-world smoldering god. The information from the map had just reinforced to Xu Qing the danger he was in, and how important it was that he get stronger. In that manner, time passed. As he was getting ready to leave the city, a little vortex appeared in the aurora in the dome of heaven. That indicated that a new day was starting. When the vortex appeared, something unexpected happened. The blood-red aurora surged, spreading out to cover the entire sky in the southern region. Stars appeared in the aurora. There were about 2,000 of them filling the sky. Some seemed near, some seemed far. Some glittered brightly, others seemed dim. The moment they appeared, countless cultivators in the south instinctively looked up. Xu Qing frowned. He had just noticed that the immortal capital permission medallion in his bag of holding was vibrating, and it was emitting a force that his bag of holding couldn't contain, a force that seemed to connect to one of the stars up above. That star was very dim. Right next to his star was another star that was shining brightly. An instant later, the image in the sky vanished. An uproar ensued. The trial of the hunt is advancing to the second round. All of the permission medallions are becoming visible. Now they'll all be able to sense each other. I don't know about the other planetary systems, but here in the south, it's about to start raining blood. As Xu Qing heard the buzz of conversation, he thought back to the image of that other star next to his. The reason I didn't activate the medallion is that I'm not interested in that whole thing. I guess it doesn't matter that I didn't activate it. Now that the second round is beginning, the medallions that weren't activated have been revealed. The only question is whether or not the other participants will be able to sense the medallions that haven't been activated. He kept his facial expression neutral so as not to attract attention in the crowd. And instead of rushing toward the city gates, he just kept moving along at the same speed. At the spirit mine where Xu Qing had arrived some 30 vortex days earlier, a young man with red hair and a body covered with dozens of vortex tattoos stood looking up into the sky. Sometime later, he looked away from the sky to the broken minor world bubbles. He could sense how thin the spirit energy was. His expression was very grim. Ling Feng told me a while back that he was going to give me an immortal capital permission medallion as a gift. And now, he's dead, and the medallion is gone. Not only that, but the destruction of this spirit mine affected that fight earlier. Is someone looking to die? One, I doubt I need to explain this, but for anyone who wasn't paying close attention, we saw Lan Yun and presumably the Heavenly Inspector just 2 chapters ago in 1100. 2. Jiang Fan. Jiang is listed 54 on the top 100 surnames. It also means ginger. Fan is a common character that can mean many things, among them mortal, ordinary, common. When I asked Madame Deathblade for her reaction, she said he sounds like a cool dude. I thanked her for her very deep insights and decided not to ask for further clarification. 3. Yuanshan Su. Yuanshan is a compound surname invented by the author. The 2 characters are actually a common term that means distant mountain. This combination of characters is often used in adjectives. Su can mean a number of things including raw silk, white, plain, vegetarian. In this case, as is made obvious by the text, the meaning of the character as used in her name is silk. Madame Deathblade says she sounds like a pretentious conservative lady. The kind of upper garment mentioned here is usually some sort of sleeveless garment or jacket. Like all my other footnotes about clothing, I have to say that fashion changed through the ages, plus this is a fantasy novel, so as for what the author actually envisions, it's hard to say. Here are a couple images I pulled up if you search for this specific type of garment. 4. Hordeslayer and the Rampart. These guys both have names that Madame Deathblade said are not real names for real people, but are good names for weird fantasy people. The first name takes 2 characters out of a common idiom that is used to either describe a magnificent army or used metaphorically to describe someone extremely strong. The second is a word that's also part of a saying idiom that refers to someone or something so scary they make others back away in fear. They're supposed to be names, not nicknames, but as you can see from Madame Deathblade's reaction, they're not real names. One look at them gives you an instant sense of the over-the-top fantasy feeling, so I decided to go with a translation in the hopes of conveying that same sensation. 5. Zhou Jingli. Zhou is listed 10 in the top 100 surnames. Zheng means straight, upright, proper, and Li means to stand, to set up, to establish. Even I was able to guess the feeling of this name when looking at it, and that feeling is confirmed in the explanation provided in the text. Madame Deathblade had the same reaction. 6. Li Mengtu. Li is the 2 most common name on the list of 100 surnames. Meng means dream, and Tu means earth, soil, home, homeland. There is no explanation yet as to any significance to the Tu character. It's the same character as earth from the 5 elements, but there's no reason yet to believe that has anything to do with the name. With the facts we have at hand, the explanation about that aspect of the name seems more like an interesting trivia point the author decided to throw in. Madame Deathblade says it sounds somewhat romantic, as in her mind it sounds like someone who is homesick and loves their home. Chapter 1103, Who's the Lord of Rain? In the same city as Xu Qing, and not too far away from him, was the 2-story city magistrate's office. The magistrate himself was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe, who was currently standing at the balcony, his hands clasped behind his back. Looking away from the sky, he glanced at the crowd below, then looked off into the distance. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. He was looking in the direction of Xu Qing. The man was of medium height and was slightly pudgy, but he clearly had a bit of muscle on him. His hair was a bit white with age, but was neatly combed. He had faint crow's feet at his eyes and wrinkles on his face. That, coupled with his sunken eyes, bore testament to the hardships he had faced in life. It wasn't possible to assess his cultivation base, but given that he was surrounded by natural and magical laws, and had Dao lineaments in his eyes, meant that he obviously had the strength of an imperial sovereign. I couldn't possibly have predicted that a second immortal capital permission medallion would show up in my city. However, it's dark, which means it hasn't been activated. The person who bears it is either a coward or they're planning to give it as a gift to someone else. If it's the former, I might as well just kill them. But if it's the latter... The city magistrate wasn't sure what to do. In the second round of the trial of the hunt, it was possible to detect other medallions. But it worked both ways. Anyone who had fused with their medallion would be able to sense other medallions, even if the other medallion wasn't activated. In contrast, someone who hadn't activated their medallion wouldn't be able to sense other medallions. That was why carrying around an unactivated medallion during the second round could be dangerous. In fact, few people ever did that. All of those factors gave this magistrate a lot to think about. After all, he was an imperial sovereign, but he was only an early imperial sovereign. In this remote little city, that was fine. But it didn't mean much when dealing with big sects and clans, which was why he had always kept his head down over the years. If he ended up offending the wrong people by going after a permission medallion, he could end up bringing disaster on himself. But when I got that medallion early on, I activated it. And that means I've thrown caution to the wind. Life has become tedious. Why live in a rut, boxed in from all sides, just waiting to die? Why not put everything on the line? Besides, my cultivation base has been shackled for long enough. If things keep going on like they have been, I'll never make any more progress. With such thoughts on his mind, the city magistrate's eyes flashed with cold light. Come with me to crush an enemy. Yes, sir, voices chorused in response, and a host of figures became visible around him. The city magistrate strode off of the balcony, flanked by several dozen attendants. Locking onto the position of the other medallion, he started moving. Xu Qing was moving quickly toward the city gate. When he saw the stars appear in the sky earlier, he had been struck with a sense of deep foreboding. And considering how one of those stars had been so close to him, he knew that danger was just around the corner. It got worse as he neared the city gates, only to notice that there were a lot more guards present than normal. What was more, the gates were currently closing. Thanks to the spell formations and warding spells in the city, flight was prohibited. If he wanted to avoid being trapped in the city, he would either need to negate the formations and spells or get through the gate. He felt like he was being hemmed in from all sides. It took only an instant for him to realize what was going on. Someone ordered the gates closed, and the person who gave the order is probably connected to that other star that was close to me. It's someone with a permission medallion, either that or someone close to that person. Regardless, it indicates that the person has a high standing and status in this city. Furthermore, I can't sense this person, but they can sense me. Or rather, they can sense the medallion. It doesn't matter that I haven't activated the medallion, now that the second round has started. In that case, holding back from activating the medallion is putting me at a big disadvantage. These thoughts ran through Xu Qing's mind in a flash. It was without any further hesitation that he quickly pulled out the Immortal Capital Permission medallion and pushed down on it. The moment he did, the medallion vibrated, then turned into a liquid that fused into the palm of his hand and entered his body. An instant later, Xu Qing saw an image of a red aurora in his mind's eye. Within the aurora, he could see the very same image of stars that he had seen earlier in the sky. That said, there were some differences. Earlier, there were very few instances in which the stars in the southern planetary region were overlapping, but now, quite a few of them were. And many of them were moving. It was no stretch of the imagination to say that the ones that had overlapped represented different people trying to rob and kill each other. What was more, Xu Qing could now see his own ranking. He was 1733. That wasn't his ranking in the 5th star ring as a whole, but rather his ranking in the southern region. An instant later, the image vanished. Apparently, the only time you could see a full image of the entire region and all the stars was when you activated the permission medallion. However, even after the image was gone, Xu Qing could tell that he had the ability to sense any other medallions within 50,000 kilometers of himself. It was a function of the medallions, not anything to do with cultivation base or divine will. The permission medallions were from the Immortal Capital, and they were extremely unique. Without absorbing one, you couldn't unlock any of its functions. As of right now, Xu Qing could actually sense 2 different medallions. One of them was a good distance away, right at the edge of the 50,000-kilometer area. In fact, it seemed to be moving away from him and disappeared only a moment later. The other one was very close and getting closer. It was flying right toward him. Instantly, his cultivation base erupted. The power of the 5 elements spread out in all directions, and he bolstered his speed, shooting toward the closing gate like an arrow released from a bow. His opponent was approaching aggressively and clearly wanted to fight. There would be no avoiding it. Xu Qing didn't know what level of cultivation base he was dealing with, so he could only plan based on the worst-case scenario. If he had to fight, then the choice of battlefield was going to be very important. If they fought inside the city, the formations and spells would be a detriment to Xu Qing. He would be trapped, and whether he focused on breaking free or fighting back, he would be in a passive position. But if he could break free of the city, then he would have a chance to seize the initiative. He moved with astonishing speed, thanks to how hard he had worked at coming to understand the Tao of space, and the methods he had come up with to use it. The space ahead of him shrank. The space behind him stretched out. Thanks to that effect, in the blink of an eye, he was outside the city gate. The guards couldn't react in time to block him. They felt a gust of wind, and he was past them. Then he coldly stretched his hand behind him and pinched his fingers together. The city magistrate and his attendants had just arrived on the scene, but thanks to the hindrance of Xu Qing's spatial manipulation magic, they were now much further behind. They had missed their best chance to intercept him. When Xu Qing pinched his fingers together, the space around him rippled and then collapsed. A deafening boom shook everything. The space outside the city gate completely shattered in all directions, giving rise to a gale force wind. Everything was thrown into chaos. Within that chaos, a cold snort echoed out. Next, a thunderous rumbling filled the sky, and black clouds appeared. Rain started to fall, turning into heavy sheets that soaked everything inside and outside the city gate. Xu Qing was included. The moment he sensed the rain, his gaze hardened. This rain is the manifestation of the Tao lineaments of authority. My opponent's authority is rain's. Even as Xu Qing sensed that, the surrounding rain transformed, becoming sharp blades that whistled toward him. At the same time, the shattered space inside the city gate wasn't blocked by the rain. However, the city magistrate's attendants took advantage of the rain itself to disappear from sight. When they reappeared, they had passed through all the shattered space and had surrounded Xu Qing. Unleashing smoldering god might, they coordinated with the rain attack to unleash fatal blows on Xu Qing. Puppets, are they unliving dirt, or are they made primarily from rainwater? Eyes flashing coldly, Xu Qing shot backward. At the same time, his gaze passed through the sheets of rain to lock onto the white-garbed figure inside the city. He wasn't launching any attacks, but rather was just standing there looking coldly at Xu Qing. Xu Qing considered the situation. He's obviously a cautious person. He doesn't know how strong I really am, so even though he can tell I'm not an imperial sovereign, he still doesn't want to face me in person. He'd rather fight from a distance using his authority and his puppets. However, caution can be a strength and a weakness. If you're cautious at the wrong time, you can lose the initiative. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing shot backward again, this time focusing not on the puppets, but on the blades formed from rain. All of a sudden, an idea popped into his head. I have cultivator authority, and I have godly authority. Cultivator authority comes from natural and magical laws. Godly authority comes from something else. The two types of authority have similarities and differences. They're similar in that they both have an origin. They're different because they're used in different ways. Natural and magical laws come when cultivators create heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos produce the natural and magical laws. When cultivators gain enlightenment, they have authority. It's a cycle. The origin of godly authority is even more ancient, and not even I know the details. Erasure, immortal skills, rain, energy, all of those things can become authorities. In that case, what about my extreme 5 elements? Are they all types of authority? They do not originate with heavenly Taos, though. Their origin is me. Xu Qing had been considering this question during the entire 30 vortex days in which he traveled to this city. Then he saw this rain turn into blades and decided to forget about all of his other magical techniques. Instead, he unleashed his Tao of extreme water. Something unimaginable happened. The water blades shooting toward him suddenly stopped in midair. In fact, all of the falling rain around him suddenly came to a complete and utter halt. The puppets also ceased moving. Then Xu Qing lifted his hand, and the blades turned around. The puppets spun in place. All of the rain water vibrated and turned into blades that pointed back toward the city at the shocked city magistrate. The city magistrate had been watching as the young man he was targeting was surrounded by the water of his authority. But now, he was the one who was shocked. Clearly, this person was a true Lord of the Rain. Chapter 1104, Source of Authority. Xu Qing and the city magistrate faced off, one of them inside the city, the other outside of it. The rainwater floated in midair, poolsing with aggressive killing intent. The two figures standing in that rain formed a very strong contrast. One of them was extremely good-looking. Floating in the rain, his hair drifted around him, and his eyes shone with a strange light. One of them had gray hair and had dignified facial features, though they were marred by a grimace. The city gate was in between them. The raindrops had become sharp blades, and with the flick of his wrist, Xu Qing had turned them all to point at the city magistrate on the other side of the city gate. As of this moment, both of them were poolsing with killing intent. However, neither of them chose to launch an attack. Xu Qing was merely observing the situation. This was his first time trying to control an opponent's Dao lineaments of authority. He needed to see things play out more in order to confirm his theories. The city magistrate was also observing the situation. He was observing Xu Qing, and he was observing the rain. The authority of rain was a manifestation of his Dao lineaments. As a native of the fifth star ring, it was a given that he had been a brave warrior long before becoming an imperial sovereign. He had fought many duels and had killed many opponents. It had been very difficult to break through into the imperial sovereign level, and before he could stabilize himself, he ended up facing a powerful enemy. During that fight, he was seriously injured and had to flee for his life. Because of that injury, he had been unable to make any further cultivation progress. Feeling completely disheartened, he had ended up settling down in this remote location. It had taken a long time for him to make the decision to go all out. Unfortunately, how could he ever have guessed that his first fight would involve something like this? After becoming an imperial sovereign, he hadn't been involved in many fights. Therefore, it was little surprise that he had never been in such a situation in which he lost control of his own authority. That said, he had at least heard of things like this. Normally speaking, if someone lost control of their authority in a fight, it was because they were dealing with someone who had the same type of authority. If the opponent had a deeper understanding of the authority, they might be able to take control of it. Authority comes from the immortal Dao that accompanies an immortal embryo. Immortal Daos are similar to heavenly Daos, but they aren't corporeal. They're illusory and imperceptible, and they're the manifestation of the star ring power that normally belongs to the gods, but that cultivators can seize. In any given star ring, there are special lineaments that belong to the gods. Those lineaments are what the gods can sense. They're godly authority. Cultivators have no way to control them, but in the process of forming an immortal embryo, they can naturally absorb them and make them part of one's essence. That's why it's not very likely that two people will have the same authority. As the city magistrate considered these things, he kept calm, and his eyes shone with a fierce light. Although I don't have experience dealing with this kind of thing, it doesn't mean I can't come out on top. After all, this guy is a mere smoldering god, not an imperial sovereign. He might be a chosen, but even he has limits. After a long moment in which the two of them just looked at each other, the city magistrate was the first to make a move. He lifted his right hand and hit himself hard on the chest. A thunderous thump rang out, and a tremor passed through him. Then blood exploded out of all the pores on his body. The blood immediately merged into the rain, causing the sheets of rain to turn into a rain of blood. At the same time, his will became part of the blood rain, which bolstered his Dao lineaments. That allowed him to seize control of the rain and try to drive out Xu Qing. Unfortunately, there was no way this would succeed. Xu Qing's water of the 5 elements was far more special. It didn't matter that the city magistrate was bolstering the water with his own will. That was only enough to take back a bit of control over the authority. An instant later, the city gate became the delineation between the rain controlled by Xu Qing and that controlled by the other cultivator. Inside the city gate, the blood rain spread, bringing with it the odor of gore. Outside the city gate, the rain was sparkling and translucent. It was incomparably pure. The 2 types of rain then exploded, each of them becoming sharp blades, rain puppets, and magical techniques. From a distance, it was like 2 magnificent armies full of thousands of men and horses, slamming into each other. Rumbling booms shook heaven and earth. Wild colors flashed in the dome of heaven. The lands shook. In the city, countless cultivators reeled. As for the city gate, the 2 astonishing forces slamming together there caused the gate to explode into ashes. Xu Qing and his opponent were both struck by massive force. They both staggered backward. However, the 2 of them had very different facial expressions. The city magistrate was scowling. Xu Qing, in contrast, seemed to be in good spirits. The reason Xu Qing had not been the first to launch an attack was that he needed to get more information to confirm his theories. Just now, he had picked up on some important clues. He could now sense that his 7 extreme Daos did seem like they could lead to authority. That was what it seemed like from his perspective. Furthermore, during the clash of rain just now, he had sensed that his 5 elements water had emanated an instinctive longing. I can devour this guy's authority of rain to make my 5 elements water stronger. Xu Qing's eyes glittered brightly. He was also able to ascertain that this city magistrate was a lot weaker than the imperial sovereign he had fought in the spirit mine. The spirit mine guardian he had fought had been very close to the mid-imperial sovereign level. You could say he was a peak early imperial sovereign. As for this current opponent, he had an old injury that resulted in his battle prowess being subpar. Either this guy just stepped into the imperial sovereign level not long ago, or this is the result of that old injury. In other words, I can kill him without using Grandpa Ninth's sword energy. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xu Qing's killing intent surged, and he burst into motion toward the city magistrate. Within him, his Tao of the 5 elements erupted. Astonishingly, a host of supernatural phenomena appeared around him. The ground churned as the power of earth went wild. It was almost as if some being were waking up under the surface of the ground, causing even mountains to shake as a result. Plants and trees everywhere swayed wildly, looking like demonic monsters. All vegetation was stimulated wildly as the power of wood surged. The city rumbled as the power of metal was influenced. Magical devices, magical treasures, and all other metal objects vibrated and shot up into the air. From a distance, the scene that was playing out was unsurpassably shocking. The sky rippled as majestic heavenly fire appeared. Everything turned crimson as the aurora was obscured, and a seething sea of flames overtook everything. Meanwhile, the air rippled and distorted as all cultivators, and all other living things for that matter, found the water emerging from their bodies, as if a huge ocean were being summoned into the world. This was all very different from Xu Qing's fight with Ling Feng, in which he had used heavenly Daos to do everything. This time, Xu Qing's thoughts and his Dao lineaments of authority were being unleashed. The city magistrate was struck with even more astonishment than when he had lost control of his authority earlier. 5 types of authority. That's impossible. The city magistrate's mind was being battered by waves of shock, and he felt like he was being struck by millions upon millions of bolts of lightning. Based on what he knew, the only people who had 5 types of authority were those listed among the 8 shining stars. Of even greater significance was the fact that he had never heard of any smoldering god who had 5 types of authority. Just who exactly are you? Even as the words left the mouth of the city magistrate, Xu Qing closed in on him. Next, the sound of a massive explosion filled the area where the city gate had once stood. Within the resulting chaos, it was hard to see anything clearly. Anyone without a sufficient cultivation base would lose their mind. And even those who could see what was happening, unless they surpassed a certain level, would only perceive an abstract picture. It was because they couldn't comprehend what was happening. When one's perceptions couldn't comprehend something, the mind would be thrown into chaos, and it wouldn't be possible to form an actual image of what was happening. Because they couldn't see what was happening, the blurry distortions would form something abstract. After all, in addition to the 5 elements, there were also transformations to space, as well as time being manipulated. It lasted for a very long moment. Then a beam of sword light flickered, and the shimmering abstract image returned to normal. The city magistrate was there, blood oozing out of his mouth, his hair disheveled. A sword had been stabbed into the top of his head and had pierced through his entire body. Blood dripped onto the ground. Xu Qing hovered in midair looking at his opponent. The city magistrate managed to look back up at him. From the look of it, he wanted to say something. But when he opened his mouth, it filled with blood, making it impossible for him to speak. Xu Qing didn't really care what he wanted to say anyway. With the wave of his hand, he pulled out the emperor's sword. A tremor passed through the city magistrate. The light in his eyes went out. His soul had been wiped out. Then Xu Qing made a grasping gesture, causing his opponent's authority of rain to transform into crystalline water droplets that flew out and became part of Xu Qing's 5 elements. His 5 elements water swelled. Xu Qing's aura now surpassed what it had been before the fight. Beyond all of that, he also acquired the city magistrate's ring of holding. In addition, Xu Qing realized that the range in which he could sense other permission medallions had increased by tenfold. At the same time, a new ranking number appeared in his head. He was now 1145 in the southern region. Silence reigned. Xu Qing looked at the corpse below. He waved his hand, and the corpse crumbled into nothing. He also removed any signs that a battle had taken place. If I'd come up with this idea earlier, I might not have needed to use one of Grandpa Ninth's streams of sword energy to defeat that spirit mine guardian. After some thought, he decided that even with this enlightenment, he still might have been forced to use some of the sword energy. When fighting in unfamiliar territory and circumstances, if you had the chance to launch a fatal blow, you should always take it. Having decided that that was the best way to look at it, Xu Qing looked off into the distance. There's no point in sticking around here. He blurred into motion and disappeared. Up in the dome of heaven, the crimson aurora flowed. Xu Qing was a streak of prismatic light that shot through the sky at top speed. He made sure to keep a close eye on his surroundings as he mentally reviewed how the fight had played out. When all was said and done, the most important thing he had learned was that his 5 elements as authority could take control of the authority of his opponents. That was going to be a big help going forward. It not only confirmed his previous theorizing, but also gave him food for thought about the imperial sovereign level. Previously, Xu Qing had been aware that in the cultivator system, the void returning level involved the process of gaining enlightenment of the natural and magical laws of heaven and earth. The 4 sublevels were all like that. It was in that manner that void-returning cultivators could use the heavenly Taos of the world they lived in to create and control the natural laws of their own major worlds. Xu Qing now understood that such control didn't provide an origin. It was only the ability to use authority. Perhaps it was correct to say that by gaining enlightenment from the larger world, a cultivator could then create their own major world. Overall, it was like the process of working with a thread and needle. The fact that Xu Qing had stepped from void returning right into smoldering God put him in that category. One reason was that he had built up a sufficient stockpile beforehand. Another was that the essence of Netherflame's fleshly body was incomparably pure. In combination with his success at gaining enlightenment of Deep Earth's 10 extreme Taos, Xu Qing's stockpile and his original essence allowed him to break through into smoldering God. That was how he had formed his 7 worlds. The term smoldering God was coined in Revered Ancient. In other locations, that level was actually called smoldering immortal. The name was different, but the significance was the same. The god referred to in smoldering God wasn't an actual god. Rather, it was a nascent divinity, one. Before leaving Revered Ancient, Xu Qing had already begun to explore the substructure of the smoldering God level. He knew that the level was fundamentally about gaining sufficient enlightenment of natural and magical laws, then use that to form one's own major world. Ultimately, one would form 9 major worlds. Those 9 worlds might be consistent with each other, or they might not. It depended on the cultivator's way of thinking, background, and decisions. Regardless, those worlds ultimately became nutrients that one could use to propel themselves into the imperial sovereign level. Unfortunately, the path of the imperial sovereign had been severed on the revered ancient mainland. Only people with very special bloodlines could force their way through. Most of the time, it wasn't possible. One reason for the situation was that something had gone wrong with the heavenly Taos created by the summer immortals years in the past. But in the final analysis, the biggest problem was the influence of the broken face of eminent desolation. The godly aura was too strong, making it very difficult for immortals to rise up. After all, the imperial sovereign level was very special. It involved fusing one's 9 major worlds to make an immortal embryo. Transforming from a cultivator into an immortal was a major watershed point. Once you formed an immortal embryo, you were a quasi-immortal, in other words, a grand emperor. For example, Empress Summer Departure had the help of Swordsage, the bloodline of dark war, and the blessing of humankind's destiny aura. Despite that, She could go no further than the imperial sovereign level. She had no way to become a grand emperor. That was also why no grand emperors ever appeared in revered ancient after the broken face came. As a result of that situation, the empress had been forced to switch her cultivation to the path of the gods. By means of a special ceremony, she ignited Godfare, using the immortal embryo she had never fully formed as the fuel. Then, as the fire raged hotter and hotter, she eventually reached the altar god level. After that, she could never become an immortal. Before leaving revered ancient, Xu Qing went to the Summer Immortal Palace, where he had learned these things about imperial sovereigns and the way of quasi-immortal grand emperors. According to the records of the Summer Immortal Palace, authority had never appeared in deep earth before. It was only after cultivators went to revered ancient that it was seen. The Summer Immortal Palace originally assumed it was the same as Essence, but in reality, Essence had appeared within deep earth cultivators long before that. There were differences between the two, the most obvious being Dao lineaments. What was more, the manner in which it first appeared was in the process of an imperial sovereign forming an immortal embryo by means of their immortal Dao. The so-called immortal Dao existed in the void, above the level of the heavenly Daos. It appeared as authority and as Dao lineaments. The Summer Immortal Palace actually didn't understand why it appeared. That said, normally speaking, Dao lineaments of authority only showed up in the imperial sovereign level. There were exceptions. For example, there were some chosen who could produce it in the smoldering god level. That became the standard to define chosen cultivators before the arrival of the broken face. As for Summer Immortals, in other words, the lower immortals, they were cultivators who formed an immortal embryo, nurtured it to the proper level, then broke through, causing the embryo to transform and giving birth to a full-fledged immortal. According to the records of the Summer Immortal Palace, the level of Summer Immortal was the limit for the Deep Earth star ring. In Deep Earth, that was known as the 9th step. That said, there was a difference between Summer Immortal battle prowess in Deep Earth compared to revered ancient. In the Deep Earth star ring, Summer Immortals could encompass the entire star ring with a thought. Other than actually destroying the star ring, they could do anything they wished. That wasn't the case in revered ancient. After a certain level of analysis, the Summer Immortal Palace came to understand why that was. They understood that revered ancient was located in the 9th star ring, and they eventually realized that the 9th star ring was part of a larger heavenly system that had a total of 36 star rings. The 9th star ring, which was also known as the Brilliant Heaven Star Ring, was only one of them. Based on what the Summer Immortal Palace understood, those 36 star rings existed on a high level. To some extent, they could be considered higher worlds. As for Deep Earth, it was a lower-level star ring. In other words, it was a lower world. According to the Summer Immortal Palace, it wasn't possible that Deep Earth was the only lower world. Most likely, there was a correspondence. In other words, there were also 36 lower star rings. In fact, maybe there were more. One thing was certain. Above Deep Earth was Brilliant Heaven. This was just a theory of the Summer Immortal Palace, and there was no way to confirm if it was true or not. That said, though it was just a theory, it did explain the situation with Summer Immortal battle prowess. There would be a pressure difference between lower and higher worlds, which was why there would be a difference in battle prowess. It was like the difference between a major world and a minor world. In minor worlds without much pressure, it would be easy for someone to call the wind and summon the rain. But they might not be able to do the same thing in a major world. Fundamentally speaking, the Summer Immortal Palace's research indicated that the 36 higher star rings were the lands of the gods. The source of godly authority, the mysterious lineaments, created a massive pressure that weighed down on all of the 36 higher star rings. It was the same for gods and cultivators alike. That point didn't mean very much to Xu Qing. After all, he had never been to Deep Earth. Therefore, he had no idea what terrifying level his cultivation base would be like there. His entire life had been lived in a higher star ring. My 5 elements turned into authority, their uniqueness. His eyes narrowed as he rubbed his chest. At the moment, a violet crystal was there, glittering. What exactly is it? Back when I gained enlightenment of the 10 extreme Taos, I saw a design that included a crystal broken into 10 parts. But my crystal isn't broken at all. It's whole. 1. As I've mentioned in previous contexts, the character I rendered as God both in Smoldering God and in the God cultivation system can be rendered in other ways. For instance, it's the character from Divine Will, Divine Sense, Nascent Divinity, etc. I've been trying to render it God, when related to the God species, but in other ways depending on the context when it relates to non-God stuff. As is clear in this passage, even within the context of the world. It's logical to assume that the Smoldering God level is named after the God species. It's only much, much later that we're finding out it's not actually related to gods at all. Chapter 1105. The darkness was like an old friend. In the south, my rank is 1145. Xu Qing was currently speeding through the sky underneath the aurora. His expression was one of pure vigilance. In no way had he relaxed after killing that city magistrate. In contrast, his guard was up more than ever. Now that he had activated the permission medallion, which involved absorbing it into himself, he was officially part of the immortal capital's trial of the hunt. He could already feel danger looming, and that was because the range at which he could sense other medallions had increased. One unique function of the immortal capital permission medallions was that they couldn't sense other medallions unless you activated them first. You could be literally standing right next to someone else with a medallion, and your divine wouldn't be able to detect their medallion. The only way to sense other medallions was to activate and absorb your medallion. The medallions qualified you to join the competition, but at the same time served a specific function. Xu Qing had absorbed his medallion before killing the city magistrate, and at that time, the range of his own medallion was 50,000 kilometers. That meant that he would instantly sense any other medallions that were within that range. He had previously assumed everyone else could do the exact same thing. However, after killing that city magistrate who had also possessed a medallion, Xu Qing realized that not only had his ranking climbed, but also his medallion had changed. It was as if the medallion had upgraded from a basic state to a second, more advanced state. The most obvious change was that the range in which he could sense other medallions had increased by tenfold. He could now sense anything within 500,000 kilometers. That was the reason for his grave attitude. I only got one additional medallion, but my range increased by a huge amount. Logically speaking, I can expect the range to increase even more as I get more medallions. In that case, everyone else. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. This was not a good situation for him. The more people you killed, and the more medallions you accumulated, the greater the range of your own senses. And of course, that meant that there were going to be people with clear advantages and clear disadvantages. The strong people would have the advantage. The weak people would have a disadvantage. It was easy to imagine a scenario in which there were enemies who could sense him, but were too far away for he himself to sense. A situation like that could prove fatal in a hunting event like this. The more medallions you got, the higher your rank would be, and the bigger advantage you would have. As time passed, and more people got an advantage, the range in which they could sense other medallions would become completely terrifying. It would eventually be impossible to flee from such people. No wonder my rank jumped up so much by just killing one other competitor. Now that the second round has begun, I bet similar things are happening throughout the South. So, this is the second round. No wonder this thing is called the trial of the hunt. By merely having the range of his permission medallion increased, Xu Qing was able to deduce how deadly and brutal this event was. And it just went to confirm further that the immortal capital was trying to raise venomous bugs in a jar. The immortal capital recruited people for the event because they weren't interested in greenhouse flowers. They wanted apex predators. They wanted true chosen who had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood. The details of how the medallion range worked might be somewhat unfair, But if you looked at it from a different angle, it was very fair. Everyone started out exactly the same. How far you proceeded would depend on your own skill and ability. Either you lived or you died. Xu Qing licked his lips, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Now that he thought about it, this system actually made things interesting. At the very least, it made him feel a lot of pressure. This was not the revered ancient mainland. His master was not here to save him. He couldn't get help from Empress Summer departure. His eldest brother wasn't here to provide backup. Though he had the clay fox around, the fifth star ring repelled gods, so the fox was dormant. I have to rely on myself and myself alone. I will have to face all the consequences of my decisions. His vigilance had reached the highest level possible. Narrowing his eyes, he cleared his thoughts and proceeded forward at top speed. At the same time, he took some time to assess and organize everything he had acquired thanks to the fight from earlier. For instance, there was the authority that came from the extreme 5 elements. In reality, my authority isn't limited to the 5 elements. I also have space and time. However, I need more insight and practice with the latter too. Then there's my authority of erasure, plus the Tao lineament from 6 thieves deceive life. If you tally everything precisely, I actually have 9 types of authority. Going forward, I need to focus my cultivation on the 5 elements authority, while also contemplating space and time. Plus, I need to work on producing my 8th extreme. In terms of other ways he had benefited from the fight, the augmentation to his medallion counted as the 2nd. As for the 3rd, it was the Ring of Holding. Now that the primary owner was dead, the branding mark on the ring was gone. As Xu Qing scanned the ring with divine will, he was able to see the contents very clearly. It went without saying that anyone who could become an imperial sovereign in the 5th star ring would have ample resources. The spirit mine guardian he had killed had been stationed at that mine for a long time, and thus kept his possessions with him. As for this 2nd individual Xu Qing had killed, anyone who had intentionally activated and absorbed a permission medallion would be fully aware of the bloodshed they were in for. Such people would either be extremely confident, or they were the type who had no choice other than to throw caution to the wind. As for the former, it would be difficult to predict what they would carry around with them. But the latter would definitely keep all their most valuable things with them at all times. That was exactly the case with this Ring of Holding. It contained masses of spirit stones and immortal jade. However, there was only one treasure inside. It was a geomantic compass that was in really bad shape. It had clearly been severely damaged and not yet repaired. There were some medicinal pills, though. Obviously, this city magistrate had focused a lot on stockpiling pills. There were many, many types. When Xu Qing attacked, he had used his authority to lock down space. Plus, the fight had been very fast-paced. Because of that, though the man had managed to take out a few pills and use them, none of them had played a significant role in the battle. Xu Qing scanned the pills to identify them, then put the ring away and shot through the sky as fast as possible. In that manner, time passed. 5 vortex days went by. Perhaps because he was in such a remote place in the south, or perhaps because of the speed he maintained, he didn't run into any dangerous situations. In fact, he didn't encounter any people at all. The sense of impending danger he had felt earlier had eased a bit. Eventually, as night was about to fall, and a new vortex was about to form in the aurora, he stopped on a remote mountain to quickly hew out a cave. Once inside, he settled down cross-legged. Darkness fell outside, and it was pitch black inside the cave. There he sat in the darkness, surrounded by silence. As he became part of the gloom, he hid his aura and worked on cultivation. He was seeking enlightenment of his Tao and probing his path forward. Darkness came and went outside. Vortexes appeared one after another in the aurora. 7 vortex days passed. Xu Qing opened his eyes within the gloom of the cave. It was as quiet as ever. The darkness was like an old friend. "It's like back when I was a kid." Xu Qing looked around and sighed softly. Truth be told, Xu Qing knew exactly what it was like to be completely alone and surrounded by danger. Back when he was young, he had lived every day with that feeling. From the time he left Peerless City until he became an apprentice of Master Seventh, he had licked blood from his blade like an assassin and had always preferred to stay out of sight. Back then, he would always walk in the shadows when possible. The shadows offered protection. When he was part of them, he became darkness and gloom, and he could stay hidden. It was the same now, too. Eventually, Sergeant Thunder became part of his life, giving him the familial love he had missed for so long. His eldest brother had brought brightness to his life. Master Seventh took him as an apprentice and protected him, helping him to understand what it meant to have an elder watching out for you. Linger had helped him to feel relaxed inside. With Plumdark around, he had been stricken with feelings he couldn't identify, perhaps nervousness, perhaps something else. In Sealing County, Palace Lord Kong taught him what it meant to be a sword sage. The Empress showed him that even gods could have human nature. And Grand Emperor Swordsage showed him that it was possible for a person to live a life that would always be remembered. That had all been part of the process of growing up for him. He had experienced many things and had truly lived life to the full. Those things were part of him. They couldn't be taken away. They had made him who he was now. After all those experiences, now here he was in the unfamiliar 5th star ring, all alone, surrounded by danger. This is just another of my experiences. He found himself subconsciously patting his clothing to try to find his iron skewer. It wasn't there. Little Shadow seemed to sense his emotions and sent out some fluctuations to remind him it was there. The god Vine sent a little branch snaking out to caress his face. The trip through the primeval sea had severely damaged the pagoda, and the god Vine as well. It hadn't fully recovered yet. The actions of the shadow and the vine brought a smile to Xu Qing's face, and with that, he closed his eyes and prepared to continue working on his cultivation. But then his eyes snapped open, and he turned to look toward the south. His expression was one of complete vigilance. He had just sensed another medallion within the range of his senses, located roughly in the same direction he was looking. At first, it had seemed that the person was just passing by, but then he sensed them change direction and start moving toward him. This person has the same range as me. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light. Many thoughts were running through his head. I can't run. If I do, they'll realize I noticed them and have the same range. If I did that, I would be making a gamble. I'd be gambling on whether or not they chased me. And if they did chase me, it would mean that we would have to fight eventually. Doing that would be too passive. Instead, I'll pretend that I don't notice them. In the time it takes them to get here, I'll make preparations. That way, I can create the most ideal field of battle for myself. That's definitely the best option. Heart filling with determination, Xu Qing waved his hand to produce 49 taboo formations, which he had acquired from Ling Feng, the spirit mine guardian. He had already studied them a bit and knew how to use them. In addition, he had little shadows spread out into the area and go into hiding. Next, he made certain other preparations. He enhanced the power of the land and made sure there was plenty of vegetation in the area. He also took out a stick of incense, put it in front of him, and lit it. Finally, after making all of his preparations, he put the crystalline treasure tree in front of him and activated it so that its aura began to spread out. Before long, an exact copy of Xu Qing appeared in the crystalline treasure tree. Even its aura was exactly like his own. Sit down cross-legged, Xu Qing said calmly. The figure nodded and sat down cross-legged. Then Xu Qing sank down into the ground, making sure to stay fairly close to the figure in the tree. That way, anyone following the location of his medallion would come right to this spot, and his real aura would overlap with that of the figure in the tree. Having accomplished all those things, Xu Qing sat waiting, killing intent building in his eyes. I'm not 100% sure what the author intended this line to mean, but it makes me think back to Chapter 1 and the subsequent couple chapters in which Xu Qing was living in a small cave, and he had to stay inside during the night to stay alive. 2. Here are a couple early chapters that mentioned how Xu Qing liked to stick to the shadows. Chapter 10, 54, 56. There are more than that, of course. Those are just the ones I pulled up first. Chapter 1106. Shyster v. Shyster. About 450,000 kilometers away from Xu Qing and his cave, a young man in a bright yellow robe was flying through the sky underneath the crimson aurora. He was moving with such incredible speed that it wasn't possible to track him with the naked eye. He was clearly heading right toward Xu Qing. His cultivation base was very close to the mid-imperial sovereign level, but he contained all of his power so that it didn't go farther than 300 meters away from him. And as he sped along, his power built up to greater heights within that area. He had plain facial features, as well as a faint birthmark on the right side of his face, which gave him a bizarre and gruish appearance. The crafty look in his eyes made it clear that he wasn't a simpleton. Not moving at all. How interesting. It's possible this guy didn't notice me. Maybe he just activated his permission medallion. Either that, or he's trying to be clever and has set up some kind of trap. Of course, the third possibility is that he's just really confident. As the young man considered the possibilities, he sped onward, not slowing down a bit. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of traps. And if it's the third possibility, well, I still have options to work with. The young man lifted his hand to produce a special dimensional ring of holding that he himself had crafted. It was one of a pair. He threw it down. Beneath him was a swamp. The ring fell down and immediately sank into the swamp. His action seemed casual and even random, and he didn't waste any time doing it. An instant later, and he had sped past, leaving that location behind. Normally speaking, a ring of holding would have a dimensional holding space inside, with the body of the ring serving as the gateway leading inside. And most of the time, there was only one gateway leading into a holding dimension. But this young man had created two. That second gate was a secret that no one else knew about. In fact, anyone who had learned the secret had ended up being killed by him. As the young man sped along, his killing intent grew stronger. Time itself seemed to sense the killing intent and the anxiety and flew past. He got closer and closer to Xu Qing. 350,000 kilometers, 250,000, 150,000. Soon he was 50,000 kilometers away. At that point, the young man, who had already been going incredibly fast, suddenly accelerated. He had decided that, regardless of which possibility in his analysis was correct, he would proceed according to plan. And that plan had been to get within 50,000 kilometers, which was the range of a newly activated permission medallion. And at that point, he would move with such incredible speed that his opponent wouldn't have any chance to react. The sky above Xu Qing's cave trembled. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and blue light suddenly filled the area. It was so bright that it supplanted the light of the red aurora. And then a gigantic stone hammer appeared out of nowhere. It was simple and unadorned, and pulsed with a great ancientness, as if it had been around for an extremely long time. The moment it appeared, there was no delay at all. It instantly smashed down onto the mountain. Heaven and earth shook violently as a blue shockwave rolled out in all directions, smashing everything it hit. The hammer was not corporeal. When it smashed down, it actually passed through the mountain itself and into the cave, right toward the head of Xu Qing, who sat there looking up. It moved with shocking speed and came with devastating momentum. In the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint, and without giving Xu Qing the slightest chance to react, it smashed down. And then, even as the hammer fell, the young man with the birthmark followed with terrifying speed. His killing intent roiled out with shocking ferocity. At that moment of danger, Xu Qing's expression flickered, and he quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, the surrounding spell formations activated. 49 taboo formations flared to life, as well as hundreds of thousands of other formations, creating innumerable threads of light that became a closed fist. It shot upward to meet the hammer. The impact shook everything in the area. The mountain was incinerated into ash. The surrounding lands were instantly turned into rubble. Even the air rippled and distorted as spatial rifts were ripped open. The fist of hundreds of thousands of formations ultimately proved too weak, and it shattered. However, thanks to the power of the taboo formations, and of the explosion itself. The hammer was blocked, and it even moved backward a bit. Unfortunately, the force of the blow was still difficult for Xu Qing to deal with. His face was pale, and he was shaking from head to toe. Clearly, he was unable to deal with this level of attack as he took advantage of the moment to flee. Before he could, the young man behind the hammer looked over, and a Dao lineament stirred in his eye as he waved a hand. In the blink of an eye, a massive wind kicked up. His authority was that of wind. A heavenly gale descended, becoming a huge tempest that whipped about everywhere, locking down the entire area. Xu Qing's path of escape was blocked. Within the tempest could be heard countless howling sounds, as if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses were in it, charging right toward Xu Qing. Up above, the young man with the birthmark seethed with killing intent as he shot in Xu Qing's direction. Madness burned in Xu Qing's eyes now that he couldn't flee. Throwing caution to the wind, he waved his hand. The authority of erasure erupted, clashing with the authority of wind. Next, Xu Qing rose up into the air, performing incantation gestures one after another to release magical techniques and divine abilities. He and the young man instantly started fighting. Booms rang out constantly. Xu Qing seemed to be going completely mad. He appeared to be desperate and was putting everything on the line, hardly even paying attention to his own safety as he tried to push his opponent backward. It took only a short moment for deafening booms to fill the air. Unfortunately, there was a clear disparity. After only about 10 breaths of time, Xu Qing shivered as the young man's palm clamped down onto the top of his head. Without giving Xu Qing any chance to do anything, and without even saying a word, the young man viciously clamped his hand down. A pop rang out as Xu Qing's head exploded. The moment it happened, Xu Qing unhesitatingly self-detonated, blocking his opponent and sending his soul fleeing off into the distance. Rumbling booms again echoed out. The power of the self-detonation created a terrifying vortex, and yet the young man with the birthmark just laughed coldly. Astonishingly, the aura of another Dao lineament surged within him, creating a sea of flames. He had 2 types of authority. One was wind, the other was fire. This young man fought in a completely different way than the spirit mind guardian or the man from the city earlier. He led with his authority and his trump cards. The sea of flames raged, completely devouring the vortex created by the self-detonation. It seemed it was only going to take a moment to resolve the entire situation. The fire merged with the wind, then swelled outward to block the path of Xu Qing's fleeing soul, then destroy it. But then, down underground, the real Xu Qing opened his eyes. The figure from the crystalline treasure tree looked exactly like him, even down to the aura. It could even produce a soul. Although it was fake, it would be hard for anyone to notice the difference, especially in a short time. After getting his opponent to use his authority of fire, he created a big opening. Xu Qing's eyes flashed with cold light. The authority of the 5 elements erupted. The lands that had been reduced to ashes churned, and the power of the lands converged. Land-shaking, mountain-rocking force surged. The soil became like a sea, whipped up by the wind to crush the young man's fire authority. And then, Xu Qing's 5 elements flame appeared in the sky, spreading out like heavenly fire. Countless streams of water vapor formed, and within each one was an image of Xu Qing. The power of wood swirled as innumerable wooden sword sheaths filled the area. Inside of each sheath was the power of metal. 5 elements' authorities were on full display, deadly and terrifying. But Xu Qing still wasn't content. Without any hesitation, he burned the life essence incense. Incense smoke swirled up, filling with the power to burn life. As the 5 elements' authority raged, Xu Qing decisively emerged from the ground. Moving with stone-shattering momentum, he hefted the emperor's sword and shot toward the young man with the birthmark. All of this takes some time to describe, but happened in the twinkling of an eye. Xu Qing sent out a thought to Little Shadow, who sent pure darkness spreading out, all while taking control of all the shadows cast by the aurora. This was the deadly trap Xu Qing had laid. The young man with the birthmark reacted with visible shock. Falling back, he sent his authorities of wind and fire out, all while calling on some of his magical treasures. He also used some divine abilities to try to escape. Clearly, he was too slow. Though he had deduced that this whole thing could be a trap, he didn't realize that the projection from the crystalline treasure tree was fake, and that had determined how everything turned out. The 5 elements were raging. The land bolstered the body, the sea of flames eradicated magic, the shine of metal hastened the soul, the power of wood ended life, water vapor was deadly, the shadow entrapped, one sword destroyed. A boom rang out far and wide. The young man exploded, becoming a cloud of gore plus a ring of holding. The fight was over. Little Shadow seemed extremely excited and sent out a lot of emotional fluctuations. It then rushed over to grab up the chunks of flesh and the ring and bring them to Xu Qing. Except Xu Qing's face had turned grim. With the wave of his hand, he stopped Little Shadow from reaching the chunks of flesh and the ring. Little Shadow was stunned. Xu Qing's eyes were glittering coldly, the reason being that he had not sensed his opponent's authority rushing toward him, nor had he detected any change to his permission medallion. His opponent wasn't actually dead. His senses were telling him that the other medallion was so close it was almost overlapping with him. Because of that, he wasn't able to assess his opponent very accurately. To do so, he would have to go some distance away. As that thought ran through his head, he suddenly waved his hand. All of a sudden, ripples flowed as the surroundings became a surface of water. Heaven and earth became a well. It was none other than fishing the moon in the well. Xu Qing had acted with incredible decisiveness to use fishing the moon in the well on the surroundings. His decisive reaction brought results. The instant he used the technique, reflections appeared. On the surface of the water, it was now possible to see the magical techniques and authorities that Xu Qing had used moments ago. They were the reflections Xu Qing had selected. In addition, in the location where the ring of holding and the chunks of flesh were, it was possible to see the reflections of the various magical techniques, as well as the authorities of wind and fire. It was even possible to see the items in the ring of holding's dimension. That was when Xu Qing saw something very unusual. The ring of holding had 2 gateways. What was more, he was astonished to find that there was a shadowy figure stuck up against the wall of the ring of holding's dimensional space. Or had it been stuck there by someone? As Xu Qing studied it, he realized there was only one word that could properly describe it. It was glued to the wall. The shadowy figure looked like it was glued on the wall of the dimensional space, in a clever way that would make it almost impossible to ever see. Moments before, it had been moving. Because fishing the moon in the well caused all things to go still, it was being affected. However, because it had the power of an imperial sovereign, it wasn't rendered completely motionless and was still moving very slowly. The scene caused Xu Qing's gaze to harden. It only took a moment to deduce that he was looking at his opponent's true form. What he had killed was only a clone. His opponent had not noticed that the projection from the crystalline treasure tree was fake. But Xu Qing had also failed to realize that he wasn't fighting his opponent's true form. Both of them had used similar methods to try to deceive the other. As for the enemy's true form, it was very close by, and was thus able to use the overlapping effects of the permission medallions to hide. Beyond that, he had glued himself to the wall of the ring of holding's dimensional space, making it even more difficult to detect him. Because of that method, he was almost part of the wall within the ring. To some extent, he was in between the illusory and the corporeal. An outside force would have a hard time affecting him. Xu Qing had no idea how he was able to do this, but right now wasn't the time to sit around contemplating it. Without any hesitation, he once again unleashed the previous magical techniques within the confines of fishing the moon in the well. I don't care if you are hiding. I can still hurt you in your hiding place. Fishing the moon in the well was fundamentally a spatial manipulation magic. Maybe he was glued to the wall. Maybe he was really part of it. But the power of fishing the moon in the well could still affect him. Xu Qing's magical techniques and authorities erupted within fishing the moon in the well. This time, his target was that shadowy figure. In the blink of an eye, everything exploded. Over 450,000 kilometers away in the swamp, the other ring of holding the young man had thrown down suddenly flashed. A figure appeared within it. It was the same young man with the birthmark. This time, his face was very pale. After emerging, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, then looked back in Xu Qing's direction. His expression was very serious. He had the authorities of wind and fire. 2 authorities made him chosen, but he wasn't satisfied with that. Unfortunately, his aptitude made it impossible for him to form a 3rd type of authority. Therefore, he had found a new way. Using a unique item with a rare spatial function, plus the power of his flame authority to temper it, he added some immortal serum. The serum would remain inside until he needed it. Then he could use his wind authority to scatter the immortal serum. As a result, the serum would harden a bit and turn into something like a glue. After developing this technique, he would use it in dangerous fights. He could take his true form and glue it onto the wall of the dimensional space in his ring of holding. As a result, he actually became part of the dimension. It was a great concealment method, and oftentimes an opponent would think they had killed him, then pick up his ring of holding afterward, only for him to jump out and surprise them. It had always worked. Unfortunately, in the Immortal Capital's trial of the hunt, anyone who died would have their permission medallion absorbed by the person who killed them. That created a bit of a flaw in his technique. The damned rules of the trial of the hunt messed everything up. However, it's surprising that this guy figured out everything so fast and thus prevented me from launching my sneak attack. He's no one to take lightly, and he even figured out a way to injure my true form. And then there's his authority. The young man's eyes narrowed. The fact that he laid such a careful trap shows that he's clever, and his authority makes it clear he has aptitude. He acts decisively as well. All of that indicates that this guy is an uncharacteristically extraordinary chosen. I bet he was hiding his true cultivation base level. Heart pounding with lingering fear, he decided to just leave. It wasn't worth it to get involved in a life-or-death struggle with a person like this in the 2nd round. Besides, having been injured, he wasn't in top shape now. He needed to find a place to treat his injuries. I need to make sure he's not following me. The young man sighed and turned to leave. However, that was when his expression flickered and he took out a messaging device. After looking at it, his eyes flashed. After some thought, he sent a response. I just ran into a guy that matches that description. He could be the one you want. Chapter 1107. Sticky Rain Seals Heaven and Earth. Meanwhile, back where the battle had been fought, the lands were devastated. The mountain had been destroyed, and everything else in the area had been flattened. The fluctuations of lingering magical techniques rolled out everywhere. Xu Qing hovered in midair, his expression fierce as he looked off into the distance. Wind and fire, this guy's authorities are. This is my first time in the 5th star ring encountering someone with 2 authorities. This guy is obviously a chosen cultivator. That's especially true considering his crafty techniques. He's obviously a clever, formidable opponent. When Xu Qing thought about how his opponent had hidden himself by pasting his true form to the wall of his dimensional space, Xu Qing had to admit that it was impressive. I wonder how exactly he pulled that off. Maybe he was using a treasure with spatial abilities. If it weren't for the functionality of the permission medallion, I might not have realized what was going on, at least not at first. Xu Qing's guard went up further. He had believed himself to be acting very cautiously, only to realize that he had been careless. Next time I kill an enemy and take their holding item, I need to pay closer attention. Mind racing, he collected the incense and the tree. The incense had gone out when the clone died, but there was still more left that could be used. As for the tree, it had sustained some damage when self-detonating, and Xu Qing wasn't sure how to fix it. I can probably get it to self-detonate one more time. After collecting the 49 taboo formations, beast hide, and the other items, he prepared to leave. It didn't seem likely that the person he had just fought would flee only to return shortly after. This fellow was obviously smart. Considering the second round of the trial of the hunt had just begun, it didn't seem like a good move to target an opponent who you knew wasn't weak. Now was the time to conserve strength and avoid getting badly hurt. The only exceptions would be a situation in which fleeing wasn't possible, or you had a grudge to settle. Xu Qing was thinking that if he were in this person's shoes, he definitely wouldn't try to keep on fighting. However, just as he was about to burst into motion, he stopped in place. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He's coming back. He had just noticed the blip of a star appear within the range of his permission medallion, about 500,000 kilometers away. Contrary to what Xu Qing had assumed, this person wasn't leaving. Instead, he was moving at top speed toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing frowned slightly. Something about the situation seemed unusual. Only a moment later, though, his eyes flashed with cold light and killing intent rose in his heart. Since he's coming back, then this fight should be fought to the end. Xu Qing burst into motion, not toward his incoming opponent, but rather in the opposite direction. The formations he had set up in the area had all been used. This was not the ideal location for a fight. Therefore, Xu Qing shot through the air toward a towering peak covered in vegetation. It was so high, its summit was surrounded by clouds. Xu Qing landed on the top of the mountain and stood there waiting. It seemed strange for his opponent to do this, and therefore, Xu Qing wasn't going to do anything impulsive. He also didn't want to fall into any traps. And the best way to avoid fighting on his opponent's terms was to pick a location that he knew his opponent hadn't been to. This mountain provided a clear view of the surroundings, and the misty surroundings would make a great place to fight. Xu Qing didn't waste any time. He waved his hand to send out his 5 elements authorities. Fire went into the sky, water went into the clouds, earth went into the mountain itself, metal went into his own body, wood filled the surrounding vegetation. This time, Xu Qing didn't have to wait for long. The young man with the birthmark could tell what Xu Qing was doing, and he took advantage of even teleportations to approach as quickly as possible. With terrifying speed, he crossed over 500,000 kilometers, and since Xu Qing wasn't moving, it took only a moment for him to appear on the horizon. As the aurora sent crimson light shining down, the sound of a thunderstorm rumbled. Next, Xu Qing saw that, in addition to the red from the aurora, there were 5 other colors. Black, green, yellow, blue, violet. The 5 colors came from 5 enormous flags, each of them several hundred meters long. They spread through the sky, and as they passed along, they gathered all other colors and cut them off. Those 5 colors became everything. A majestic might erupted from within them, which focused primarily on the power of the 5 elements. After the fight earlier, Xu Qing had learned a lot about his opponent, but the opposite was true. His opponent had learned about him. Therefore, the first thing he was trying to do was lock down Xu Qing's 5 elements. The moment Xu Qing spotted the 5-colored flags, a 5-colored light swept out, and the flags were right at the top of the mountain. 5 colors erupted, scattering the 5 elements' power and covering the summit of the mountain. From a distance, it looked like a 5-colored tempest. Deafening booms rumbled out everywhere. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent as he waved his hand, unleashing the 5 elements' preparations he had made. Water flowed from the clouds. Wood erupted from the vegetation. Fire fell from the sky. Earth exploded from the mountain. As Xu Qing's killing will spread, the 5 elements reacted accordingly. These 5-colored flags were extraordinary, and the 5-colored tempest could disrupt the 5 elements' power in the area. However, they couldn't touch the 5 elements that belonged to Xu Qing. That was because Xu Qing's 5 elements came from his 5 yin organs and did not come from the natural and magical laws of the surrounding world. An instant later, the rumbling sounds grew even louder. Xu Qing's 5 elements authorities fought against the 5-colored tempest, and they clearly had the upper hand. The 5 colors began to fade. Clearly, it wouldn't take very long for Xu Qing to crush them. But this time, Xu Qing was up against an extraordinary opponent. After summoning the 5-colored tempest, The young man didn't close in and start fighting close quarters. He stayed on the edge of the battlefield, a cold smile on his face. He waved his finger, all while reciting a Tao chant under his breath. Heaven serves as the world, air serves as the backdrop. 5 colors add embellishment, all magics in one image. As he waved his finger, the 5 flags that were struggling against Xu Qing's 5 elements authorities suddenly shivered. And then, all of them exploded. A 5-colored self-detonation ripped out in all directions. As a result, the 5 colors mixed with each other. From a distance, it looked like the 5-colored light became a physical substance, as if it was paint that mixed together and then scattered in the air. It turned into a 5-colored canvas, and Xu Qing was right in the middle of the canvas. As for the painter, it was the wind. The wind was also performing a sealing. That sealing had been concealed within the 5 colors, and as soon as it erupted, it locked down the 5 elements. I'll help you to understand that although the 5 elements are formidable, the wind is stronger. When the great wind strikes up, it scatters earth, dissipates water, withers wood, grinds metal, and puts out fire. Seal, 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 seal. The young man's hands flashed in 5 double-handed incantation gestures, after each of which he waved his finger. The 5-colored paint became more chaotic, and as the colors mixed with Xu Qing in the middle, they formed a sealing mark. It was a sealing mark, not just focused on withering and grinding away, but on isolation. It isolated Xu Qing's 5 yin organs, and thus isolated Xu Qing's 5 elements. For the first time in the fight, Xu Qing looked surprised. This guy's authority has been developed to a very high level, except I used the Tao of space earlier. There's no way he doesn't realize that what he's doing is basically pointless, right? Xu Qing waved his hand thoughtfully. Yet again, fishing the moon in the well appeared. Everything was reflected within the water. But this time, what Xu Qing planned to fish out of the water wasn't his opponent, but himself. As the magic of fishing the moon in the well erupted, Xu Qing fished out the 5-colored sealing mark. Now he was outside of the canvas, outside of the 5 colors, and outside of the mountain. The moment he appeared, the canopy of heaven rumbled. Blue light spread out as a massive hammer appeared and viciously swung down toward Xu Qing. The emperor's sword appeared in his hand. The lands quaked. The mountain shattered. Earth power surged. The first sword move was Earth Treasury. It slashed the hammer. Heaven and earth distorted. The air blurred. A deafening sound rang out. The earth-powered sword shot up, and the hammer vibrated. Cracks spread out all over it, and then it was sent spinning off to the side. At the same time, the backlash caused Earth Treasury to dissipate, turning once more into Earth energy that dissipated. Xu Qing burst into motion, toward the young man with the birthmark. When the young man saw that both of his tactics had been vanquished by Xu Qing, his pupils constricted. Now more than ever he was convinced that his previous supposition had been correct. Shooting backward with eyes narrowed, he waved a hand to throw something out in front of him. It looked like a ball of clay, and it seemed to contain some sort of spatial power. As it flew through the air, it left behind ripples in its wake. Then, the young man exercised a thought, and authority erupted in the space between himself and Xu Qing. It started with the authority of fire, which landed on the item streaking through the air. That item was obviously sensitive to fire, as it immediately started to melt, all while emanating an explosive power. A boom rang out, and then something like rainwater started falling from the sky. However, this rain was sticky. As it fell, the young man's second type of authority was unleashed. A great wind blew. As the wind blew on the sticky rain, it started to dry and solidify, turning into glue. In all directions, everything that the rain touched began to harden. It was another type of sealing. Using the glue he had created, he was sealing heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Xu Qing understood how his opponent had pasted himself onto the wall of his spatial dimension. Just as he had guessed, his opponent was using a special item. However, there was something else that he hadn't thought of, and that was how his opponent was using the item. He's combining two types of authority, with that object to create the effect of a third type of authority. This guy is really a genius. Xu Qing took a deep breath as this thought occurred to him. This fight was proving to be deeply meaningful to him. It was giving him a lot of inspiration. If I added that to my 5 elements, there would be even more variations possible. That said, now wasn't the time to think deeply about the subject. What was more, everything that had happened in this fight up to this point had revealed a very important thing. He doesn't want to fight me directly, and he doesn't want to get hurt. He's hopping to hem me in and seal me. Everything he's been doing falls in line with that strategy, and to achieve that end, he's even gone so far as to reveal some of his secrets. This points to one thing: he's trying to buy time. This realization caused a sensation of intense danger to rise up in Xu Qing. He has someone helping him, and they're on the way, and they're much stronger than him. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light. If things keep going as they are, it's going to be hard to end this fight. In that case, I can't hold back my sword energy. I need to end this fight right away. Meanwhile, a good distance away from the battlefield, someone was shooting through the sky at top speed, even using teleportation magics in the process. This person had a terrifying aura. He was the very same red-haired young man who had appeared not too long ago at the spirit mine. He had the cultivation base fluctuations of a late imperial sovereign. You destroyed my clan's spirit mine and killed the guardian. Your actions made me lose that fight. And you even stole the immortal capital permission medallion that Ling Feng had prepared as a gift for me. I'm very curious to see how you got the outrageous gall to do things like that. Chapter 1108, Abandoning Skin. In the 5th star ring, near the border separating the south and the west, the crimson aurora shone above as sticky rain fell in all directions. A great wind blew, removing even more moisture from the rain, turning it into a glue that had immense sealing power. In fact, in some areas on the fringe, it had turned into a solid gel. Not even the air could escape the effects. It was as if the space in this entire area was being solidified by the glue. It was astonishingly mighty and terrifyingly deadly. Xu Qing was right in the middle of it all. He was covered in the sticky rain, which formed fluidic strands connecting him to the land, the air, and everything else in the area. It was completely stuck even to his skin. Everything was rapidly turning into a thick gel, and the effects were only speeding up. If he couldn't free himself soon, and the wind dried everything up, he would be like an object encased in amber. Escape would be completely impossible. But Xu Qing didn't seem anxious. He had a way to deal with this glue magic. Because of that, he was focused on analyzing, not the fighting, but rather factors beyond the field of battle, including the inner state of the young man that was his opponent. Although such things might seem like they weren't relevant to the actual fighting, the reality was that they were key to everything. Normally speaking, this person shouldn't be going for broke this early in the trial of the hunt. After all, the 2nd round had just started, and fighting like this right now wouldn't be worth it. If you ended up seriously injured, then you would be in great danger. Later on, there would surely be even more dangerous situations to deal with. What was more, Xu Qing only had a total of 2 medallions, which wouldn't be worth the effort this young man was putting forth. Given this person's battle prowess, there had to be other targets that would be easier to deal with. Risking one's life in such a silly way wasn't something an intelligent person would do. There's definitely something fishy going on. With such thoughts going through his head, Xu Qing looked at the distant horizon. Everything seemed to be confirming his speculations. A feeling of determination grew within him. As the wind blew and the glue hardened, the sealing effects were locking down everything in the area. I can't worry too much about the details. Even if I get injured in the process, I need to end this fight quickly. Eyes flashing with a mysterious light, he exercised a thought, and the blood in his body suddenly started racing much more quickly through him. A tremor passed through him as he shockingly forced all of his blood out through his pores. It poured out without cease, turning into a blood mist that surrounded him. The blood spread, providing moisture to heaven and earth. This was a technique he had picked up from the city magistrate he killed earlier. He drew out his own blood, infused it with his will, and sent it out to slow down the hardening effect caused by the wind. As a result, the moisture the rain had lost was returned. At the same time, the sticky rain turned crimson. What was more, the wind couldn't blow as freely. This magic that turned rain into glue was definitely unusual and shockingly mighty, but it had a weakness. Specifically, the stickiness could only be unleashed when the wind dried it out. The young man was obviously aware of that weakness, which was why he rarely used this technique in direct attacks. Normally speaking, he would unleash it from a hiding spot to catch someone off guard, and then swoop in to kill them before they recovered. What was more, he wasn't using it right now in the hopes of killing his opponent. He was just trying to buy time. When he realized that Xu Qing had already identified the weakness of the technique, the young man scowled. That said, he wasn't very surprised. He had realized much earlier that this enemy was very intelligent and reacted quickly. He was definitely a formidable opponent. He hadn't really intended for his glue magic to simply seal this person. Though he regretted that his opponent reacted so quickly, he didn't hesitate to fall back and simultaneously performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Without a second thought, he drew deeply on his cultivation base to bolster his wind authority to try to counter what Xu Qing was doing. One was using the wind to dry things out, the other was adding the moisture back. As long as one could identify the most salient aspect of the situation, it was possible to force a state of balance. Though the young man hadn't completely succeeded at sealing the area, he had at least slowed down his opponent and bought some time. Besides, the glue covering his opponent, though it had been prevented from hardening by the moisture in the blood mist, was still sticky. The limitations it enforced were continuing. The young man's reactions went to show how skilled and talented he was. He was really top-notch. After all, it was completely proper to say that his strategy was working exactly as intended. What was more, his technique also accounted for Xu Qing's fishing the moon in the well, although he had bypassed that necessity by starting out with his 5-colored painting, which drained Xu Qing's spatial magic. He was fully aware that spatial magics like those used by Xu Qing could most likely be used multiple times in a row. And either way, draining his opponent was the best thing to do. Using his glue on everything in the area, even the space, would also do a lot to prevent his opponent from using his spatial magics. If he finds another weakness, then I don't think I can keep fighting. Besides, I already sent the location information to the relevant party. If he takes too long to get here, that's not my fault. With such thoughts on his mind, the young man bolstered the wind again, all while sending out his authority of fire. Simultaneously, he backed up and started getting ready with his next move. Unfortunately, something happened then that was not only incredibly shocking, but also was something he hadn't predicted. The countless strands of glue connected to Xu Qing suddenly started whipping back and forth and emanating a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword energy. That sword energy came from the Emperor's sword. The energy wasn't severing the strands of glue. Thanks to the young man continuously bolstering his own magic, the Emperor's sword actually couldn't do that. Instead, the might of the sword was building up inside of Xu Qing. He was severing his own skin. In the blink of an eye, the incisive power of the Emperor's sword savagely sliced back and forth within his own skin. It was separating his own muscles from his skin. A blinding sword nimbus erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing's body was seemingly split into 2 parts. A gaping wound opened up, starting at the top of his head, slicing down through his face, chest, and the rest of his body. His skin was being opened like a garment. Astonishingly, a skinless figure made only of bloody flesh shot out into the open. It moved at top speed. Before any of the strands of glue could latch onto it, it took advantage of its freedom to unleash a spatial manipulation magic. An instant later, Xu Qing had teleported away. The young man with the birthmark watched this happen, and his pupils constricted rapidly, and his heart started pounding with alarm. He had encountered vicious people before, but never before had he seen this level of ferocity. This person abandoned his own skin to escape. The young man shot back at top speed, an intense sensation of deadly crisis filling him. He knew that his opponent definitely wasn't paying this extremely heavy price just to make an escape. Sadly for him, his realization and his fast retreat were both too slow. The moment Xu Qing was free, he unleashed his Tao of space. A grid appeared, spreading out in layers and turning into a sealing power that crushed down onto the young man. An ancient sundial also manifested behind Xu Qing, its gnomon spinning as his Tao of time appeared. This was the power to freeze time. He used space to cut off the path of retreat. He used time to subdue the timescape. As a result, the young man lurched to a halt in midair. His body stopped moving. His soul stopped moving. Space was locked down. Time was frozen. And then, the sword energy came out. This was the second of the 5 streams of sword energy that Grandpa Ninth had given to Xu Qing. When it exploded out, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Winds screamed. Sword energy slashed toward the young man. This young man was an extraordinary opponent. It was a moment of crisis, and despite the fact that both space and time had been locked down, he still was able to react. An aura of self-detonations suddenly built up around him. He was going to use the might of self-detonation to shake space and time and hopefully free himself. Xu Qing's spatial grid trembled. Cracks spread out across it. The sundial behind him shook violently and also started to crack. It was about to explode. After all, this opponent was very close to being a mid-imperial sovereign and had developed his authorities almost to their limit. At that critical moment, Xu Qing's eyes flashed with cold light. Despite the spatial vibrations and the cracks spreading out on the sundial, Xu Qing just focused on unleashing the sword energy. Sword energy swept forth. Light filled heaven and earth, and a thunderous rumbling drifted out. Then there was a bang, as the sword energy landed on the young man's forehead, pierced into his body, and destroyed everything it touched. He was killed in body and soul. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. In the blink of an eye, the range of Xu Qing's permission medallion was increased, reaching a level of 5 million. However, he had no time to study what was within range, as he suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His flesh was completely mangled. The injuries he had suffered were not insignificant. What had been difficult about this fight wasn't the actual fighting techniques, but rather ending it quickly. Despite his use of both space and time, his opponent had very nearly slipped free. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he didn't have the level of control he did over space and time. Even his sudden use of that sword energy might not have been successful. And if he had failed, then after his opponent got free, it was entirely possible he would have started fighting again. Xu Qing took a deep breath. Right now, he didn't have time to focus on healing up. He quickly took stock of the battlefield, all while suppressing the pain he felt from losing his skin, as well as the backlash from using his space and time abilities. He burst into motion. This fight shouldn't have been so desperate. As he sped along, Xu Qing thought regretfully about how things had played out. If his opponent hadn't been acting so suspiciously, Xu Qing wouldn't have been forced to pay this price to win. After all, he had needed to use his second stream of sword energy to gain a quick victory. Now he only had 3 such streams left. Grandpa Ninth's sword energy has limits. It can kill an early imperial sovereign, but it won't work so well against someone in the mid-imperial sovereign level. In order to speed up his recovery, Xu Qing focused on stimulating the violet crystal, all while consuming large amounts of medicinal pills. He worked on recovery all while speeding along at top speed and keeping his senses spread out in all directions. At the same time, he thought about everything that had happened so far in the 5th star ring. The 5th star ring was a unified place. In that respect, it was very different from the 9th star ring, which was where the revered ancient mainland was located. Based on the map Xu Qing had seen in the Devil Bird Holy Land, Xu Qing knew that there were different factions in the 9th star ring, all of them arrayed around the broken face. In contrast, the 5th star ring was united. The gods there had been conquered and outlawed. All species were able to practice cultivation. Everyone followed the lead of the cultivators, and there were many powerful experts. Xu Qing was currently in a remote location near the spot where the south met the west. Yet he had already run into multiple imperial sovereigns. That alone went to show how impressive the 5th star ring was. As far as Xu Qing was concerned, this posed both a challenge and a destined opportunity. It offered both extreme danger and good fortune. Since arriving in the 5th star ring, he had experienced multiple fights with very powerful experts. Each of them brought Xu Qing new enlightenment and understanding. It helped him learn more about the imperial sovereign level and also brought him deeper insights into his own Daos. During his fight with Ling Feng, the guardian of the spirit mine, he came to understand the strengths and weaknesses of his own Daos. He had learned about the scale of his cultivation base and also reminded him that his limits were often set by his own imagination. The grandeur of the 5 elements was variable and boundless. Next, he fought that city magistrate, which further confirmed what he had learned in the previous battle, and also enabled him to realize that his personal Daos could be turned into authority. And then there was his fight today with this young man. Because of this fight, Xu Qing saw what it was possible to do by developing authority to a higher level. The results could be truly majestic. In the hands of this opponent, wind authority alone was enough to shake all of his 5 elements. What was more, 2 authorities could be combined and augmented with an outside object to create an effect like that of a 3rd authority. There was no way Xu Qing couldn't feel shaken by all that. Normally speaking, he would have been happy for that fight to go on for longer. It would definitely have provided further tempering and insights. Unfortunately, the way his opponent was acting indicated that danger was on the way. About an hour later, Xu Qing's intuition was proved correct. By means of the Immortal Capital Permission Medallion, he saw a flickering star appear within the range of his senses, some 5 million kilometers away. This particular star was far brighter than any of the others he had seen up to this point. The moment he saw it, his heart filled with an unprecedented sensation of deep crisis. What was more, this person had obviously locked onto his location and was speeding toward him rapidly. Chapter 1109, Ferry Pilot. Xu Qing felt a sharp, prickling sensation on his back, and it was growing stronger by the moment. His pupils constricted, and he was breathing heavily as the sensation of crisis grew explosively within him. Back when he activated the permission medallion, he had briefly glimpsed all of the other medallion holders in the southern region. They looked like densely packed stars. Though they differed in brightness, he had been able to glance over all of them. But the star he was seeing right now looked different than all the others. Though it was a mere symbol, it filled his heart with dread. And despite being so far away, it was so bright that it seemed blinding. This person is extremely strong, with a cultivation base that isn't even in mid-imperial sovereign. This person is probably a late imperial sovereign. The guy I just killed was waiting for this person to show up. Given all the conclusions he had reached up to this point, Xu Qing felt lingering trepidation. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't ended that fight so decisively by injuring himself and killing the young man with the birthmark. For one thing, the range of his medallion wouldn't have allowed him to detect this person 5 million kilometers away. And if he had been wrapped up in the fighting, that person would eventually have shown up, and he would have been dead. He wouldn't even have had a chance to flee. Right now, he was still badly wounded, but at the very least, he wasn't in a passive position. And he had options. Taking in a deep breath, he unhesitatingly started moving at top speed. He did everything in his power, even using teleportations, to move in the opposite direction as that blinding star. Given his current battle prowess, he could kill early imperial sovereigns. And with Grandpa Ninth's sword energy, he could even kill an early imperial sovereign in a short moment, though it would result in suffering injuries. But he wasn't sure if this stream of sword energy would be enough for him to defeat a mid-imperial sovereign. And there was little need to mention a terrifying late imperial sovereign. Besides, given his injuries, he wasn't in the position to be fighting. Unfortunately, even though Xu Qing was moving fast, his pursuer was faster. What was more, it was entirely possible that this person's medallion range surpassed 5 million kilometers. His opponent would be able to detect all of Xu Qing's movements, and Xu Qing could tell that this person was moving like a meteor. The distance between them was closing. A feeling of crisis filled every square inch of Xu Qing's flesh and blood. Even his soul and his will were filled with a tempest of danger. His blood, his bones, all parts of him were like independent entities screaming at him that he was in danger. I acted decisively, but in retrospect, I can see that I waited too long. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing and forced himself into a state of calm. He knew that moments of life or death weren't times to get flustered. Given my current speed, he'll catch up to me in half an incense stick of time. With my authority boosted, I could drag the fight out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, but no more. An incense stick's worth of time. Xu Qing summoned a mental image of the map he had bought and quickly focused on one spot. The God Blood River, the ferry pilots. The first time you cross the river, it costs 6 days of longevity, and you're guaranteed safety. Without a fragment of hesitation, Xu Qing shifted directions and shot toward the river. At the same time, his skinless hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. A cloud of blood appeared around him. It burst into flames. This blood-burning magic was something Xu Qing had learned from Ernyu, and it could significantly increase one's speed. The downside was that you ended up badly wounded. Given the danger of the situation, though, Xu Qing didn't hesitate to use it. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated, vanishing from the spot he had occupied almost as if he had teleported away. When he reappeared, he was 500,000 kilometers away. Unfortunately, although he was technically in the border region between the West and South, when you considered the entire southern region as a whole, he was still quite a distance away from the God Blood River. Without any hesitation, he coughed up more blood to make another blood mist. He shot away yet again. He did the same thing about 10 times in a row. In that manner, he traveled more than 5 million kilometers, the result being that his injuries worsened and he was incredibly weak. The upside was that he had managed to keep about 4 million kilometers between himself and his pursuer. To low-level cultivators, that was a distance that would take a long time to cover. But to powerful experts, it was almost nothing. He used the blood-burning technique several times, then called on his 5 elements magics, primarily water and fire, using their opposite nature to unleash explosive speed. Then he waved his hand, and the earth churned like the sea, causing huge sections of soil to rise up like walls blocking the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of such walls of earth. It was profoundly astonishing. Next came wind. Xu Qing didn't have the authority of wind, but his fight with the young man plus the pressure created by the current crisis led him to a sudden understanding. The fundamental properties of wood were similar to that of wind. Both were flexible and had many transformations, one. And thus, the power of wood raged and swirled. This was wood transformed into wind. Thanks to that, Xu Qing's speed was bolstered again. As he reached the limits of his fleshly body, heaven and earth rumbled with an astonishing sonic boom. Yet Xu Qing wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, it was obvious that his pursuer had realized what he was doing and was trying to speed up. As of now, the distance between the two of them was about 2,500,000 kilometers. Xu Qing could sense the baleful aura behind him, stinging his back. It was like a sun behind him, burning anything and everything. He felt great pressure because of his weakness. Eyes bloodshot, he used some spatial magic. An overlapping grid appeared in the sky. By using that magic, he achieved even more terrifying levels of speed. As he surpassed the limits of his fleshly body, cracks started spreading out over him. Xu Qing didn't care. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he once again moved 250,000 kilometers in something like a teleportation. Time magic surrounded him, locking down the passage of time around him. By doing that, he managed to keep his fleshly body whole and intact. Behind him, the power of fire that Xu Qing had buried in the walls of soil suddenly exploded. They turned into an obstructing force. Though the results were only partially effective, the tiny bit of time it bought was precious to Xu Qing. When every second counts, nothing can be held back. As Xu Qing pushed himself to his limits and beyond, he shot forward with astonishing speed until he finally caught a glimpse of a boundless river of blood on the horizon. It was such a mighty river it could span heaven itself. It was actually bigger than a sea. The smell of blood spread out strong in all directions. Around the time Xu Qing spotted the river, he became so weak that he couldn't even see clearly. But he still managed to spot a location on the shore where a black ferry boat rested. It looked like an ordinary little boat, and there was a person seated next to it. The person wore a woven rush raincoat and a wide, conical hat. He had a pipe in his hand, which was currently sending smoke curling up into the air. Xu Qing had no idea what the ferry pilots and their boats looked like. The information in the map hadn't provided a detailed description. All he knew was that there was only one spot along the river where you could board a ferry boat. He had no time to sit around wondering if this was really a ferry pilot. As soon as he saw the boat, he used the last bit of blood-burning magic he had to shoot forward. An instant later, he was right above the boat, too. At the exact same time, the sensation of danger within him reached an explosive level. A terrifying force swept through the sky, and a figure radiating endless fire appeared off in the distance, racing toward him. He was leveling a fist, strike right at Xu Qing. The Grand Emperor's shield appeared. The Grand Emperor's shears glittered. There was no need to hold back Grandpa Ninth's sword energy. Xu Qing also drew the Emperor's sword. He went all out to fight back. The might of a late imperial sovereign raged. A huge crack snaked out across the Grand Emperor's shield, and it was sent spinning off to the side. The Grand Emperor's shears suffered a similar fate. The fist strike slammed into them and they exploded. Grandpa Ninth's sword energy was fierce, but even combined with the shield and the shears, all it could do was slightly weaken the fist strike. In the end, Xu Qing had to block the blow with the Emperor's sword. Rumbling echoed out as Xu Qing shook from head to toe. Massive amounts of flesh and blood were shredded off his body. But in the end, he survived and used the momentum created by the blow to land on the boat. The boat vibrated as Xu Qing lay there, gasping for breath, looking like his life force was about to run out. Yet he still kept his hand firmly on the hilt of the Emperor's sword. The figure up above didn't stop for a moment. Approaching, he reached out with his hand to try to grab Xu Qing. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed, and he prepared to swallow an object that he had in his mouth. And yet, just as that hand was about to latch onto him, the ferry pilot in the rush raincoat and conical hat tapped his pipe onto the deck of the boat. No sound could be heard, but the figure in the air shivered and retracted his hand as he was sent tumbling backward. Some distance away, he came to a stop in midair and resolved into the image of a red-haired young man. Looking fearfully at the ferry pilot, he clasped hands and bowed. "Senior, I haven't broken any rules. Although that person landed on your ferry boat, he hasn't paid the fare. According to the rules, since he hasn't paid the fare, he isn't a passenger and I can kill him." "Like hell you can," the ferry pilot snapped. His words slammed into the red-haired young man like apocalyptic thunder. The young man staggered backward, shaking, blood pouring out of his mouth. "This is my boat," the ferry pilot continued in a growl, "so I decide what happens." He slowly looked up at Xu Qing. His gaze seemed casual as he looked at the Emperor's sword, then at Xu Qing. "Pay up." Xu Qing nodded and sent out some of his longevity. The ferry pilot seemed satisfied. He took some of the longevity, then stood and stretched. An oar appeared out of nowhere, and he put it into the river of blood. Ripples spread out over the surface of the river as the boat slipped away from the shore. The red-haired young man remained in place, his expression grim. He stared at the boat for a long time, his eyes flashing coldly as he considered whether or not he should wait for another ferry pilot to continue the chase in the west. In the end, he didn't think it was worth it. For one thing, it would waste one of my chances to use the ferry. What's more, my clan is in the south. If I went to the west, I'd have to lose a whole 60-year cycle to get back. That guy is pretty badly injured. In fact, he's almost dead. It'll be hard for him to recover." After weighing matters over, the young man turned and left. Out on the river of blood, the ferry pilot looked at Xu Qing lying there. "That thing in your mouth could heal you if you swallowed it," he said. "But you held back, you little punk. It was all to make him think you're not worth chasing. You put a lot of thought into all of this." Xu Qing quickly got to his feet and bowed respectfully. "Many thanks for your assistance, senior." "Shut up, I don't like talking, especially to people who stink of gods." The ferry pilot's gaze lingered on Xu Qing's empty shoulder for a moment. Without another word, he continued smoking his pipe. Xu Qing bowed again, went to the stern of the boat, and sat down cross-legged to focus on recovery. 1. The 5 elements have all sorts of connections to just about everything. When talking about the environment, climate, associates, wood, and wind are connected. You can see that in these 5 elements charts, and you can find similar information on the Wikipedia page for the 5 elements. 2. I made an executive decision to add the line about only one spot where you could board a ferry boat. This is explicitly spelled out by the author, but not for another 80 chapters or something. There is no special reason for this tidbit to have been left out. It seems like the author just forgot to mention it in this chapter and brought it up later, or possibly he noticed reader comments and provided the explanation later. For me personally, I just couldn't stop wondering how the heck Xu Qing could randomly just find a ferry boat. Well, he didn't, so now you know. Chapter 11:10, The Boundless Path of Immortality. The wind blew across the majestic river, causing waves to roll across the god blood. The black boat floated across it. The boat wasn't moving very fast, yet neither the wind nor the waves did anything to impede its progress. When the boat came, the waves calmed. The blood rain that fell on the river ceased. It seemed as if this ferry boat was a paramount treasure on this river, and the ferry pilot who operated it apparently had limitless control over the river itself. And yet, compared to the massive world it was in, this river was nothing more than a prison for the ferry pilot. After all, there were many ferry pilots, and they came and went depending on when they were convicted and when their sentences ended. It made sense considering that all of them had been convicted of major crimes in the immortal capital and had been sent to this place as a punishment. That said, taking into consideration the 5th star ring as a whole, there were few people who actually thought of them as being prisoners. No clan would dare to do so, nor would any sect. Gradually, the ferry boats with their unique fare and offer of safety had become a lifeline to cultivators and precious protection in key moments. Xu Qing was the perfect example. He sat at the stern of the boat, and within his mouth was the flower petal that Grandma Fifth had given him in the Moonlight region just before he left revered ancient. That flower petal could restore him to perfect health, regardless of any injuries he had suffered. He could only use it once, as it was made from the precious life force power of Grandma Fifth herself. It was truly a blessing from her. 1. Xu Qing didn't want to use it unless it was completely and utterly necessary. The 5th star ring is full of danger everywhere. Given the state of my cultivation base and battle prowess, I need to be very, very careful. He sat quietly in meditation, relying on the violet crystal to heal himself and slowly grow the skin back over his currently blood-slick flesh. The skin was not really a big deal considering his injuries as a whole. In fact, it only took about a day before he went from looking completely terrifying back to how he had looked before. At the very least, he didn't look so bedraggled. Unfortunately, burning so much of his blood had weakened him severely. The final blow he had sustained from that red-haired young man had inflicted a Dao injury, and that wasn't something that would heal in a short time. It'll probably take about a month. Back in the revered ancient mainland, taking a month to recover would be a bit dangerous, but Xu Qing would have had plenty of ways to stay safe. But in the unfamiliar 5th star ring, which was full of powerful experts, it was impossible to say how many dangers he might have to deal with in that time. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of every moment of his 6 days on this boat to recover as much as possible. After all, he had paid the fare of 6 days of life force. Soon enough, he wouldn't have any true moments of safety at all. Time passed. 3 days went by. During that time, the ferry pilot would occasionally dip the oar into the water to adjust the course of the boat. Other than that, he just sat at the front of the boat smoking his pipe. He never spoke. Occasionally, he would look up into the sky. It was impossible to determine what he was looking at. The aurora, something inside the aurora, or perhaps he was looking at the void beyond the aurora. Eventually, another little vortex appeared in the aurora, which was the 4th since Xu Qing boarded. The 4th vortex day had arrived. The ferry pilot exhaled a mouthful of smoke, looked away from the sky, and peered into the blood of the river. "What's your name, boy?" he asked suddenly. Xu Qing opened his mouth and was about to say that his name was Sir Firedark. "Don't give me a fake name," the ferry pilot said coolly. Xu Qing hesitated briefly. "Senior, my name is Xu Qing." The ferry pilot closed his eyes and said nothing further. Xu Qing remembered what the ferry pilot said about how he didn't like talking, so Xu Qing didn't say anything further. After all, this ferry pilot was probably the most powerful expert he had ever seen. According to the information provided by the map, if this man was a convict from the immortal capital, he was most likely a lower immortal. A lower immortal was sitting right here in front of him. It wouldn't be possible to guess that just from looking at him, but the fact that he had noticed the clay fox, who was currently dormant, was very telling. Even as Xu Qing pondered these things, the ferry pilot opened his eyes again and looked up into the sky. "Where are you from?" he asked. Xu Qing was surprised, though he tried not to let it show on his face. Keeping calm, he respectfully went into a story based on some places he had learned about from the map. The ferry pilot listened, and at the end of the story, he grunted a laugh. However, he didn't pry further into Xu Qing's past. Instead, he looked Xu Qing up and down as if to assess him. "You're a 7-world smoldering god. You have lots of authority, including that of space and time. Very unusual. You have plenty of unique techniques, too. Because of all that, it's going to be hard to form your 8th and 9th worlds." Xu Qing bowed his head. It was really no surprise that someone like this could easily assess all of his Taoist magics. He said nothing. "Considering you have lineaments for your space and time magics," the ferry pilot continued, "it's safe to assume you have a plan for your 8th world. So even though the 8th and 9th will be hard, I suppose you just need enough time to work with. Well, do you know what an imperial sovereign really is?" Xu Qing's heart was beating a bit faster now, as this turn of conversation was a bit of a surprise. It sounded like the ferry pilot was planning to give him some advice. Xu Qing could guess why this was happening, but had no way to confirm his speculations. And though he wasn't sure of the details, it was an opportunity he couldn't just let slip by. Taking a deep breath, he clasped hands and bowed. "I hope you can clear up my confusion, Senior." "The imperial sovereign level is after smoldering god," the ferry pilot said calmly. "That's when you form an immortal embryo. That process involves an accompanying immortal Tao. Immortal Taos are superior to heavenly Taos, and they manifest as authority and, by extension, Tao lineaments. I suppose you know all of that already." Xu Qing listened intently, then nodded in the affirmative. "But some things in the 5th star ring," the ferry pilot continued, "are only revealed to cultivators by their clan or sect after they reach the required level." He looked at Xu Qing. "What do you think the real point of the imperial sovereign level is?" "The immortal embryo," he said. The ferry pilot nodded. "The immortal embryo is also called the undying illusory reality. The illusory represents your soul. The reality represents your fleshly body. And the imperial sovereign level is about the process of replacing and merging." It was Xu Qing's first time hearing such things, and he was listening very intently. "Based on how the process works," the ferry pilot went on, "the imperial sovereign level is divided into the sublevels of early, mid, and late. The early level involves releasing your soul externally and using it to form a fleshly body. That is the illusory reality. During that time, the imperial sovereign cultivator can be considered strong, but is also weak. They're strong because the external illusion is gradually made real. They come to understand authority and can control all manner of things. Those abilities eventually reach an inconceivable level. The weakness comes from the fact that reality is concealed by illusion. Therefore, if something can harm reality, they can be killed easily. For example, that stream of sword energy you used serves the function of exterminating reality. It's a formidable stream of sword energy. Though it couldn't quite kill an undying mid-imperial sovereign, I can tell that the person who gave it to you is very impressive. At this point, the ferry pilot paused for a moment to give Xu Qing time to digest everything up to this point. Xu Qing was understandably shaken. He had been able to tell before that Grandpa Knight's sword energy wouldn't work very well on a mid-imperial sovereign, but only now was he getting concrete details from the ferry pilot about why that was. As he thought back to the imperial sovereigns he had killed so far, he realized that everything made sense. It was only his previous lack of understanding that prevented him from understanding exactly what was going on. A short time later, the ferry pilot puffed his pipe again and then continued speaking. After succeeding with the illusory reality, you can start proceeding through the mid-level. That second level involves taking the fleshly body, which was concealed in illusion, and turning it into a soul. That is what is called undying. Imperial sovereigns of that level can instantly shift between reality and illusion. To some extent, a person like that has no weaknesses and can be called undying. As for the third level, the late level, that requires a Tao lineament of authority. The Tao lineament is like a thread weaved through the body, taking the illusory, reality, and undying aspects and combining them. Pluck down a star, make it one, and then form the immortal embryo. Success makes you a quasi-immortal, also known as a Grand Emperor. With this information combined with what he already knew, Xu Qing now felt like he had a clear understanding of the imperial sovereign level. Having an opportunity to get instruction like this was a rare thing, so Xu Qing couldn't help but ask, "Senior, after the quasi-immortal Grand Emperor is the Summer Immortal, right? How do you get to that level?" The ferry pilot glanced at Xu Qing's Emperor's sword for a moment before saying, "The quasi-immortal level is the same as the God's alter God level. The unique thing about that level is canon. Canon is the sublimation of Tao lineaments of authority. It is power and will and essence. It is a continuation of the power of command and immortal developed in life up to that point. As for lower immortals..." The ferry pilot exhaled a stream of pipe smoke. The smoke plus the wide hat made his face almost impossible to see. Yet his voice continued to echo out softly over the river of blood. That is the peak for lower star rings. Any such individual can be considered without flaw, omnipotent. But in the higher star rings where canon reigns supreme, there is further room for growth. Xu Qing took a deep breath. Heart pounding, he clasped his hands and bowed again. "Senior, what's after the lower immortal level?" The ferry pilot didn't answer for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. "After the lower immortals are the immortal lords, they who are lords to all other immortals." This made Xu Qing think back to something his eldest brother had said once. He said he refused to believe that there was no path going beyond lower immortal. He said that maybe there were things like immortal lords and immortal paragons, too. I bet eldest brother knew the truth even back then. The ferry pilot was still talking. Such levels are very difficult to reach. Some people even call them impossible. In all of the fifth star ring, after all the countless years that have passed, there have only been 11 immortal lords. They reside in the 11 immortal palaces in the immortal capital, and they are all sources of canon. The ferry pilot chuckled. "Since we're talking about this, I might as well tell you about the level after Immortal Lord. It's Immortal Paragon, and there is only one such individual. The Immortal Paragon rules the star ring and is equivalent to a god paragon. And the Immortal Paragon in the fifth star ring is actually the only one in all of the 36 higher star rings. Before becoming a paragon, he was known as the fifth forefather of humanity. 3. 1. Xu Qing got the flower petal in chapter 1088. 2. Ernius speculated about higher levels in chapter 901. 3. There were also forefathers mentioned in chapters 940 and 950. I'm not saying they're the same. Well, the Chinese characters are the same, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are literally referring to beings of the same cultivation level. After all, Plumdark has a title with immortal in it, but she's not an immortal. Neither am I saying the forefathers in the past chapter aren't the same type as mentioned here. Make up your own mind. Chapter 11:11, the original living god. Waves surged forth on the god Blood River. The river was so wide that when you looked at it, there seemed no end to it. It stretched from horizon to horizon, filling one with awe and reverence. It was difficult to imagine how many gods must have been killed and their blood drained to form this river. It was nothing short of terrifying. The light cast by the aurora in the dome of heaven caused darkness and brightness to flicker back and forth. As a result, the river almost seemed alive. It seemed to be vying with the aurora for glory. It was a most beautiful and moving image, like a scroll painting. That painting actually contained evidence of history, bearing testament to the vicissitudes of heaven and earth. It told the story of the war between immortals and gods and showed how the fifth star ring had ultimately changed. It was deeply significant. Within that blood-colored scroll painting, a lone ferry boat braved the wind and waves. The voice of the ferry pilot echoed out into the world. His every word resonated like a thunderclap in Xu Qing's mind, shaking him deeply. There is only one immortal paragon, the fifth forefather of humanity. The words filled Xu Qing's thoughts and resulted in the image of an old man to appear in his mind's eye. It was the same old man Xu Qing had seen in the star chart in the Devil Bird Holy Land. He was seated cross-legged in the fifth star ring, and he was also the old man Xu Qing had met in the outer sea of revered ancient. 1. After a long moment passed, Xu Qing took a deep breath and asked, "Senior, why is that immortal paragon called the fifth forefather of humanity?" The ferry pilot put his pipe in his mouth, inhaled, then blew out some smoke. The 36 higher star rings are the higher worlds. They each correspond to a different and larger number of lower star rings, which are the lower worlds. Some of the lower star rings have names, some of them don't. The ferry pilot looked at Xu Qing in a very meaningful way. The lower world connected to the fifth star ring is one of the ones that didn't originally have a name. A long time ago, back when the gods ran rampant in the fifth star ring, that lower star ring eventually came to be called the fifth lower world. All sorts of living beings called it home, but they were slaves to the gods and were even required to worship them. Eventually there was fighting, rebellion, suppression, emancipation, and apocalypse. They waged war on the gods. The people of the lower world always failed, whereupon the fifth lower world would be wiped clean. Then it would all start over again, and the gods would bring about a new crop to harvest. As the ferry pilot spoke, his voice rose and fell, becoming like the river of time itself, flowing through Xu Qing's perceptions. Eventually, a human emperor rose up in the fifth lower world. His leadership led to an unprecedented golden age in which the immortals fought the gods. The lower waged war against the higher. During the war, the emperor of the fifth lower world reached the immortal paragon level, and then something unexpected happened to the fifth star ring's god paragon. The fifth star ring was overthrown, and a new system was established. That's why he's called the fifth forefather of humanity. With that, the ferry pilot looked up into the canopy of heaven, his face tinged with sorrow. Xu Qing listened to the story quietly. History often played out like this. As it turned out, the story of the fifth star ring was actually very similar to the story of revered ancient. That said, things here had gone more smoothly than back home. In that case, Xu Qing said, what about the other higher star rings? None of the wars and rebellions there succeeded, the ferry pilot continued. Success was never out of the question, but things always happened that led to failure. The ferry pilot shook his head as if thinking of the past. The 36 higher star rings don't belong to cultivators or immortals. All of them are the domains of the gods, God and immortal. They are two different paths, and immortals have limitations that place them one step behind the gods. The ferry pilot was speaking in a near growl by this point. To be precise, once immortals reach the immortal paragon level, there's no path to follow. In all the years that have passed, the 5th star ring's immortal paragon has not made any progress forward. But the gods are different. After the god paragon level is the level of living god. Living gods are not myths. They're real. However, from ancient times until now, there has only been one. That one god is known as the original living god. Reportedly, Hai's arrival is what led to the creation of the higher and lower worlds. When it comes to that creation story, it's hard to tell how much is real and how much is false. The history goes back too far for there to be definitive evidence of anything. Xu Qing was more shaken by this than by anything else he had heard. Struggling to control his breathing, Xu Qing began to ask a question, but ended up being interrupted by the ferry pilot, who clearly knew what he had been about to ask. Where, Xu Qing asked, did that original living god? He left for parts unknown and never returned. As epochs came and went, the 36 higher star rings never saw a second living god, until eventually desolation showed up in the 9th star ring. He was the first god after the original living god who had any hope of reaching the living god level. Luckily, he ended up failing. Otherwise, the ferry pilot didn't go into further detail, but Xu Qing could imagine what he had been about to say. If imminent desolation had succeeded, then all of the 36 higher star rings would have been hit by a tempest of godly might. The immortals would probably not have been able to survive. Xu Qing sat there digesting everything the ferry pilot had explained. The ferry pilot had told him many things. He now knew about the breakdown of the imperial sovereign level. He understood how strong quasi-immortals were. And now he had a clear view of the makeup of the world. It seemed like the ferry pilot had not held one thing back. He had explained everything. Clearly, the ferry pilot had gone far beyond what his job description entailed. There was actually no reason for him to have gone into all of those explanations. When you coupled that with how the ferry pilot had acted when Xu Qing had been chased to his boat. Xu Qing had some speculations, but there was no way to confirm them. But he was still inclined to believe that this ferry pilot had a history with revered ancient. In fact, maybe he had even been there. Maybe he was friends with some of the cultivators from revered ancient. Xu Qing had no way to figure out the details on his own, but he had noticed how the ferry pilot's eyes had lingered on the Emperor's sword. After a long moment of silence, Xu Qing blurted, "Senior, have you ever heard of a place called Revered Ancient?" The ferry pilot's eyes narrowed. He said nothing. Xu Qing hesitated briefly, then sighed in his heart. Though the ferry pilot had not said anything in response, that reaction in itself provided an answer to the question. "Senior, some big things have happened in Revered Ancient." The ferry pilot continued to smoke his pipe silently. Xu Qing didn't say anything. He chose not to continue the conversation. Time passed, and soon, the 6-day voyage was nearing an end. The fare for the voyage was 6 days of life force, the reason being that the journey took 6 days. As the 6th day arrived, Xu Qing spotted the other shore of the majestic God Blood River. He was looking at the western planetary system of the 5th star ring. The water had become calm, with few waves. The boat continued on for a few hours, until the 6th day was almost over. At that point it reached the shore. The soil was different from the swampy southern region. There was no swamp here. There was only the color red, as if everything contained fire. "You can debark now," the ferry pilot said coolly. "If you want to cross the river a second time, the fare won't be 6 days of longevity. It'll be a 60-year cycle." Xu Qing bowed without a word, then jumped off the boat and onto the shore. He turned back to the boat. The ferry pilot, clad in his woven rush raincoat and conical hat, was smoking his pipe, and the smoke had gathered around him, yet again obscuring his face. Thinking back to the 6-day journey, Xu Qing ducked his head, clasped hands, and bowed at the waist. "Many thanks, Senior." Although the ferry pilot hadn't said much in the final days of the journey, the information he had imparted early on had been monumental. He had completely opened up the world to Xu Qing. As far as Xu Qing was concerned, That was an immense show of kindness. His bow was completely and utterly sincere. Straightening from his bow, he turned and flew off into the distance. After Xu Qing was gone, the ferry pilot looked up in the direction he had disappeared. So that stubborn fellow Swordsage finally perished, huh? His voice contained a bit of reminiscence. A moment passed, and he sighed. Revered ancient. It's been a long time since I heard that name. I have the feeling nobody in revered ancient remembers who I am at this point. I've surely been erased from the histories there. The ferry pilot lifted his hand and looked at his palm. There in his palm was a magical symbol that looked like a human face. It emanated a very Gruish aura. If Xu Qing had been there, he would have recognized it. Astonishingly, that face-shaped symbol was an immortal skill, too. As Xu Qing flew through the sky in the western region of the 5th star ring, Starfire spoke into his ear. That guy was really scary. The moment he looked at you, I was convinced he was going to grab me and stomp me to death. Xu Qing, you brought me to a really, really horrible place. Starfire was feeling very jumpy. That was especially true when crossing the God Blood River, during which time she had been shaking in terror. Ah, whatever. I'll just go back to sleep, I guess. She once again retracted her aura. Xu Qing wasn't really sure what to say to Starfire. He had explained from the beginning that he was going to a place that didn't welcome gods. Apparently, Starfire hadn't really believed him. After a bit of hesitation, he decided to offer another warning. Things are only going to get more dangerous. Starfire's aura shrank down even more on itself. Starfire would never behave like this in Revered Ancient, which seemed to indicate that the ferry pilot really had frightened her. Xu Qing couldn't help but think back to what the ferry pilot looked like. Who exactly was he? Unfortunately, there was no answer to his question. After a while, he put the matter aside and checked his map for information about the Western planetary system. The West was much weaker than the other 3 regions, and the orthodox organization here, the Dao Immortal sect, was in dire straits. The Heavenly Inspector in the West didn't care much about mortal affairs, nor the development of the sect. In fact, the Heavenly Inspector didn't care about much at all. As a result, the cultivators in the sect had developed a very lackadaisical attitude. However, because of that, there were more clans and other organizations here than the other 3 regions, and they were always fighting each other in the hopes of gaining supremacy. After looking over the information, Xu Qing reviewed the details of the shining star from this area. Of the 8 shining stars, the weakest was the apprentice of the Dao Immortal sect's Heavenly Inspector, Li Mengtu. One unique thing about this clan is that all direct bloodline clan members have the character Tu in their name. His cultivation base is in the early Imperial Sovereign level, and he has 4 types of authority. However, because he has the legacy of his clan's Gruish magical technique, as well as training from his master, he was able to kill a mid-Imperial sovereign. Xu Qing looked around at the western lands. This place seems a lot quieter than the south. I should be able to recover here, but it's not a good place to temper myself via battle. Right now, I need to find a good place to hole up and get better. As for what happens after that, I'll have to play it by ear. Eyes filling with determination, he sped off. 1. Xu Qing saw an old man in the 5th star ring in Chapter 1040. He met that old man in Chapter 1001. 2. From the comments in this section in Chinese, it seems many readers believe the ferry pilot to be Grand Emperor Immortal Skill, who has been mentioned a number of times in past chapters. Besides the direct mention of immortal skills, it's also noteworthy that he says, "I've surely been erased from the histories there." That conforms perfectly to what was said about him in Chapter 1057, Chapter 1112, Yunmen Clan. A few days later. The western region really is different from the south. A thoughtful look could be seen on Xu Qing's face as he flew along in the sky. He had spent the past few days looking for a good place to hole up and recover. Along the way, he had encountered 2 cultivators who had activated their permission medallions. The first had been more than 4,500,000 kilometers away, to the point where Xu Qing almost failed to notice the person. It had been easy to avoid them. On the second occasion, the other person noticed him at almost the same time that he noticed them. For their medallion to have such a range indicated that they had to be a powerful expert. Even as Xu Qing's guard went up, the other person chose to avoid him. That was not how things had gone in the south. It was as if people in the west preferred to avoid trouble, or at least, avoid causing trouble to the best of their ability. Another week passed, and the same thing happened again. In the end, he felt like his theory had been confirmed. The West is a lot weaker than the South. Everybody prefers to avoid pointless conflicts. That doesn't mean that people here can't unleash slaughter, though. Up ahead of him was a ring-shaped barrier of glittering light, the results of a defensive spell formation. A group of cultivators sat there cross-legged inside the formation. Xu Qing wasn't the only person in the vicinity. There were a few dozen standing around, staggered at random distances. Some were in the same situation as Xu Qing. They had been trying to pass through, but their path had been obstructed by the spell formation. Others had previously been inside the formation, but had since been ejected. There was a lot of talk in the area. The Yunmen clan and the Dailing dynasty are on the verge of starting a war of extermination against each other. 1. Both clans have become extremely powerful lately, and they both occupy the Spirit Dust Mountains. It's to be expected for things like this to happen. Yeah, but both clans also have other lands outside of the mountains. Considering how the front lines are arranged and the time involved, I doubt either one will really wipe out the other. Xu Qing had changed into a hemp robe and was wearing a wide hat similar to the ferry pilot. As a result, his features were mostly hidden. Hovering in midair, he listened to the conversations in the area and sent his divine will ahead to see for himself what was going on. Some time back, he had used the map to identify this place as a possible location to go into secluded meditation. There were sprawling mountains full of a lot of spirit energy. It had seemed like a good place to recover. But now, he sensed the fluctuations of magical combat. There were a lot of people fighting in the mountains. Given the nature of the conversations he was hearing, he could tell that this was a case of one clan invading another clan's territory. Both parties were fighting fiercely. There were powerful experts on both sides of the conflict. Xu Qing could clearly sense the presence of imperial sovereigns. He could also sense permission medallions among both groups. That said, it was obvious that the permission medallions weren't their focus. This was a case of gobbling up the enemy. There were brutal and vicious tactics being used, and there was no doubt that each side wanted to wipe the other out of existence. After assessing the situation, Xu Qing felt he had an even better understanding of the West. Cultivators here don't go into battle unless they feel they have to. You could even say that most of them are lazy. However, they have very strong feelings of clan affiliation. Most of the time, the fighting revolves around conflicts between clan groups. That dovetails with the information in the map. The Dao Immortal sect doesn't care much about what goes on, doesn't take control in the West, and basically lets everyone do what they want. Because of that, the cultivator clans in the West are very tight-knit, but somewhat uncivilized, and they're far more numerous than those in the other 3 regions. Xu Qing slowly started backing away. When he was several million kilometers away, he found an area full of mud pits. After looking around thoughtfully, he sank down into one of the mud pits. At the bottom of the mud pit, he set up a little cave. He bolstered the walls, set up spell formations to prevent his aura from seeping out, then sat down cross-legged to focus on recovery. Perhaps because of the war that had broken out between the 2 big clans, most cultivators in the area had left. Those who had been traveling through the area found different paths to reach their destinations. Because of that, the following half-month was peaceful and quiet for Xu Qing. Eventually, the mud in the quagmire sank down, and Xu Qing emerged and flew up into the air. As he hovered there, he felt a tightness in his chest that made him want to cough. He frowned. Although he didn't have any visible injuries, his aura was nearly as weak as it had been before. "Dao injury," he murmured. Once your cultivation base reached a certain point, you could be injured in ways that couldn't be helped by the use of medicinal pills. The attacks of truly powerful experts could lead to Dao injuries. Xu Qing had never experienced a Dao injury in revered ancient. It was only here in the 5th star ring that he was coming to realize how difficult it was to recover from them. I thought it would be better in a month, but I was obviously wrong. Injuries like this would normally take years to recover from. I do have the violet crystal, so it won't take that long. And if I had access to stronger spirit energy, I could shorten the time even further. Xu Qing looked down at the mud pit with a somber expression. Then he turned to look in the direction of the Spirit Dust Mountains. In his mind, he was reviewing the map of the West. The spirit energy here surpassed that of the revered ancient mainland. But in the West, it wasn't very strong, with the exception of a few special places. Right now, I should be fine as long as I don't run into any imperial sovereigns. I could kill some smoldering gods without affecting my injuries. After a final consultation of the map, he made his decision. Eyes flashing coldly, he took a step toward the mountains and vanished. As the aurora in the sky rippled, more and more little vortexes appeared. Just like that, an entire year passed. During that time, the war dragged out between the Yunmen clan and the Dailing dynasty. Early on in the war, the patriarch of the Yunmen clan ended up seriously injured, but so did the patriarch of the Dailing dynasty. After that, the scale of the war declined slightly, although they were still trying to wipe each other out. Over the months of fighting, the Yunmen clan had gradually lost more and more territory. Previously, they controlled 37 peaks, but then came setback after setback until they only had 11. Their people were now quite on edge. At the moment, 3 cultivators were seated outside of a spell formation at the Yunmen clan's 9th peak. All 3 were smoldering gods with 3 or 4 worlds. As they sat there, they would occasionally open their eyes and look at the figure inside the spell formation. Their expressions were that of reverence and awe. Sometime later, one of them took out a transmission jade slip to check a message. Afterwards, he stood and bowed to the person in the spell formation. Sounding very respectful, he said, "Formation Liege, we just received a message from Spirit Dust City. Sir, the object you're seeking isn't in the latest shipment. However, we got some new clues and have a caravan on the way to investigate. In all likelihood, the item will come with the next shipment." The person he was addressing sat inside the spell formation, seated cross-legged and flipping through some ancient records. He looked middle-aged, with gray hair and a grizzled face. He was skinny to the point of looking unhealthy and would even cough occasionally. Despite that, the 3 smoldering gods outside the formation didn't dare to make eye contact with him. He was one of the Yunmen clan's foreign vassals named Sir Firedark. Because he had the same cultivation base as them, they hadn't thought much of him originally. But over the past year, there had been several battles with the Dailing dynasty in which Sir Firedark hit the enemy like a bolt of lightning. He would attack enemy smoldering gods and kill them in one blow. He used brutal tactics, usually attacking the enemy in the throat. Over the past year, he had killed a total of 12 enemy smoldering gods. 2 of them had been at the 6 world level, yet all it meant was that Sir Firedark had to spend a bit more time slicing them apart. Because of that, though the Yunmen clan was losing ground in the war, Sir Firedark was gaining a lot of attention. Eventually, he was appointed as the formation guardian of their 9th peak. People eventually started calling him the Formation Liege. As he sat in the formation, Xu Qing looked up and coolly said, "I know." Then he looked off into the distance, lost in thought. I've pretty much recovered from my injuries and was planning to leave soon. A year ago, he had come to realize that the most ideal place to recover from his injuries was the Spirit Dust Mountains. After that, he made a decision. The next most suitable place would take a long time to get to. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the Yunmen clan's wartime situation. They had been offering big money to anyone willing to join their army. Such people were little more than foreign vassals who couldn't be trusted. They weren't allowed to be part of the clan's conclave forces, and most of them ended up as cannon fodder. But as far as Xu Qing was concerned, it was the easiest way to get into the Spirit Dust Mountains and use the spirit energy there to aid in his recovery. Eventually, he started fighting in earnest. One reason was that the enemies he killed were trying to kill him. Another was that the spirit energy in the formation was very strong. And there was a third reason. He had come to find out that clan vassals were allowed to send clan caravans out to purchase special items. The determining factor in that arrangement was one's rank in the clan. Therefore, Xu Qing chose to increase his kill count, though he limited his targets to enemies under the seven-world smoldering god level. Killing someone in the seven-world level would be too eye-catching. Therefore, he used his power in the Yunmen clan to start looking for the very same type of clay that had been used by the young man with the birthmark. That type of clay had spatial properties. During the fight, that young man had used that item to glue down heaven and earth in a type of sealing magic. Unfortunately, his ring of holding didn't contain any more of that clay. A month is a long time to wait, though. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. The fact that he was a foreign vassal meant that the Yunmen clan didn't trust him very much, and as such, even in the year that had passed, he never had much contact with their conclave members. But given his cultivation base and perception, he had been able to learn quite a few important things about the clan, things that they couldn't really hide even though they tried to. I'd say there's an 80 to 90% chance that Patriarch Yunmen is going to perish, probably within half a month. And that means the Dialing dynasty is going to begin their final offensive in about half a month. Xu Qing looked around at the Spirit Dust Mountains. Despite the light shining from the aurora above, the mountains seemed dark and oppressive, as they were full of death energy. There were even grus lurking in the mountains nowadays, although no one underneath the level of an imperial sovereign would be able to see them. Over the past year, Xu Qing hadn't just worked on recovering from his injuries. He had also been cultivating his various techniques. He had made a lot of progress, including with the 5 elements, space, and time. He had also improved his battle prowess. His most significant progress had been with space and time. He now felt that he had a path to follow to reach the 8th extreme. After some consideration, Xu Qing's eyes shone with determination. Whatever, I'm sure I'll be able to find other objects with spatial functions. It'll just take time, wherever I end up. He closed his eyes. 3 days. After that, I'll be completely recovered and I'll leave this place. 1. Yunmen and Dialing. Both of these are compound surnames that the author invented. The compound surname thing seems to be a theme of sorts in the 5th star ring. I feel like it creates a more old-timey feel. These 2 surnames are very fantastic, to the point where I considered translating them instead of transliterating them. But in the end, they are treated as ordinary surnames, so I'm going with transliterated versions. We previously learned of a cultivator from the Yunmen clan. Yunmen literally means cloud gate or cloud door. Yun is pronounced sort of like Yoon, and men rhymes with the English one or ton. As for Dialing, it translates as earth spirit. Incidentally, on the Dialing side, the specific characters and the context indicates that they are a clan. However, they have a slightly different set of characters attached to the surname than the Yunmen people. So I'm going to describe them as a dynasty to maintain that differentiation. In reality, though, their clan name doesn't necessarily have anything to do with dynasties, kingdoms, etc. Dai is pronounced D, and Ling rhymes with the English words sing and bring. Chapter 11:13, Yunmen Kaianfen. 3 days passed in a flash. In the spell formation on the 9th peak in the Yunmen clan, Xu Qing had finally benefited from the mountains, strong spirit energy, and the violet crystal enough to fully recover from his Dao injury. When he opened his eyes, his previously wan face now had a healthy flush to it. He no longer felt sick and weak. The cough that had been plaguing him for a year was now gone. He could breathe deeply without any trouble. As for his eyes, they were now sharp and clear like they had been before. During the process of healing, his cultivation base had grown stronger, and he had gained even deeper enlightenment of his various Taoist magics. He had changed a lot in the last year. A year before, he had been like a sharp dagger. After the year of recovery and cultivation, he was now like a sharp sword. And that sword was sheathed. Its sharp tip was hidden. It's time to leave. Xu Qing looked off at the horizon. Everything was as normal at the moment. The 3 cultivators were outside the formation, seated in meditation. Over the past 3 days, there had been 2 unexpected battles, but no top experts had appeared in either of them. Xu Qing was still convinced that Patriarch Yunmen was on death's door. Up to this point, he had not yet revealed his true battle prowess, nor the fact that he had a permission medallion. The violet crystal has turned out to be extremely useful. When submerged in the mud pit, he had done some experiments with the violet crystal in the hopes that it could conceal the presence of the immortal capital permission medallion. He had done the same thing early on, only to fail every time. It was as if the two objects repelled each other. The permission medallion was made from some special substance that seemed inexplicably connected to the fifth star ring itself. But in that mud pit, Xu Qing had come up with an idea. It all came down to how Little Shadow could work with the violet crystal. First, he used Little Shadow as a sort of membrane to cover his own skin, and then he used the suppressive powers of the violet crystal. He suppressed Little Shadow, and thus suppressed himself. By doing that continuously, he was able to create a sort of masking shield. There were downsides. Specifically, Little Shadow was constantly sending out fluctuations that sounded like weeping. Another downside was that it was very draining. Keeping up the effect long-term was a big drain on his soul. When dealing with people whose permission medallion range was smaller than his own, it wasn't difficult to deal with. But when dealing with someone whose range exceeded his own, it became a lot harder. It was very draining to Xu Qing himself, and it was extremely difficult for Little Shadow to endure. He was still just too weak. Thankfully, the range of Xu Qing's medallion was fairly wide. Although there were people who surpassed him, in this lazy western region, most people weren't interested in getting near him if possible. After all, the second round still hadn't reached a crescendo point. As for the Yunmen and Dialing people, there were medallion holders among both clans. But none of them had range comparable to Xu Qing, and therefore, he was able to mask his presence. None of them ever realized that there was another medallion holder among them. That was the reason why Xu Qing had ultimately decided to answer the recruitment call from the Yunmen clan. What was more, most outsiders steered clear of the area. As a result, things had been quiet for Xu Qing for a while now. But as of today, he had completely recovered from his Dao injury. Not much has happened in the last 3 days, but there was that mission from the Yunmen clan. Xu Qing's eyes remained narrowed as he looked away from the horizon to the jade slip in front of him. The jade slip had arrived the previous day. Within it was a mission assigned to Xu Qing. The task was to escort a Yunmen clan member to Dark Cloud City. The faster, the better. Just as the Yunmen clan is heading into the final battle, they assign this mission. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. Sounds like they're sending out bait, but it comes with a very tempting reward. The jade slip explained that the reward for successfully accomplishing the mission was the very same spatial clay that he had been looking for over the last year. There was no way it could be a coincidence. Most likely, the clan caravan had actually found that clay a long time ago, but had refrained from giving it to Xu Qing or letting him know about it. Back before he had recovered, he wouldn't have accepted this mission, even with such a tempting reward. But now... After some thought, he pushed down on the jade slip with his finger. The jade slip glowed brightly. About an hour later, a prismatic beam of light shot from the Yunmen clan's mountain peak headquarters, and it headed right toward the 9th peak. It moved quickly and pulsed with the cultivation base fluctuations of 3rd stage void returning. It soon arrived. The 3 cultivators seated outside the spell formation looked over with curious expressions. The new arrival was a young woman. She was dressed in a simplistic white garment that was embroidered with a gray design. The gray design pulsed with the power of taboo formations. She was pretty and pure, like a flower petal at dawn. She seemed sweet-tempered and gentle, but at the same time seemed like she could bubble with conversation at any moment. After landing on the 9th peak, she swayed gracefully over to the formation, where she bowed respectfully to Xu Qing. "Greetings, Senior Firedark. I am Yunmen Qianfen." "You're the person I'm supposed to escort?" Xu Qing asked, his eyes flashing like lightning. The young woman immediately got a bit nervous. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Senior." Xu Qing's face was completely expressionless, and he was about to look away from her. But then he glanced at her chest, and his gaze hardened slightly. Interesting. All right, come in. He waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the spell formation. She seemed even more nervous now. However, she knew that her life was on the line in this situation, so she took a deep breath and entered the spell formation and stood in front of Xu Qing. As she looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, she thought about the information she had been given about him. Inside, she sighed, wondering if she had made the right decision. The clan had given her 3 options to pick from to be her escort. Ultimately, she had ruled out the other 2 and picked Sir Firedark. The reason was that because of her special constitution, she had been practicing a special type of cultivation since she was young. It was a trigram divination magic. She would always use trigram divination to try to deduce information about situations she would face, in the hopes of identifying the safest options. And her divination told her that her best chances of surviving lay with Sir Firedark. Unfortunately, that slim chance of survival seemed to come and go. But she was a decisive person. Since she had made her decision, her eyes shone with determination. Gritting her teeth, she bowed, and before Xu Qing could say anything, she blurted, "Senior, there's something I need to tell you. The mission the clan assigned wasn't just given to you. The truth is that they assigned it to 14 people. Every mission was assigned to a clan vassal, and the job is to escort a clan member to a different city. The reason is that one of those clan members has a secret key magically hidden on them, and that key is related to the clan's future rise to prominence. No one knows which clan member has the key, not even the person who actually has the key. It's possible I might have it, or it could be someone else. It's even possible none of us have the key. It doesn't matter. All of the clan members who don't have the key are just supposed to serve as bait for the Dialing dynasty." After she finished talking, Yunmen Qianfen took a very deep breath. She knew she was gambling here, and since she was gambling, she couldn't afford to hold anything back. Therefore, she extended her hands to present a box to Xu Qing. She opened it. Inside the box was a fist-sized clump of clay. It pulsed with spatial power, causing the surroundings to ripple and distort. This was the object Xu Qing had been seeking. According to the mission description in the jade slip, it was supposed to be a reward given after the mission was completed successfully. But Yunmen Qianfen was giving it to him up front. Xu Qing studied it to see if it had sealing marks on it. It did, however. The sealing mark had recently been released by the means of some sort of blood magic. "Senior, I know that you've been searching for this kind of spatial clay for the past year. I managed to get it from the clan. It was sealed, and the seal was linked to my life. As long as I'm willing, I can sacrifice some blood to unseal it. After thinking about it, I decided I didn't want to try to force you to help me, so I unsealed it already." With that, Yunmen Qianfen respectfully gave the box to Xu Qing, then got onto her knees and prostrated to him. She had revealed everything she wasn't supposed to reveal, and had completely subverted all the plans put in place by her clan to ensure her survival. She hid nothing and did nothing to benefit herself. She was bowing, not just in body, but in heart and mind. She was completely sincere, and was opening herself up for Xu Qing to inspect. Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever as he quickly studied the clay. After confirming that it was the exact thing he had been looking for, he put it away. Then he looked at the young woman prostrated in front of him. Ordinarily, people who think clearly don't do things like this. Yunmen Qianfen took a deep breath and quietly replied, "I have a special constitution and cultivate the Tao of divination. Don't worry, I didn't use it to spy on you. I wouldn't dare. But I did try to divine the direction my salvation would come from, and it pointed to the 9th peak." Xu Qing's eyes glittered. "What do you want me to do?" Looking up at him, she softly said, "Senior, I want to live. I want to make it to Dark Cloud City alive." Xu Qing didn't provide his response right away. After thinking for a bit, he rose and made to leave the formation. His every step caused the formation to ripple. Yunmen Qianfen was more nervous than ever, and was trying to decide what to do as Xu Qing walked past her. "Come with me," he said. When those words reached Yunmen Qianfen's ears, she filled with excitement from head to toe. Jumping to her feet, she followed Xu Qing. The entire 9th peak was trembling. As the 3 cultivators outside looked on respectfully, Xu Qing emerged from the formation. The first step he took caused him to rise up into the air, fluctuations rolling out in all directions. The second step took him high into the sky. Yunmen Qianfen followed, looking almost like a handmaiden. She was now a lot more confident about the journey. She had put everything on the table. Now, all she could do was trust the object of her divination, Sir Firedark. Chapter 11:14. A Demure Handmaiden. A wooden boat flew through the sky, beneath the aurora. Xu Qing, still disguised as a middle-aged man, sat cross-legged on the deck, perusing some ancient records. Seated opposite him was the beautiful Yunmen Qianfen. "Senior," she said softly, "if we follow the route assigned by the clan, it'll take about half a month to get to Dark Cloud City. However, according to the divinations I've performed, it's highly likely that the route has already been leaked to the enemy. Therefore, I planned a different route. We'll pass Skywater Lake and Mount Ninesongs, then go through the Desert of Time before reaching an ancient teleportation portal. I have a way to activate that portal, and then we can just teleport directly to the Great Cloud River, which is right by Dark Cloud City. This route will add about 5 days to the journey." About 6 hours had passed since they left the Spirit Dust Mountains. During the entire time, Xu Qing had been reading, and Yunmen Qianfen had been cautiously studying him. She knew that this Sir Firedark was her best chance at surviving. He was her only hope. But she also knew that his battle prowess wasn't at the absolute peak. If they ran into some truly powerful experts, it could very well mean her death. That was why she had decided on an alternate route, which she felt would be much safer. The big downside was that it would take more time. After explaining things, she looked nervously at Xu Qing. "We'll go your way," he said. He was fine with the route being changed. Although he was confident in his battle prowess, the ideal scenario would be one in which he didn't have to fight. Xu Qing's response prompted Yunmen Qianfen to breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. After that, she focused on piloting the wooden boat, while at the same time keeping an eye on Xu Qing. When she noticed him engrossed in reading a particular passage, she would slow the ship down and put up the barriers, cutting off outside sound. And when she saw him simply flipping through the pages, she would put some spirit fruit down next to him, and would pay very close attention to which variety he seemed to like the best. After calculating the time, she also started serving him spirit elixirs and spirit alcohol. Upon realizing that Xu Qing seemed to enjoy the spirit alcohol, she made sure that he always had a fresh flagon next to him. When he finally put down the ancient records, she produced a zither and started playing music for him. And when he showed no signs of being displeased at that, she worked hard to play even better. If Xu Qing noticed some interesting landmarks or terrain features, she would quickly offer information and anecdotes about them. As the journey went on, she was really acting like a conscientious handmaiden. She fumbled a few things at first, making it obvious that she had never really done this kind of thing before. But she worked hard to make sure that Xu Qing was having a pleasant journey. Overall, she was completely focused on his needs. Xu Qing noticed all of that and did nothing to stop her. Thus, 3 days passed. Eventually, a blue lake appeared off in the distance. From up above, the lake looked like a mirror, perfectly still, with spirit energy poolsing off it. It seemed like a pure, clean place. "Senior, that's Skywater Lake. Legend has it that in ancient times, during the war between gods and immortals, immortal Lord Agem had a Taoist partner named Skywater. Sadly, Skywater died in this spot. After the war was over, immortal Lord Agem came back here and was overcome by emotion. The tears he shed turned into a blue lake." As Yunmen Qianfen told the story, Xu Qing put his book aside and looked at Skywater Lake. When Yunmen Qianfen noticed his interest in the lake, she slowed the boat down, allowing them to drift slowly overhead and get a good view. "This lake," he murmured, his eyes gleaming. He reached out and made a grasping gesture, causing a drop of water to fly up from Skywater Lake. It landed in the middle of his palm. The water looked ordinary, but given the level of Xu Qing's Tao of the 5 elements, he could sense that there was life force in the lake water. as well as a lingering will. There are other unique properties. Within Xu Qing's eyes, his immortal skills stirred. The 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures spread out, combining with the 5 elements and giving him an even more clear view of the water. Now he realized there was no will inside the water. Instead, there were emotions. The waters of the lake were filled with profound grief. The discovery surprised him and got him thinking. If I connect the 5 elements to emotions, it might unlock even more transformations. It's very similar to how immortal skills work on a substructural level. Yunmen Qianfen could see that he was doing something and didn't dare to interrupt. She just kept her eyes on the surroundings, as if she were standing as Dharma protector. Even after an hour had passed, he was still lost in thought. That was when Yunmen Qianfen's expression flickered, and she suddenly looked off into the distance. A beam of light had sailed over the horizon and was approaching them at top speed. Within it was an old man in a gray robe, pulsing with 7 worlds' smoldering god fluctuations that caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. The sky trembled and the lands quaked. It only took Yunmen Qianfen a moment to identify him. That's Xiao Zhang, her heart flip-flopped. He's one of the Dialing dynasty's vassal elders. As a core member of the Yunmen clan, she had read up on all of the experts among the Dialing dynasty, and seeing who was coming for them caused her heart to fill with a sense of extreme danger. At the same time, bitterness and despair arose within her. She had been sure that no one would intercept them considering she had altered the travel route, but now someone had intercepted them, and he had a very advanced cultivation base. The strongest enemy Sir Firedark slayed was at the 6-world level. Even as Yunmen Qianfen's anxiety mounted, the incoming Xiao Zhang's gaze locked onto the wooden boat. His expression was as cold as if he was looking at a bug. Without saying a word, he closed in. His mission wasn't just to kill one conclave member of the Yunmen clan. He was supposed to kill 2. It didn't matter that his target seemed particularly clever and had guessed that they had been offered up as bait. She had even changed routes. Unfortunately. You made a mistake, girl. This isn't about bait, it's a game of chance. Xiao Zhang's face remained expressionless as he looked, not at the despairing and terrified Yunmen Qianfen, but at Xu Qing. Then he waved his hand, and thunderous rumbling filled heaven and earth. A massive hand appeared out of nowhere, which swept viciously toward the wooden boat. A terrifying aura and a horrifying mightiness surged, causing Yunmen Qianfen to freeze in place in both body and soul. She felt like she was suffocating, and could do nothing but watch the huge hand moving toward her. That was when Xu Qing looked up, his eyes calm. One look. The giant hand stopped moving. It couldn't proceed another inch. Then a boom rang out as the hand exploded. At the same time, the pressure weighing down on Yunmen Qianfen ceased. The suffocating sensation vanished. Upon feeling herself go back to normal, she inhaled sharply. Looking up into the sky, she saw the previously cold-faced Xiao Zhang looking completely astonished. What happened next left Yunmen Qianfen completely flabbergasted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhang fell back into retreat, his face pale. He looked like he wanted to simply flee. The reality was that Xiao Zhen was shaken to the core, almost as if he had been struck by innumerable bolts of lightning. Based on his briefing before the mission, he had been confident he knew all the details about the bodyguard Sir Firedark, including his battle prowess. Although he had agreed that Sir Firedark was impressive, he was certain that his own attacks would be impossible for the bodyguard to defend against. How could he ever have guessed that the bodyguard had seemingly been switched with another person, with someone who could vanquish his divine ability with one glance? That level of battle prowess, this guy, Xiao Zhang was trembling from head to toe. His scalp was numb, and all he could think to do was flee with every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet even after he turned tail and fled, his mind still filled with rumbling sounds. Despite using secret magics to bolster his speed, he suddenly realized that he wasn't moving. It was as if space had been locked down. Looking down, he saw Skywater Lake. He was in the exact spot he had occupied moments before. His heart started racing, and then his vision blurred as something new appeared on his face. Tears. Tears were flowing uncontrollably out of his eyes, more and more. Soon they were pouring down him, soaking his entire body. Then they turned into flowing blood. Tears of blood covered his face. As the blood began to coagulate, life force began to flow out. Soon his life force was flowing out in torrents until his fleshly body and soul were emptied. Then he crumbled into ashes. The ashes drifted away into the air. What an extremely Gruish development. Yunmen Qianfen was stunned to the core. She almost couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. But the sight of the ashes drifting away into nothing was something she would never forget. Just now, she had watched as a vassal elder of the Dailing dynasty had started shedding tears in midair. The tears turned into blood, and then the blood turned into life force. He had cried himself into dust. It was shocking, to say the least. She started breathing heavily, and her mind and heart filled with waves of incredulity. She even wondered if she was seeing things. Meanwhile, Xu Qing retracted his gaze and shook his head. Definitely similar to immortal skills, although not as impressive. It's fine for killing smoldering gods, but it wouldn't work on imperial sovereigns. It's a bit too taxing. He had not even risen to his feet in the wooden boat. Looking over, he picked up a book and started reading. A moment later, he realized that Yunmen Qianfen was in a daze. He smacked the book on the deck a few times. The sound entered Yunmen Qianfen's ears, and she snapped out of her reverie. "Let's get moving," Xu Qing said quietly. She took a deep breath and tried to settle her thoughts, but she just couldn't calm herself down. It took a very long moment before she regained her composure and sent the boat flying away again. Looking at Xu Qing with confused curiosity, she finally asked, "Senior, which way should we go now?" Not bothering to look up from his book, Xu Qing said, "We'll go your way." "Okay," she said with a humble nod. Chapter 11:15, Gods as Slaves. 7 days later, they were passing Mount Ninesongs. Yunmen Qianfen was singing softly in a voice that sounded like countless chanting spirits. Green summits conceal traces of immortals, 9 curves twist and turn through the clouds. Emerald waters whisper through the stones, evening clouds gently add color to the trees. Her words drifted over Mount Ninesongs, swirling to the summit, curving 9 times before landing at the foot of the mountain, where emerald waters flowed in a mighty river. There was a boat on the river, almost like a fallen leaf. "Senior, that's Mount Ninesongs. The stream that comes down the mountain has 9 bends in it, and when it flows, you can hear the sound of immortal songs. That's where the name comes from. 1. Incense was burning in the boat, and a lantern provided light. Yunmen Qianfen was playing the zither and simultaneously looking at Xu Qing, who was studying Mount Ninesongs. She was not any less shaken than she had been earlier. 7 days had passed, but she couldn't stop thinking about the Gruish death of that Dailing dynasty elder. He had been a 7-world smoldering god, but he had died weeping. That seemed like something that only 9-world smoldering gods, those in the Great Circle, could possibly accomplish. She was getting the sense that whatever Sir Firedark had done in the Spirit Dust Mountains, it was only the tip of the iceberg, and unless they ran into an imperial sovereign, she was going to be completely and utterly safe. As a result, the sense of danger within her had grown weaker. In its place came a marvelous sensation of freedom. Now she felt like she was just on nothing more than a pleasant journey. As she relaxed, she smiled more. It affected her music as well. As the zither song drifted in the wind, it merged with the sound of the water to make something even more pleasant. Combined with the incense and the lantern, it really made it seem like they were just drifting along without a care in the world. As Xu Qing listened to the wonderful sounds around him and gazed at the mountain, he took a sip from his flagon of alcohol. In contrast to the way Yunmen Qianfen was relaxing, Xu Qing couldn't stop thinking about real life. Though he was sipping alcohol, his thoughts were actually wrapped up in memories. He was thinking about another time he had traveled on a boat with someone, and he was thinking about the music from that time, too. Yunmen Qianfen eventually sensed his mood. Looking down, she sang a bit more quietly. The bird soars in search of dreams. The cascading water brings peace to the heart. I'll spend my life with you, my love. I'll ne'er ask when we shall depart. The glistening river flowed past Mount Ninesongs. All of a sudden, Xu Qing said, there's a song I know that I haven't played in a long time. Would you mind playing it? Yunmen Qianfen looked up at Xu Qing, whose back was to her. Of course, she said softly. Xu Qing waved his hand, and a jade slip flew over to her, which contained the score to the song. She picked up the jade slip and then closed her eyes in concentration. The zither music changed. A familiar song filled heaven and earth. The little boat slowly floated down the river. A young woman's delicate hands caressed the zither strings. A man stared off into the distance. He was searching for an old dream in the flowing waters. The sound of the river drifted along with the wind. The zither music described the joys and sorrows of life. It ended in a flagon of unfiltered rice wine. 3. Xu Qing drank. Yunmen Qianfen hesitated briefly, then said, Senior, this song is profound. It contains a lifetime of obsession, and though it's full of grief, it also feels free and at ease. The person who wrote this song is obviously someone extraordinary. Does the song have a name? Xu Qing didn't answer the question. He just looked at the water flowing off to the horizon. The wind blew, stirring his hair and rustling his robe. It seemed filled with something cold and detached. Then the wind stopped. The water no longer glittered. All of a sudden, the river in front of the boat exploded. Water sank down as an enormous head rose up. It looked like the head of a pitch-black snake, covered with scales and slime. Crimson eyes burned with deep malice. It was hundreds of meters long, and compared to it, the boat looked like a child's toy. Along with it came a sound like chanting. It entered the ears to fill the heart of the listener with madness, to destabilize their soul and cause their fleshly body to tremble. The gruish head caused the surroundings to ripple and distort until everything was like a blur. When its gaze locked onto Yunmen Qianfen, she felt her heart racing so rapidly it felt like it would burst out of her chest. At the same time, a feeling of madness gripped her as something extremely domineering tried to invade her from the outside. She trembled from head to toe, as if her flesh and blood had a will of their own that was trying to expel her from her own body. The spirit energy in the area was in chaos as a different variety of energy invaded it, took it over, and rejected it. The spirit energy was being polluted. This was the aura of a god. It was mutagen. This was an actual god. Yunmen Qianfen was shaken to the core, and her cultivation base was suppressed. But even as she felt like her body and soul couldn't stand up to the presence of this god, a gentle force swept out from Xu Qing and enveloped her. It screened her off from the outside. Xu Qing extended his right hand and made a grasping gesture. The ripples and distortions shattered and dissipated. His grasping gesture caused mountain-toppling, sea-draining force to make a huge hand that reached down and latched onto the god's head. He yanked upward. Heaven and earth trembled. An ear-piercing howl erupted from the god's mouth as the thing was pulled up writhing from the river. Water cascaded down as a bizarre body was revealed. The head made up 99% of its entire body. Beneath the gigantic head was a tiny body with gray skin, covered with sticky slime. The thing was surrounded by glowing spheres that slowly orbited in a circle, emanating a fantastic and gruish glow. The entire area filled with a wild sensation, like that of primal chaos itself. Within the body of the god was a burning flame, although above that flame was a lampshade formed from magical symbols. The lampshade sealed the flame and allowed it to be controlled. Above the lampshade was a unique jade slip. It seemed alive, and had long tentacles that covered the brain of the god, locking onto it and parasitizing it. Thanks to Xu Qing's screening Yunmen Qianfen away from the outside, she had already recovered. Now her heart was pounding. How could she ever have guessed that the people chasing her would deploy something like this to try to kill her? When she thought about how terrifying these things were, she shivered and without even thinking about it said, "A godslave! Senior, this is a godslave that the Dialing dynasty bought at a very high price from the Tao Immortal sect. Godslaves have imperial sovereign battle prowess. Senior, you." However, before she could even get halfway through what she planned to say, Her eyes went wide and she stopped talking. As she watched, an illusory hand grabbed the vicious and terrifying god, which was powerless to get free. In front of it was Xu Qing, whose expression was the same as ever as he sized up the god, almost as if he was studying it. Yunmen Qianfen was breathing heavily as she thought back to that vassal who died crying. As Xu Qing looked at the lampshade and the flame beneath it, he said, "A god in the godfire level." The lampshade was covered with a dense network of magical symbols, all of which were different from each other. There seemed to be millions upon millions of them, and though their structure was complex, there seemed to be order in how they were put together, although that order shifted constantly. The living jade slip above the lampshade was even more bizarre. Xu Qing had never seen anything like it before, and wasn't able to make heads or tails of it at the moment. This was not his first time encountering a god in the 5th star ring, and he had seen gods turned into slaves before. Cultivators could make gods into magical treasures or be treated as animals. Thankfully, Yunmen Qianfen's explanation told him what he needed to know about where this god-slave came from. So the Orthodox sect controls them, and they can sell them if they want. Xu Qing was intrigued by the idea of turning gods into slaves. From what he was looking at, he could tell it was an ingenious technique. Unless you understood the inner workings, it would be very difficult to undo the effect. If you used too much force, the enslaved god's godfire would be destroyed. The god's mind would collapse, and the god's soul and body would likely crumble into nothing. But if it's a slave, and can even be sold, then it's obvious that it can be controlled. Xu Qing looked off into the distance. Beneath the crimson light of the aurora, he could see ripples as 4 figures appeared. Yunmen Qianfen saw them too, and she recognized them. 3 of them were Dialing dynasty vassals. The other was a Dialing conclave elder. The 3 vassals were all 7-world smoldering gods. As for the core elder, he was at the 9-world level. She immediately imparted this information to Xu Qing. The 4 of them hovered in midair looking astonished and even terrified. One of them had a little drum in his hand that was connected to the god. Yet no matter how he beat the drum, causing the god to struggle against Xu Qing, it did no good. 4. Xu Qing's mere gaze caused the 4 cultivators' minds and hearts to tremble. Scalps tingling, they turned to flee. Clearly, they didn't act fast enough. The moment they took to flight, Xu Qing took a step forward. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. From Yunmen Qianfen's perspective, it was like a majestic scroll painting was being unfurled into the sky, covering everything and making it blurry. After a few breaths of time passed, the scroll painting vanished. The 4 cultivators were gone. Xu Qing was returning. In one hand he held a flagon of alcohol, in the other hand he held a head. The head was that of the Dialing conclave elder. He wasn't dead, and his eyes shone with terror and despair. He was being soul-searched. By the time Xu Qing was back on the boat, the soul search was over. Xu Qing now knew exactly what was going on. The Yunmen clan has a secret key leading into a land of good fortune. That's why the 2 clans are at war. But there's something special about the key that makes it hard to steal. Therefore, after pushing the Yunmen clan into a corner, the Dialing dynasty made an offer that couldn't be refused. The Yunmens would send out 14 conclave clan members for the Dialings to chase. If all 14 of them die, then the Yunmen clan will be declared the loser. But if even one of them survives, the Dialings will be the losers. The prize is the secret key and the survival of the Yunmen clan. Xu Qing had no interest in the secret key. He crushed the head into ashes, then took out the little drum that could be used to control the god. He tapped it. The thump of the drum caused the god to turn into a stream of light that entered the drum and turned into a design on its surface. Then Xu Qing looked over at Yunmen Qianfen, who was staring at him in astonishment and trying to control her breathing. "I'm out of alcohol," he said, tossing her the flagon. She caught the flagon. Then, shivering, she produced a new flagon and handed it to him. 1. The Chinese character I'm rendering as songs has 2 main meanings. Obviously, in one sense, it can mean a song or tune. but the character can also refer to the bend in a river. So the name of the river has a double meaning that can't be conveyed with one word in English. 2. Xu Qing is thinking about the journey that began in chapter 297. 3. The description of the song matches the song in chapter 299. 4. If you look up the characters for this kind of drum in a dictionary, or use MTL, it will be called a snare drum. But in Xianxia, everything is generally based on ancient Chinese stuff. So in reality, this drum most likely resembles something like this image. Chapter 1116, Wandering the Jianghu. Blue sand dunes flickered radiantly, almost as if each individual grain of sand was a gemstone. The dunes stretched endlessly, like massive, solid, and silent waves. Within the silence, the intense heat caused everything to blur. The sand glittered like starlight, like countless timelines, converging into a dream like an illusion. As one gazed at it, it was a beautiful illusion. The boat was currently gliding toward the edge of the desert of time. Yunmen Qianfen sat next to Xu Qing, peeling fruit for him as he read a book. Looking over at him, she said, "Senior, this is the desert of time. After we cross it, we'll be at that ancient teleportation portal, and we can use that portal to get very close to Dark Cloud City." To her, this journey had been like the constantly fluctuating heat waves out on the desert. Her heart had trembled, and her mind felt like it was in a dream. Thinking back to what happened left her with an incomparably marvelous sensation. Sir Firedark had killed a 7-world smoldering god by making him cry to death. He had slaughtered 4 elders in a few breaths of time. He had crushed a god with the wave of his hand. Because of all of that, she was now convinced that Sir Firedark was actually an imperial sovereign. She had dealt with imperial sovereign cultivators before, be they the patriarch of her clan or clan chosen. She had also seen quite a few foreign imperial sovereigns from a distance. All of them were profoundly above her station. But never had she been so close to one, let alone gone on a journey with them. She had never in her life experienced the sensation of being completely protected from all danger. It moved her down to her soul. Over the past few days, she had occasionally taken advantage of moments in which she served him alcohol to ask some questions about cultivation. He had never been stingy, and had always taken time to give her pointers. All of the pointers had been beneficial, and had helped her resolve confusing aspects of cultivation that had been blocking her progress. In fact, from what she could tell, Sir Firedark seemed more knowledgeable than her own clan's patriarch. As for why an imperial sovereign would choose to serve as a vassal in her clan and hide his cultivation base in the process was something she didn't bother thinking about, nor did she care. Clan matters like that didn't have anything to do with her personally. Sir Firedark has his own difficulties to deal with. I doubt he wants his secrets made public. Yunmen Qianfen carefully peeled another immortal fruit. At the same time, she noticed that Xu Qing's flagon was empty, and she deftly replaced it. She had packed her bag of holding full of many things, and though only a portion was filled with food and drink, even that bit was more than enough. It was not the result of her divinations. Rather, after she settled on picking him as her escort, she decided that she would commit fully to playing the part of a handmaiden. She would do everything possible to make Sir Firedark's journey comfortable. After all, that would make her own survival much more likely. Xu Qing didn't care either way. However, he had to admit that Yunmen Qianfen was doing a remarkable job as a handmaiden. She was smart and decisive, especially in the way she explained the situation up front and gave him the spatial clay. Because of that, Xu Qing intended to live up to his promise. Taking a sip of alcohol, he looked at the desert stretched out in front of them. It was scintillating and hazy, and he could see time itself within the desert. As they neared, the desert became like a painting that heaven itself had inscribed with magical laws. Off in the distance, the rolling dunes seemed to hide ancient secrets. There were a few plants here and there. All had needle-like leaves, which was how such plants adapted to the heat and lack of water. Life was hard here, but that was just life, and all living beings had to deal with similar things. A few fierce eagles soared above, silhouetted by the light of the aurora. The desert was silent except for their piercing cries, which just added to the mysterious and desolate air of the place. "Why is it called the Desert of Time?" Xu Qing asked as the boat flew into the desert. Up to this point in the journey, Yunmen Qianfen had seemed like she knew everything, but now she hesitated. A moment passed. "Senior," she said in an uneasy voice, "none of the ancient records explain how the desert got that name. It's just what the desert dwellers call the place. In other words, I don't really know how it got the name." Xu Qing nodded and looked over at her. "You picked some interesting places to pass through. Skywater Lake, the Desert of Time. It seems all of them have names with special meanings, or at the very least, ancient legends associated with them. You must know about other interesting places, right?" Yunmen Qianfen took a bamboo scroll out of her bag of holding and respectfully offered it to Xu Qing. "Senior, the truth is that I like reading about different places and their stories, and I collect what I learn in this scroll. Some of the places are locations I've personally been to in my clan's territory, but some are places I've only heard about from others. I can't really guarantee what information is true and what is." Xu Qing picked up the bamboo scroll and scanned it with divine will. His eyes glittered. The scroll was full of written information about all sorts of geographic locations, from mountains to rivers to valleys. All of them had names and stories attached to them. The Pond of Fallen Evil, Heavenwind Cave, the Firevoid Mountains, the Fallen Immortal Moors, Primary Dao Precipice, the Geotail Cisterns, Cloudmire Basin. 1. The names were very intriguing to Xu Qing. It seems that more than half of these places are as unique as Skywater Lake or the Desert of Time. This information is going to be very helpful. Xu Qing rolled up the scroll. As far as he was concerned, it was probably just as valuable as the spatial clay. He looked at Yunmen Qianfen again. "Are you in a rush to get to Dark Cloud City?" "No," she replied. "No rush at all." She was very excited to see how pleased he was with her bamboo scroll. Based on the cultivation tips Xu Qing had been giving her, she got the feeling that extending the journey would be a good thing. Xu Qing nodded, then took a step forward and disappeared from the boat. When he reappeared, he was in the desert. He sat down cross-legged, his eyes gleaming. Time is in chaos here. Or you could say that different timelines are flowing at different rates. But because of how they all mix together, the result is that everything seems normal. He sent his divine will spreading out in all directions. Yunmen Qianfen was already used to how Xu Qing would occasionally seek enlightenment. When he sat down, she put away the boat and then landed next to him. She immediately got busy. She started by setting up a canopy of woven spirit plants, along with a matching floor mat. There, she sat down with her chin resting on her hand as she gazed at Xu Qing. Although Xu Qing was still disguised as a middle-aged man, he still seemed unusually dashing to her. "I bet that when he was younger, he was really gallant and dashing. He probably has so many stories to tell. I wonder what he's thinking about when he's looking off into the distance. Maybe he's thinking about his family or some old friends. And then there's that song about wandering the Jianghu. It sounds so heroic, but also sad. Whenever I play it, I find myself thinking about a woman. Could she be Senior Firedark's Taoist partner, too?" As her thoughts wandered, the warm wind blew, stirring Xu Qing's hair and robe. When the wind touched Yunmen Qianfen, it pressed her garments down, causing her elegant curves to become even more prominent. She was very beautiful. At that moment, it was as if heaven itself had taken notice and began to turn that desert scene into a beautiful painting. In that manner, time passed. 5 days. Xu Qing's divine will covered a massive area within the desert. At the same time, it penetrated every individual particle of sand. During the 5 days that passed, Xu Qing's study of the desert helped him to gain a deep sense of the chaos within time. He wasn't sure exactly why it was happening, but he could sense his sundials inside of him and could feel the gnomons speeding up and slowing down, starting and stopping. His Tao of extreme time was very active. As a result of his observations, he was gradually coming to understand time better and had even come up with some new speculations. There's so much sand here that it seems as uncountable as the drops of water in a sea. But the reality is that, to me, it seems like a cohesive body. That doesn't mean that the desert itself has a body. Rather, it's completely unified. Xu Qing's mind was racing. Put more precisely, every grain of sand has different patterns of wear and is a different size. They're all unique. But the truth is that when they started out, they were all exactly the same. Whether it was their size or the state of their surfaces, they were all completely identical. Given how many of them there are, it seems almost like they're all copies. After his observation and reflection, he was reaching new enlightenment. Reaching out, he scooped up some sand and looked at it. It seems like there only used to be one grain of sand here. Because of the wind, or maybe some other external factors, the grain of sand moved. And every time it moved, it used its inherent time to effect transformations. Each transformation caused a new timeline to appear. That's how there came to be many grains of sand. Because of the flow of time, or perhaps because of some other mysterious force, more and more timelines appeared. More and more grains of sand appeared. Each grain started out the same, but as the individual timelines formed, they interacted, resulting in different friction and paths of motion. Ultimately, they turned into the desert we see now. That's why this place has so many different timelines, all interacting with each other. Xu Qing looked off into the depths of the desert. This is a really miraculous place. Or maybe it's better to say that this place is a precious treasure related to time itself. Not very many people exist who could take the sand away. The only way to do so would be to correctly adjust the time in each grain of sand and cause the desert to revert from chaos back, and take all of the multitude of sand grains and convert them back into a single grain. Not even I could do that right now, but at least this place has given me a glimpse into what can be done with the true power of time. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. Splitting time. Most of the translations of these names are fairly straightforward. One exception is my use of the word moors. In Chinese, it's actually described as plains in the name. However, later physical descriptions are a bit different, so I'm deviating slightly from the direct translation to match how it's described later. The last time wandering the Jianghu was mentioned was in chapter 298. Just to reiterate, this kind of talk of the Jianghu carries a very wuxia vibe. No, Beyond the Timescape is not wuxia. It's Xianxia. And though I love Xianxia, I have an even more complex and sentimental connection to wuxia. The idea of heroes wandering the Jianghu is super entrancing to me. In fact, the concept of a vibrant and exciting Jianghu is the very foundation of the TTRPG I co-authored, Righteous Blood, Ruthless Blades. Chapter 1117, A Direction for the Eighth Extreme. Time doesn't just speed up, reverse, or stop. It has more profound functions. Xu Qing looked out at the majestic desert. He was already able to use some of the power of time. But the moment he had gained enlightenment of the substructure of the place, he was shaken to the core by a whole host of new thoughts. Time can be macroscopic. In other words, it can be viewed from the perspective of an entire star ring. On the other hand, time also exists within every living being, on a much smaller scale. The river of time exists everywhere, and yet it's not fixed. It can be affected by outside forces or can be transformed in other ways. As for this desert, it shows how time can be split. The enlightenment within Xu Qing grew clearer. The movement of an individual grain of sand forms one timeline, but atop that one particular timeline will be a second grain of sand. The first grain and the second grain have the same substructure, but different timelines. The interactions cause more timelines, leading to mass chaos, and in the end, this desert. In order to combine them all back into one, you would have to travel within time, but also be outside of time and independent. In that way, you could gain control. His eyes glittered brightly. Unfortunately, I'm not currently capable of doing that. The most I could do would be to cause disorder in time. That type of disorder sewn into time, and the resulting transformations are fundamentally different fates. Every new timeline will result in a new grain of sand. The momentum of that grain of sand doesn't have anything to do with the previous grain. It's on its own path. Xu Qing thought to the godly authority of fate that his god clone had, and gradually, a fantastic sensation began to build up within him. That was because he was coming to realize that cultivator authority and godly authority were basically different approaches that led to the same outcome. That said, they do have subtle differences. My godly authority of fate works by using a carving knife to cut new threads of fate, bringing them to the forefront, and making them the dominant aspect. But splitting time involves provoking transformations to a whole bunch of different timelines belonging to the same object. In order to gain deeper enlightenment of this, I'm going to need to go back to revered ancient and reunite my immortal body with my god clone. As for right now, Xu Qing's eyes gleamed with mysterious light as he considered how he could use the ability to split time when in combat. With that, he produced some holy Fardark nectar and took a drink. He had already consumed 2 bottles of the nectar today, making this his third. As the effects of the nectar spread through him, Xu Qing's mind raced. I could use it on myself, and with each movement I made, even the beating of my heart, I could form different timelines. Though I wouldn't be able to combine them, I could use my sundials to unleash the power in explosive bursts. It would create a chaotic sea of time. Any who entered that chaotic sea would sustain the effects of time. They would be hit by countless timelines, causing them to either die or go insane. If I did the same thing to an enemy, the result would be the same. Their every movement would create chaotic timelines. As more built up, and they failed to control the transformations, then they would be stricken by mass chaos. It would be like being gazed upon by a god, causing their flesh and blood to become independent entities. Not even an imperial sovereign would be able to easily deal with a divine ability like that. Xu Qing's eyes turned cold. Enter the sea and find bitterness. Experience tribulation. Time comes to cease. It is infinite timelessness. Xu Qing performed a double-handed incantation gesture to tap into his power and send it out into the desert. Then, he focused all of his thoughts, forming his will, gathering his Tao, and sending all of that into his 7th extreme. Having accomplished that, his thoughts continued to wander. The power of the holy Fardark nectar was still active, causing his unusual powers of understanding to be even more astonishing. There must be some other ways to use the ability to split time. I just need to think more about it. For example, can I combine it with spatial power? Thoughts were spinning within his head. New timelines, plus the space attached to that independent timeline, would create something the same as my essence, but also different. A different fate. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing, as he realized he was on the verge of grasping something new. Put precisely, wouldn't that be called spacetime? Would that be a spacetime created by me? Countless aspects of spacetime, countless versions of me. Heart pounding, Xu Qing looked up and started doing some experimenting. 3 days passed. He was still engrossed in the seeking of enlightenment and of delving into methods of combining space and time. As his thoughts meandered, he made deductions and reached practical conclusions. But unfortunately, everything he tried resulted in failure. Eventually, he changed tactics and started focusing on the chaotic timelines, using his spatial abilities to form a box to keep the timelines in. It was slow going. That didn't bother Xu Qing. He was fully immersed in what he was doing. However, Yunmen Qianfen was increasingly shaken as she watched Xu Qing work on his cultivation. She had a void-returning cultivation base and would only be able to break through to smoldering God with the right destined opportunity. But as a conclave member of her clan, she was quite knowledgeable. That said, she hadn't dealt much with imperial sovereigns. Therefore, the sight of Xu Qing working on his cultivation left her stunned deeply. It was like a tempest that built within her as Xu Qing gained enlightenment of the desert. During the first few days, she realized that the grains of sand that surrounded them were starting to glitter. Eventually, the surrounding desert came to look like a scintillating starry sky. She was understandably taken aback. Next, the grains of sand started vibrating. She even noticed some of the sand starting to float up into the air. It was a dreamlike sensation that left her heart pounding. Yet that was like nothing compared to what happened next. What she noticed was that everything around Xu Qing was rippling and becoming blurry, almost in layers. And then, though she wasn't sure if she was seeing things or not, she was almost sure she saw countless versions of Xu Qing. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly illusory vision vanished, and she found herself dizzy and shaking. The world was spinning around her. Even more shocking to her, she felt like she was rapidly shifting back and forth from being ancient, to being an infant, to being normal. The sensation continued, making it feel like she was living different lives all at the same time. She felt sorrow, joy, love, and hatred all at the same time. Just as all of those emotions hit her, Xu Qing noticed what was happening. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, and a gentle force swept out and covered her, preventing the effects from reaching her. Had he not done that, she would have withered up into a skeleton. The things that had just played out left Yunmen, Qianfen, absolutely shaken to the core. Not even the patriarch makes me feel like this. Gasping for breath, Yunmen Qianfen backed away from Xu Qing. She didn't dare to stay too close to him. She felt reverence, and at the same time, a strong sense of safety. As of that moment, she was convinced that divinations had been completely and utterly accurate. She had no idea if the other clan members who were part of this mission were alive, but she was sure that she would be fine. That said, she was also getting the feeling that, after what just happened, her divination skills had improved. Is Senior Firedark working on some sort of cultivation that connects to the Tao of divination? She continued to sit cross-legged some distance away, carefully trying to get as much information as she could from what she could sense. Another 2 days passed. The entire desert was now shining brightly. Innumerable grains of sand were floating into the air and spinning around like a tempest and causing intense rumbling sounds. Someone was approaching the desert. It was a woman clad in a black gown and carrying a long black spear. She was pretty, but her gaze was fiendish, and she emanated a cold aura. She stopped short on the desert border. Then, after a long moment passed, she stepped inside. However, after taking only one step, she stopped moving. A moment later, she took a step back. As she stood there, she seemed almost like a mountain of ice, so cold that the surrounding energy solidified. Any living things that got too close to her would be devoured by the frigid energy. However, that state only lasted for a short time before she returned to normal. A grave expression overtook her face. The desert of time, the authority of time. No wonder the conclave elder and those vassals all died so strangely. And now it makes sense that they sent me to deal with this Yunmen clan vassal. He's not just an imperial sovereign. He seems to be a mid-imperial sovereign. He must have been hiding out in the Yunmen clan, all along in the hopes of getting the secret key. The woman stood there silently. She was considered a top chosen in the Deathblade dynasty. On top of that, she had an immortal capital permission medallion. As someone who had come out on top of countless battles in her life, she was more knowledgeable than 99% of the people in the Deathblade dynasty. What was more, she was confident that she could best any enemy in the same level as herself. But right now, her expression was grave, and she was feeling an increasingly strong sense of danger. The step she had just taken into the desert imparted a sensation of death. I'm not strong enough to beat this guy. Another long moment passed, whereupon she took a deep breath and backed away. After taking 3 steps, she stopped moving, and her face fell. She now realized that she had waited too long to back away. She had stood inside the desert for too long, during which time her heart, her mind, and even her physical body had been too active. Most importantly, she just should not have stepped into the desert, not even 1 step. Before she even realized what was happening, numerous timelines had appeared on her body. And then, when she stepped back, she ended up surrounded by distortions, blurriness, and overlapping versions of herself. She was an imperial sovereign, and thus was no simpleton. The moment she realized something unusual was happening, she instantly activated her cultivation base. Without an instant of hesitation, she even resorted to detonating her clan's secret treasure, all while unleashing her authority in explosive fashion. In a flash, an actual mountain of ice appeared with her in the middle, spreading out in all directions outside the desert. It sealed everything inside, freezing it, including her and time. A few days later, the ice mountain was still there. The tempest in the desert had died down, and everything was back to normal. Xu Qing opened his eyes. He didn't glance at the distant ice mountain. He simply sighed as a result of his enlightenment. After all of his experimentation, he had only come to prove that, thanks to his own lack of understanding, he could not combine space and time. However, at least I have a direction to pursue for my 8th extreme. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, causing the desert to seethe. Countless grains of sand trembled, and numerous timelines intersected, creating a dazzling, multicolored display. A dazzling road appeared in front of Xu Qing. "Come on, let's go," he said to Yunmen Qianfen, standing. Yunmen Qianfen had just noticed the ice mountain and had spotted the woman sealed inside. She recognized her. "Senior, that woman, she tried to seal time, but she failed. She's not dead yet, but she's very close. What about the thing she has on her?" Yunmen Qianfen blinked a few times. Xu Qing shook his head but said nothing. The sea of infinite timelessness sealing the ice mountain had been instigated by him. However, he had no way to undo it. Anyone who entered it would be stuck inside. Of course, Xu Qing didn't want that information spreading. He took a step forward onto the dazzling road. As he did, he crossed time and crossed the desert. When he reappeared, he was in front of an ancient teleportation portal. Yunmen Qianfen followed meekly. Chapter 11:18. We don't have to be enemies. The Desert of Time was fundamentally a very old place, but the network of teleportation portals in the west was even older. The western region was a sprawling place. Without the teleportation portals, traveling within it would have been taxing even for top experts. Because of that, after the starry sky was converted into land, and the western region was compacted, the immortal capital ordered the Dao Immortal sect to set up a system of 108 teleportation portals in various locations. That was why no clans or organizations in the West would dare to damage the ancient teleportation portals. Xu Qing was currently looking at one of those 108 portals, which was made of 36 enormous stone gates that stood tall in the wilderness plain. The complex magical symbols carved into the gates were dark, but when Yunmen Qianfen took out some pieces of immortal jade and fed them into the proper place, the symbols glowed and the portal powered up. Fluctuations began rolling, not outward, but into the portal. The ground trembled as an ancient power seemed to wake up. It was almost as if the lands had opened their mouth to devour the world. Deep rumbling sounds then emanated from the portal. The sound wasn't loud at first, but soon it became thunderous. And then it mixed with a piercing sound coming from the horizon. The air pressure built up. Xu Qing looked off toward the horizon. Someone was about to arrive at their destination. Yunmen Qianfen didn't seem to notice what was happening. She inserted the final piece of immortal jade, and the symbols flared with bright blue light. The light seemed to distort Xu Qing's perceptions. Even the aurora overhead was affected, as it began to twist and ripple. It was as if the area where the teleportation portal was located had become a depression in the land that dragged everything toward it. Anything in the area was being distorted in the same way. The 5 elements, space, time, and even light, none were exceptions. Nature itself was standing aside for this mysterious ceremony. This portal surpassed any portal Xu Qing had seen in revered ancient. That said, when comparing it to the vortex in the primeval sea, it was a case of a minor magician pales into insignificance in the presence of a great one. They work the same, though, Xu Qing thought. He was no amateur when it came to these things, as he already had a much deeper understanding of space and time than before. And right now, he could tell that this portal was emanating the power of both space and time. He was gradually able to see the substructure. These so-called long-distance teleportations rely on the overlapping of space to shorten the distance to the destination. It's like putting 2 holes in a piece of paper and then folding the paper so the holes touch. In that manner, it's a simple thing to cross through the holes. If I have sufficient enlightenment of space and time, then doesn't it mean that I could easily teleport anywhere in this heaven and earth? In fact, I could go anywhere in the planetary system or the star ring. Unfortunately, because of the development on the horizon, Xu Qing wasn't able to spend more time contemplating the subject. Even Yunmen Qianfen, who had been preparing the enchantment to activate the teleportation, now noticed that something was going on. She looked over at the horizon. Though even the aurora was distorted because of the teleportation portal, there was a rift being opened up in the air that tore through the distortions. A crashing sound filled the area as a figure stepped out from the rift. The arrival of this person caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. Great winds blew. The terrifying might of a mid-imperial sovereign spread out, weighing down with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. An old man appeared, his robe black, his hair a cascade of white. He looked ancient and withered, with a face lined with deep wrinkles. His eyes were sunken like two black holes, and his gaze was icy cold. Hovering in the air, he glared at Xu Qing. "Pater, Patriarch Diling," Yunmen Qianfen said. Her voice trembled as she cowered behind Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked up at the patriarch, his expression the same as ever. When their gazes locked, the air seemed to rip. A deafening rumbling exploded out, as if countless lightning bolts were crashing in the area. Pressure erupted from both of them. The two pressures slammed into each other destructively. Xu Qing took a step back. Up above, the ends of Patriarch Diling's sleeves crumbled into ashes. It didn't seem that either was superior to the other. "You're not here to fight, are you?" Xu Qing said coolly, shaking his head. He had not previously fought any mid-imperial sovereigns. In fact, before coming to the West, his own assessment had been that his battle prowess was sufficient to fight anyone under that level. However, after coming to the West and recovering from his injuries, he had come to a deeper understanding of his Tao. Though he had not yet formed his 8th extreme, he had achieved enough success that his battle prowess had improved. And yet, he didn't get any sense that this person had the desire to do battle. Patriarch Diling turned to look at the ice mountain on the other side of the desert. Then he looked at Xu Qing and spoke in a raspy voice. "I already have the secret key. If you and I fight, one of us will die, but we have no animosity between the two of us. So what's the point of fighting? The secret key has the capacity to be used by both of us. And therefore, I came here to see if you qualify to join me. We don't have to be enemies. We can work together." Patriarch Diling looked closely at Xu Qing, then turned and stepped back into the rift. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Yunmen Qianfen a single time. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. Unless there was absolutely no choice, he didn't want to get in a life-or-death fight with someone that strong. Besides, this teleportation portal had given him a lot to think about. He looked back at the portal and continued his previous way of thinking. Right now, Tao enlightenment was the most important thing for him. "I wonder if it's really true that, when I form the 8th extreme, I'll be able to teleport to anywhere in the star ring." A moment later, he shook his head. Not necessarily. He thought back to what the ferry pilot had told him when they were crossing the God Blood River, and the fact that after you passed the quasi-immortal level, there was a special kind of power. It was the quintessence of Tao lineaments of authority. It was called canon. He said that canon exists at a higher level, and because it envelops the 36 higher star rings, even the most powerful immortals in the lower star rings can't compare. At the moment, I don't have much of a sense of what canon is, but I have the feeling that after understanding space and time even more, I'll eventually be able to sense its existence. Meanwhile, Yunmen Qianfen was feeling very calm. She now knew that she really was safe. Taking a deep breath, she walked up to the teleportation and uttered the enchantment. As her words drifted out into the surrounding plane, the ceremony to activate the teleportation portal reached a critical point. The light from the magical symbols was dazzling, and the distortions grew more intense. Next, all 36 stone gates rumbled simultaneously. Light shone up from them, converging into a glowing pillar that rose up into the clouds. It became a bright streak in the night, connecting heaven and earth. Xu Qing and Yunmen Qianfen disappeared. The next day, Dark Cloud City was different from most cities. It wasn't constructed out in the open, but rather inside a massive mountain. It was like a grotto heaven. There was a magical light source inside that operated cyclically to create day and night. The walls of the cave were made of dark stone, the uneven surface of which resembled clouds. Thanks to the light source, those clouds looked dark, which led to the name of the city. For a certain distance around the city, the aurora was blocked off and out of sight. At the moment, the light source in Dark Cloud City was giving off a rosy glow, indicating that it was evening. The glow from Dark Cloud City shone onto Xu Qing and Yunmen Qianfen. Xu Qing was walking at a normal pace, but Yunmen Qianfen had slowed down. It had been a long journey, and now the end was in sight. Xu Qing stopped walking. The Yunmen clan mission was to escort you here. Presumably your clan has arranged for what happens after you get to Dark Cloud City. Therefore, this is where we part. Yunmen Qianfen was feeling somewhat emotional. The journey had been terrifying and wondrous, and she knew she should be happy to have reached her destination. Instead, she felt sad, and for some reason didn't want to part with Xu Qing. Senior, the Yunmen clan hasn't done much to prepare here in Dark Cloud City. This place actually belongs to my mother's clan. Senior, is there any chance you'd like to be a vassal here? Or perhaps, well, if you don't want to, that's fine, but you could stay here if you'd like. Xu Qing interrupted with a shake of his head. I have other matters to attend to. He turned to leave. Yunmen Qianfen looked at him about to walk away and suddenly felt an immense sense of loss. Biting her lip, she hurried forward a few steps. Senior, thank you so much for escorting me on the journey. I don't have much that I can repay you with. Senior, please take this. I know my cultivation base is weak and I can't help you with battle prowess. But I made this jade slip with my life force. You can use it to perform a single divination. Hopefully you can find some use for it. She took a jade slip out of her garment and offered it to him. He stopped and looked back at her. He looked at the jade slip. Nodding, he took it. Then he continued walking away. Zither music played behind him. The sunset was like a dream, wandering the Jianghu, living a life full of joy and grief. It ended in a flagon of unfiltered rice wine. 1. Once beyond the border of Dark Cloud City, when the red light of the aurora hit him, Xu Qing took out a flagon. He took a drink. He walked on. The song ended, and Yunmen Qianfen sighed. 1. Again, the description of the song matches the song in Chapter 299, Chapter 1119. Vast heaven and earth. If one traveled south from the central part of the Western planetary system and went roughly 1.985 billion kilometers, they would eventually reach a mountain named Inkstone. 1. There was a valley in that mountain, within which was a mysterious pond of emerald green water. Occasionally, evil spirits would swim in the water. They looked like nothing more than smoke on the water, and if you touched them, they would vanish. The surrounding crags resembled bizarre dog fangs. Ancient trees rose up, creating a leafy canopy that blocked the sun. Next to the pond was a stone dais, upon which was an inscription carved in very ancient characters. It said, "Evil has fallen here, the good shall stay away." Few people came to this location. Most just passed by as quickly as possible. The only people who did come were those who practiced cultivation that required evil energy. But even they would only come when the aura above was brightest, and they would never stay longer than an hour. Standing just outside of Mount Inkstone was a young man in a black robe, who was peering at the pitch-black mountain. According to the rumors, there was a fiendish devil cultivator in ancient times who buried his sword here just before he died. The sword's name was Inkstone. It eventually became this mountain, which was full of evil energy, and that was how the pond of fallen evil formed. This young man was Xu Qing, who had left Dark Cloud City some time ago. After escorting Yunmen Qianfen to Dark Cloud City, he decided to do some traveling in the west. He focused on areas from the bamboo scroll Yunmen Qianfen had given him, specifically the ones similar to the Desert of Time that had fantastic names and bizarre stories attached to them. The Pond of Fallen Evil was his first stop. After studying the mountain for a while, he waited until the aurora was at its brightest, then started walking up Mount Inkstone. He walked past boulders and thickets until he reached the valley. He saw the pond, and he saw the dais with the inscription. He also saw the so-called evil spirits. He studied them. They approached malevolently, howling viciously. They looked like they wanted to devour Xu Qing. However, as soon as they touched him, they collapsed into smoke. This place isn't strong enough to kill a cultivator instantly, but it could infect the soul, slowly devouring one's flesh and blood. If you stay too long, you'll eventually die. Some of it has to do with the time of day you enter. When the aurora in the sky is dark, the evil spirits here will be much stronger. Xu Qing cast his senses about to scan the area before focusing on the pond itself. His eyes glittered mysteriously as his gaze penetrated the water, passing through the ripples on the surface. At the bottom of the pond was a stone coffin. I definitely don't want to touch that thing. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the coffin was extraordinary, and what was more, it was giving him a feeling of extreme danger. After studying the place for about an hour, he turned to leave. This isn't a place I need to seek enlightenment from. Just as he was about to step out of the valley, a sinister wind blew from the pond, causing all the vegetation to rustle. The sound seemed ordinary in nature. Any mortal present would just hear the wind blowing and the leaves stirring. But Xu Qing's senses picked up more. There was clearly a gruish chanting in the wind. Silky grass among scattered trees, an icy rain the wind does chase. A frail and lonely soul simply longs for a bit of friendly grace. A lonely dais next to a spring. Why, sir, did you come to this place? Through the haze, the lantern reveals a most beautiful face. The icy voice echoed in the silent valley. It was like a lonely spirit calling out into the night from the yellow springs. At the same time, the surface of the pond rippled as the head of a woman rose halfway up from the water. She had an extremely pale face and dark hair that sank down into the water around her. As for her eyes, they were pure white as she stared at Xu Qing. All of a sudden, everything started freezing over. The land, the plants, the crags. A frigid coldness spread out in all directions, causing everything to pulsate. Then the woman in the pond vanished. Almost as if she had teleported. She was now floating above the pond. Her gown was white, and she was surrounded by rippling distortions. She was about to continue with whatever she was doing when a huge pair of shears suddenly appeared above Xu Qing's head. They snapped loudly. An invisible thread was severed. Freewebnville, calm. The severing of the thread caused the woman to cease her teleportations. She hovered in place, a few hundred meters away from Xu Qing, looking at him with her white eyes. Xu Qing had remained calm the entire time. "I'm not your enemy," he said coolly. "But if you keep pestering me, I'll make sure you aren't able to stick around here any longer." With that, he continued on his way. After he was gone, the temperature in the valley went back to normal. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing left Mount Inkstone. Once he was a good distance away, he looked back. He could sense that the gruish woman who had appeared was no longer there, but he could still hear her chanted words ringing in his ears. The stories aren't true. There's no sword buried there. There's a god sealed there. And the fact that the mountain is still infected despite the sealing goes to show that it's a peak altar god at the very least. He turned and left. Half a month passed. 765 million kilometers to the south of the central part of the western region was a plain called Heavenwind. In the eastern part of that plain was a vast cave that was essentially a tunnel that stretched for thousands of kilometers. The further you got into the cave, the more cramped it got, until it was extremely narrow. It was a very mysterious place. Within the cave there was a nameless wind. It was a very strong wind that was rumored to be controlled by an immortal that lived inside. Anyone who walked into the depths of the cave would eventually see strange carvings on the walls. People say that the carvings are charms carved by the immortal that controls the wind. Supposedly, they contain the secret of how to summon and manipulate the wind. It's common for mutant beasts to appear in the cave. They can travel within the wind, as they're partly illusory. It had taken Xu Qing about half a month to reach Heavenwind Cave. Now he stood outside, looking down at the description from the bamboo scroll Yunmen Qianfen had given him. Then he sent his divine will out to scan the area. His eyes gleamed. This is a marvelous place. There's a Dao lineament of wind authority here, and it's publicly open for people to seek enlightenment. There are hundreds of cultivators down there meditating. The deeper you get into the cave, though, the less people you find. The wind gets stronger, and the more charms are carved into the walls. Xu Qing had encountered wind authority before, and by using his Dao of wood, he had been able to imitate it to an extent. He strode down into the Heavenwind Cave. As he proceeded into the depths of the cave, he passed many cultivators who were seated cross-legged in meditation. He didn't pay much attention to them, and they didn't pay much attention to him. 10 days later, he left. A few months later, he appeared a great distance away in the Firevade Mountains, which were in the westernmost parts of the Western planetary system. The sky there was red, and the mountains stretched for 90 million miles. They had undulating peaks, and were made from volcanic rock that was bright red and constantly emanated burning heat. Occasionally, flame phoenixes would soar in the air, breathing fire and shaking the surroundings. There were lots of hot springs in the mountains, and the steam they let loose formed clouds and fog. Supposedly, somewhere deep in the Firevade Mountains was the Renegade Immortal Palace. It was a palace of operations originally built by one of the Fifth Star Ring's 11 immortal lords, who was called Immortal Lord Firevade. People connected to the Immortal Palace by destiny could search for it and find it. In doing so, they could reach heaven in a single bound and become apprenticed to Lord Firevade. That said, from ancient times until modern, that story had been nothing more than that, a story. No one had ever acquired the destined opportunity it mentioned. Xu Qing stayed in the Firevade Mountains for about half a month. He went to many places, but never found any immortal palace. However, thanks to the fire that was everywhere, his understanding of 5 elements fire grew more profound. That said, his experience left him with a new question. Where did all this fire come from? No answer came to him. Despite exploring the depths of the mountains, he never found any clues. The fire seemed to be naturally occurring, as if it grew there. It didn't seem like grew was the perfectly right word, but it made sense to Xu Qing based on what he had seen. At a certain point, he simply sat down cross-legged to seek enlightenment. After a while, a palace like a sun rose within his mind's eyes. It seemed to have a bit of a resonance with him. But then his vision blurred, and an ethereal voice spoke into his mind. Your karma is not with me. Before Xu Qing knew what was happening, a bizarre force ejected him from the Firevade Mountains. After a bit of contemplation, he decided not to ask any questions. Turning, he bowed, then proceeded on his way. This time his destination was the primary Dao precipice. It was a cliff that was also located in the west, although it took a bit of searching before Xu Qing found it. The looming cliff was so dramatic that it looked like it had been sliced out by a massive blade. It towered so high that it entered the clouds. There were ancient characters carved into the cliff that read, "The path of the primary Dao is all-encompassing." Another point of interest was that there was a unique type of flower that grew on the cliff which was known as primary Dao flower. The flower was pure white with petals of shining gold. It was as if the flower could bear witness to the most paramount of Daos. And of course, it had medicinal properties to match. You couldn't eat it. You could only smell it. Doing so could help you to learn about the Dao, too. Every 100 years, the flowers would bloom, and the fragrant aroma would assail all people within millions of kilometers. Because of that, cultivators would come to the precipice at that time to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Unfortunately, Xu Qing didn't come at a good time, as the next bloom wasn't to come for another 40 or more years. Because of that, there weren't many cultivators on the primary Dao precipice. However, upon arriving, Xu Qing felt like his thinking ability had been bolstered, as he suddenly came up with a few new trains of thought. After about half a year of constant traveling, he finally decided to stop for an extended time. For one thing, he wanted to consolidate everything he had learned on his travels. What was more, He wanted to settle his heart and mind and look into the spatial clay he had acquired. He also wanted to try his hand at making that special kind of glue. During the process, he took out the divination jade slip that Yunmen Qianfen had given to him. The jade slip didn't just contain her power of divination. It also had a secret key. It was a magical symbol the likes of which Xu Qing had never seen before. It was ancient and mysterious, almost as if it had its own life force. However, it was dim, almost illusory, as if it hadn't reached the point at which it could shine brightly. Xu Qing looked thoughtfully at the secret key. The original mission he had accepted had been to escort a conclave member of the Yunmen clan to a specific destination. He had known all along that some of the people had secret keys. As he had learned from various members of the Dialing dynasty, the entire thing had been a game of chance. Xu Qing wasn't sure of the real story behind the event, but there was one thing he was certain of. When Yunmen Qianfen gave me this jade slip, I looked at it briefly, and there was no secret key inside. The secret key seems to have formed naturally inside the jade slip. He put the jade slip away. It didn't matter what the secret key was or what location it was supposed to open. Right now, it wasn't his focus. He planned to stay at the primary Dao precipice for a time, then move on to the Geotail cisterns, the Cloudmere Basin, and finally, the fallen immortal moors, which was supposedly the source of the aurora. Unfortunately, plans don't always go as intended. The second round of the Immortal Capital's trial of the hunt had reached a critical point. It was a part of the competition that countless cultivators had been longing for. On that day, the aurora above disappeared. On that day, 4 stars became the brightest sources of starlight in the sky of the 5th star ring. 1, as most of you know. I convert the ancient traditional Chinese units of measurement into modern units of measurement to make it easy to conceptualize what they indicate. In this case, I convert li into kilometers. The non-converted number is 3.97 billion li, or 3,970,000,000 if you write out all the digits. As far as I can tell, the number is not significant in any way other than it being a really, insert really several more times, big number. If you take the narrative at face value and assume that the star rings are roughly equivalent to galaxies, then the 5th star ring seems to be a flat Earth-type landmass the size a galaxy. When you consider that the Milky Way is something like 950,000 trillion km across, a distance of roughly 2 billion km is not much. That said, I really don't think the author's intention is for us to make calculations and compare to real-life sizes. It's just supposed to be big. For those of you who watched my YouTube video on this subject or read my FAQ book, you will know that I actually asked the author personally about distances and sizes. And his response was basically, it's not real life. 2, there's some wordplay here that, if translated directly, sounds kind of silly in English. Basically, the verb to smell is applied to the Dao. So literally the text says that you can't eat the flower, you can only smell it. And it's like smelling the Dao. The thing is that the verb has multiple meanings. For instance, it can also mean to hear, or more metaphorically, to be informed about something. I'm just rendering it as learn about because that's the meaning. And to say that it's like smelling the Dao is just too silly for me. Chapter 11:20, 4 Immortals. The 5th star ring's crimson aurora was extraordinary and full of mystery. After all, it stretched out over the entire 5th star ring and contained unknowable fantastic properties. But beyond that, there was also the fact that it was patrolled by 12 inspectors from the Immortal Capital. All 12 of them were lower immortals. That said, they didn't make public appearances very often. They only came down when the 5th star ring was facing impending catastrophe. But right now, as the aura disappeared, some of the inspectors were revealed. That was because the second round of the trial of the hunt had reached a critical point. It needed protection from all 4 corners of the star ring. 4 stars appeared in the pitch-black canopy of heaven, and they were visible in the east, west, south, and north, in all 4 of the 5th star ring's planetary systems. In the south was the Grand Immortal Mountain. Within that mountain was a grand hall of pure silver. Out of it strode an old man in a silver robe who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was surrounded by a mysterious swirling energy as he walked out into the clouds. His cultivation base could shake heaven and earth and sent out fluctuations into time itself. The sky rippled as he pulsed with heaven and earth power. This old man was the patriarch of the grand immortal mountain. He was immortal monarch Vastpeak. He had been sent into the south by the immortal capital to act as overseer. His cultivation base was lower immortal. As he emerged, he grew taller and taller, and the silver light shining off of him grew brighter and brighter. Eventually, he became the most spectacular and dazzling person in the entire south. Because there was no aurora in the dark sky, he became the only source of light in the south. All living beings there bowed their heads in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the northern planetary system, there was the Sword Immortal School. In the east of that location was the Star Ring Pagoda. Cultivators emerged from those locations as well, provoking similar reactions from the people. A stream of sword energy emerged that could sever heaven and slaughter gods. It shot high into the sky with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force, unstoppable and destructive. In the presence of that sword energy, quasi-immortals would bow their heads, imperial sovereigns would tremble, and smoldering gods would be struck senseless. The boundless sword Light turned into an immortal. The sword he wielded bore the name Blue Mallard, and the person who wielded it was Sword Immortal Blue Mallard. He wore blue clothing, had gray hair, and carried an ancient sword as he rose up into the sky. Something similar happened in the east, except there was no sword. Instead, it was a woman with eyebrows as dark as distant mountains, and eyes as glistening as autumn ponds. She wore palace attire embroidered with gold and silver. Depicted in the embroidery were auspicious dragons and phoenixes that were incredibly lifelike. She wore a jade belt around her slender waist and had black hair cascading down her back. She swayed gracefully as she walked and was surrounded by the fragrance of a delicate perfume. Her every frown and smile seemed capable of deeply stirring the hearts of anyone. As she emerged, her gown flowed around her. All living beings in the east bowed their heads and murmured her name. None of them dared to look at her. She was immortal Mistress Star Phoenix. Last came the west. 3 astonishing figures had risen into the dome of heaven in the other locations, but an unprepossessing old man walked out of the Tao immortal sect. He wore a coarse robe that was a bit dirty. In fact, he almost looked like a farmer that had been interrupted in the middle of doing some farm work. He didn't seem special at all, and the only thing he had with him was a wooden walking stick. He always carried that walking stick with him. It was so cracked and splintered that it seemed that after countless years of use, it was about to collapse. Shaking his head, he walked up into the sky. With every step, he teetered, almost as if he were walking through the depths of time itself. There was no dazzling glow to him. He didn't cast out resplendent fluctuations. He seemed completely and utterly ordinary. The light that reached his face from the other 3 individuals just accentuated the wrinkles. After he strode into the heights of the sky, he looked to the east, south, and then the north. That was when immortal monarch Vastpeak spoke from the south. "You're late, poison monarch." "How come you're always late?" asked Star Phoenix from the east. "What was it this time? Were you busy tending your little flower garden?" Sword Immortal Blue Mallard from the north didn't say anything. The man they had referred to as Poison Monarch didn't seem very pleased with what the others had said. What was more, when he saw how the others were shining with dazzling light, like stars, he snorted and unleashed a black light that spread through the sky. It was clearly a paramount star on par with the others. However, while the light from the others was gentle, aggressive, and cold, his light was like nighttime, and it pulsed with evil and wickedness. His disposition was quite opposite of theirs. "I don't have time to chat with you 3, Poison Monarch said in a sinister voice. "Also, you know I don't like being called that, and if any ignorant fool uses that form of address on me again, I'd be more than happy to go over to their lands and distribute some poison cannon." This old man actually had multiple names: Sir Virtuous, Immortal Monarch Boundless, Old Man Immortal Flood, and of course, Poison Monarch. The first three were names he had given himself. The fourth was what other people called him. In response, Immortal Monarch Vastpeak just smiled. Star Phoenix from the east had a thoughtful look on her face. As for Sword Immortal Blue Mallard, he looked up at Poison Monarch and said, "You've reached the critical point." Vastpeak's gaze hardened, and Star Phoenix's eyes shone brightly. Poison Monarch in his farmer's clothing was clearly more tolerant of Sword Immortal Blue Mallard. In response to the question, he nodded slowly. "I've touched the thread, but I lack some karma." He didn't seem inclined to go into any more details. Sounding a bit impatient, he said, "Hurry up, we're wasting time." Sword Immortal Blue Mallard's eyes narrowed, but he didn't make any more inquiries. It was Immortal Monarch Vastpeak's turn to officiate this round of service, so he said, "Since we're all here, then in accordance with the rules set forth by the Immortal Capital, we will now begin the legacy phase of the second round of the trial of the hunt. This will really heat things up. It will reflect well on us if some people with true potential rise to the top. If that happens, maybe we'll be able to end our service early and get back to the Immortal Capital." Immortal Monarch Vastpeak waved his hand, and out of nowhere appeared a mountain made of natural and magical laws. In the blink of an eye, it went from something rather small to something massive floating in the sky over the south. All people in the south with permission medallions could see and sense it. In the north, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard waved his hand, sending out a stream of sword energy that divided into countless bits of sword will. And thus, a sword rain began to fall in the northern planetary system. In the east, Star Phoenix's legacy was a green cup. An ancient and mysterious energy pulsed from the cup, making it clear that despite its ordinary appearance, the cup was obviously something marvelous. In fact, the people with permission medallions who saw it were shaken to the core and felt sensations of deep terror. After looking at the east, south, and north, Poison Monarch from the Tao Immortal sect unleashed a divine ability that caused a black bamboo slip to appear. He crushed it. Instantly, black light erupted out. Because the aurora was gone, the sky was already dark. Then Poison Monarch began to emanate darkness, but now it was an even darker black. The black light from the shattered bamboo slip surpassed everything else. It was like the most extreme black possible, the source of all darkness. Compared to this, the previous sky might as well have been called bright. As it spread, all of the west was cast into utter darkness. All light in the world was eradicated. For the moment, it didn't even exist. Even magical techniques and divine abilities that could create light were now incapable of doing anything. This scene was very different from the ones playing out in the other cardinal directions. In those areas, everyone could look up and see what the legacy was. But in the west, when people looked up, they just saw darkness. The unusual development caused the other three immortals to look over quizzically. All of them were fully aware that there was an unspoken agreement between the four of them about how the legacy phase of the second round worked. The legacies that were revealed had to be unique, such that even if someone gained enlightenment of them, even the other immortals, it wouldn't be possible to continuously use the legacy. They were said to be legacies, but similar to Tao lineaments of authority, they actually contained a bit of canon. It was impossible to put into words how precious of a chance this was. These were legacies that had been prepared for the immortals' personal apprentices. In other words, only people who had approval could gain enlightenment of their fundamental nature. Of course, anyone with a permission medallion could seek enlightenment. But without approval, the process would be astonishingly difficult, and the chances of success would be virtually non-existent. This arrangement was the result of a tacit agreement between the four immortals. Of course, there was still a need to put on a pretense of giving everyone the chance. And yet, despite all that, Poison Monarch didn't seem to be putting on a pretense at all right now. The legacy in the darkness from the bamboo slip could only be perceived by people with special qualifications, regardless of whether or not they had a permission medallion. Only people who met that qualification would be given a chance. No one else would. Vastpeak shook his head. Who cares? The old poison freak is always trying to cover up his mistakes. The West hardly has anyone talented anyway. That's why he's doing this. Paying no further attention to what was happening, he vanished. The other two reacted similarly. Meanwhile, Poison Monarch from the Dao Immortal sect was already gone. The sky in the fifth star ring was now rumbling as legacies from the east, south, and north all shone brightly. Only the west was covered in darkness. In the darkness of the west, a bit to the east, there was a vast expanse of land that contained a restricted area controlled by the Li clan. There were 9,000 pagodas there, arranged into a shocking spell formation. The central tower was some 300,000 meters tall, rising high into the night sky. A person sat atop the tower. It was one of the 8 shining stars of the fifth star ring, and the only one associated with the west. Li Mengtu. At the moment, he was looking up into the darkness above. He knew that this was a destined opportunity given to him by his master. All he had to do was seek enlightenment. If I succeed, then I'll have 5 types of authority. And this new one has a scrap of canon in it, which means I'll have a much higher chance of reaching immortal ascension later. With such thoughts in mind, he took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with determination. He was fully aware that, given his current battle prowess, he would have no problem going to the immortal capital. All he had to do was reach immortal ascension, and then his clan would truly rise to prominence. His clan had produced a summer immortal in the past. It was the clan patriarch. Supposedly, that patriarch wasn't a native of the fifth star ring, but had actually come from another star ring. He had eventually fallen into a deep depression and then passed away in meditation. But his descendants were still around. Li Mengtu knew that the stories were completely true. As his clan fell into decline, he had worked hard, relying on his talent, killing anyone who got in his path, and ultimately becoming an apprentice of the only lower immortal in the West. I have to keep working hard. With that, Li Mengtu looked up into the sky and began seeking enlightenment. Atop the primary Dao precipice, Xu Qing was also looking up. When the sky suddenly turned dark, he realized it looked like a huge flower, and every flower petal had the face of a beautiful woman on it. Is that,